Miracle Doctor Wild Empress, Genius Summoner Chapter 1394 to Chapter 1443. Under Yi Baiming's threat, Yunxing had no choice but to tell Yi Baiming about what happened in the Eight Wastelands Tower. Actually, Night Fox, Ji Rumo is a good person. He helped me a lot. If it wasn't for him, I might not have been able to get out of the Eight Wastelands Tower. Yunxing glanced at Night Fox carefully. Since that's the case, I'll go change my clothes first, Yi Baiming said nonchalantly after hearing what she said and walked away lightly. Yunxing heaved a sigh of relief. She thought that Yi Baiming would have a 3-hall meeting. Eh? Where's the heavenly fate mirror? Yi Baiming, you actually stole my mirror. Yunxing touched it and realized that the beast language ring on her hand had disappeared. Somewhere in the ghost palace, Yi Baiming changed his clothes and threw the heavenly fate mirror to the side. Come out. Should I call you Ji Rumo or Punlayev Gojozian? Yi Baiming stretched his long legs and leaned against the wall. He knocked the heavenly fate mirror against the wall without holding back. Then I should call you Prince Regent or Yi Baiming. Ji Rumo appeared in the heavenly fate mirror. The two peerless men stared at each other coldly. They didn't like each other. Ji Rumo, there are some things that we should make clear as soon as possible. I'm a very petty person. My woman doesn't like others coveting her. Yi Baiming went straight to the point and made it clear. Yunxing didn't have any special feelings for Ji Rumo, but Yi Baiming was a little unhappy when he thought about how his little wild cat would have to carry such a broken mirror around with her in the future. But I allow you to protect her. Yi Baiming suddenly changed the topic. Ji Rumo wanted to refute, but Yi Baiming's sudden change of topic caught Ji Rumo off guard. You, allow me to stay by Yunxing's side? Ji Rumo thought that with Yi Baiming's personality, he would either smash the heavenly fate mirror or throw it into a corner after learning of his existence. But he actually said that he would allow him to protect Yunxing. Don't misunderstand. I'm only allowing you to protect her. You can't have any other thoughts. You're different from Du Guxiu. The way you look at little wildcat is very pure. You just want her to be happy. If there comes a day when I can't take care of her, I hope that you can temporarily replace me to protect her and the people around her, Yi Baiming said meaningfully. Why would you? Ji Rumo had always thought that love between people couldn't tolerate a grain of sand, but Yi Baiming. What was this man thinking? I'm just taking precautions. There's no need to tell her what's between us. Let's just treat it as a secret we shared before. But under normal circumstances, I should protect my woman myself. Yi Baiming smiled. Something flashed in his eyes. When Yunxing came to him angrily and questioned Yi Baiming, he actually handed over the heavenly fate mirror as if nothing had happened. He actually didn't smash it or throw it away. Did Night Fox take the wrong medicine? Yunxing was suspicious. She turned the heavenly fate mirror over and over again. After confirming that there was no problem, she kept the mirror. Little wildcat, we've been in the underworld for a while. It's time to return to the boundless land. I feel that the high priestess won't let this matter rest. Yi Baiming told Yunxing that he seemed to have felt something the moment he broke through to the demigod realm. Just as Yunxing, Yi Baiming, and Bobo bid farewell to the underworld and returned to the mortal realm, they still rode the 4-way hell flood dragon this time. Little Qilin, we really had a narrow escape this time. Master and I were almost scared to death by you. Bobo looked at her master, who had returned to normal with a smile. She liked this kind of master even more. Lord Bobo, there's a situation up ahead. At this moment, the 4-way hell flood dragon had already entered the mortal realm. However, just as the 4-way hell flood dragon was about to find a place to land, it suddenly made an uneasy sound. What's wrong? Bobo, Yunxing, and the others looked up ahead. In the vast sky, there were 8 stars that looked like bloody holes hanging in the sky. That's? Yunxing and Yi Baiming both noticed the 8 bloody stars. It was daytime at the moment, but the 8 blood stars hung high in the sky. Under their contrast, even the sun seemed dimmer. When stars appeared in daytime, things would move in the opposite direction. There must be a demon. Something's wrong. Did you notice that the 8 stars are moving? Yunxing, Yi Baiming, and Bobo all noticed that the 8 bloody stars that suddenly appeared in the sky were slowly moving in a certain direction. That direction was the direction of the Dutian blood realm. In the Dutian blood realm, Gufeng sat in the Dutian blood seal. He raised his head and looked at the 8 bloody stars in the sky. His brows were tightly knitted together. Inside his body, the light Dharma soul issued a warning. On the same day, in the entire boundless continent, all the citizens, including Donghuang Ling abandoned, and the magic elite camp all saw the 8 stars in the sky. The boundless continent was in chaos. The citizens walked onto the streets and pointed at the bloody stars in the sky. The light of the bloody stars grew stronger day by day. Gradually, even the light of the sun and the moon were covered by them. The entire continent became indistinguishable from day and night. The stars in the sky gradually disappeared, leaving only the 8 bloody stars. At this moment, in the 8 desolate continents beast god altar, the high priest led a few priests of the beast god altar, along with Yu Shang and the martial doctor. Each of them held an 8 desolates dark artifact. It's been thousands of years. We've waited for thousands of years. The Bakra orcs of the boundless continent are finally back. On the main altar of the beast god altar, a man who looked like the king of the night stood with his hands by his side. He had fiery red hair, sharp brows, and a pair of eagle eyes that were filled with murderous intent. His tall and rugged figure made him look like the king of the night. He exuded a domineering aura that could destroy the world. He was Dugu Xiao, but not the Dugu Xiao of the past. He was Dugu Xiao, the new patriarch of the Black Qilin clan, who had fused the heart of the Qilin king and the Saraira of the Qilin king from the ancient magic array. That kick had inadvertently created a brand new Dugu Xiao. Even the high priest didn't expect that Dugu Xiao would be able to fuse with the body of the ancient Qilin that only Yi Baiming could inherit. In the short span of 3 days and 3 nights, Yi Baiming was reborn under the burning of the 9-layered hellfire. At the same time, Dugu Xiao was reborn in the 8 wastelands and became the new leader of the Black Qilin tribe. Dugu Xiao? What do you want? Jiu Luan, Di, Biming, and the other clan leaders of the Chinese tribe were imprisoned because they refused to work with Dugu Xiao. Foolish beast clans, I want to lead the Bakra orcs to rebuild their glory. Those who obey me will live, and those who oppose me will die. If you don't want to join the Crusade army, your clans and loved ones will die. After his rebirth, Dugu Xiao was so powerful that it made people's hair stand on end. Lu, Zi, Li Pa, Lu Yunshuang, and the others had no choice but to retreat to their respective tribes. There are 8 stars in the sky formed by the 8 barons of darkness divine weapon. In another 12 hours, when the 8 stars form a line, the Dutian blood seal will be destroyed by the 8 barons of darkness divine weapon. At that time, the 8 barons crusade army will flatten the boundless continent. Dugu Xiao's eyes were filled with yearning. His dream of returning to the boundless continent could finally be realized. He stripped the glory of the Bakra orcs from the 4 major beast clans who refused to obey his orders. The 8 barons of darkness now belonged to the Black Qilin and Dugu Xiao. All of this was unexpected by Yunxing, Yi Baiming, and the others. Boundless continent. This time I, Dugu Xiao, will make your blood flow like a river. Dugu Xiao waved his sleeves. Outside the beast god altar, the million-strong army from the 8 barons let out an earth-shattering roar. Their hatred engulfed the entire 8 barons of darkness. Give us back the boundless continent. Massacre the boundless continent. Wave after wave of arrogant shouts broke through the sky of the 8 barons of darkness. The 8 stars of calamity from the 8 barons of darkness divine weapon were still shining brightly in the sky. Yunxing. After seeing the 8 blood stars slowly moving toward the Dutian blood realm, Yunxing, Yi Baiming, and Popo quickly rushed to the Dutian blood realm. Once they arrived at the Dutian blood realm, they saw a few familiar faces. Behind them, the armies from the other countries had gathered there for a few days. Ling abandon. Other than Donghuang Ling and Qi, Yunxing also saw Punlai's elder Si Ming and a few elders from the mainland's elite camp. Yunxing was pleasantly surprised to see her former comrade in arms, but the anxiety in her heart grew even more. Do you see the 8 stars in the sky? What was that thing? Right now, the continent is in chaos, and the people are in turmoil. Just a few days ago, when the 8 great ominous stars first appeared, Elder Si Ming, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly informed the leaders of the few big countries, including Donghuang Linger, to quickly gather in the Dutian blood realm. It turned out that when Elder Siming was observing the stars at night, he discovered that there were 8 strange stars in the sky. The 8 stars were blood red in color, and they were moving slowly. Elder Siming knew that something was wrong. He quickly made a divination and discovered that a calamity was about to befall the Dutian blood world. Those 8 stars are the ominous stars. If I'm not wrong, 12 hours later, when the 8 stars form a straight line, a calamity will befall the boundless world. After Elder Siming knew that the ominous stars were about to descend, he gathered everyone here to discuss how to break the predicament caused by the 8 great ominous stars. Master, those are not ordinary stars. Those are the 8 Desolates' dark divine weapons of the 8 Desolates continent. If we don't stop them in time, the Dutian blood seal will collapse. Rumo's appearance shocked everyone present. Rumo, you? You didn't die? Seeing his beloved disciple come back from the dead, Elder Siming was pleasantly surprised, but now was not the time to be surprised. Yunxing briefly told him about the things that happened in the 8 Desolates continent. She was very regretful now. She did not expect that the 8 Desolates' dark divine weapon that she and Yi Baiming took out from the 8 Desolates' tower would become another opportunity for the High Priest and the others to launch a counterattack on the boundless world. When she mentioned that Du Guxiu had merged with the power of the night cultivators and might have been revived, the High Priest, Yu Shang, and the other experts from thousands of years ago would return to the boundless world, everyone fell silent. All of this still happened. A few years ago, Gufeng used the life-burning technique to rebuild the Dutian blood seal. But this time, if the new Dutian blood seal was destroyed, who could stop the beast tribe from the 8 Desolates? There's only one way now. Yunxing looked at everyone, and then at her good friend Gufeng who was trapped in the Dutian blood seal. That is to use the 8 Desolates' divine weapon to stop the 8 Desolates' dark divine weapon. The High Priest has gathered the 8 Desolates' dark divine weapon, and we also have the 8 Desolates' divine weapon. Elder Siming, do you have a way to create an array to break the 8 Desolates' dark divine weapon within 12 hours? Fortunately, it was not the worst time yet. The other party had the 8 Desolates' dark divine weapon, and they also had the 8 Desolates' divine weapon. But Yunxing, our 8 Desolates' divine weapon is not complete. You also know that I only have a part of the halberd of the divine battle god's power. Yi Baiming was talking about the halberd's power in his right hand. Back then, he and Du Guxiu had shared the halberd of the divine battle god. This also meant that the boundless world did not have the complete 8 Desolates' divine weapon. You don't have to worry about this. This is because the High Priestess and the others don't possess the complete 8 Desolation Darkness divine artifact. You should have noticed that one of the 8 blood stars is slightly dimmer than the others. Yunxing pointed at the star as she spoke. Indeed, the blood star in the middle was slightly dimmer. That is? The heavenly fate mirror of darkness? Jiromo was suddenly enlightened. That's right. I have long felt that the High Priest did not have good intentions when he took the 8 Desolates' dark divine weapon, so I gave the heavenly fate mirror of darkness to him. I'm afraid that even he did not realize that there was something wrong with the heavenly fate mirror of darkness. Yunxing shrugged. Whether it was the heavenly fate mirror of darkness or the heavenly fate mirror of darkness, the most important part was the mirror spirit. The heavenly fate mirror of darkness contained Ji Ruxue, who had already been devoured by Ji Rumo. Now, the heavenly fate mirror of darkness could only be considered as an empty shell. In terms of its true power, it could only unleash 10 to 20%. Under such circumstances, the 8 Desolates' dark divine weapon was also incomplete. In that case, I will leave the rest to Master and the others from the Dharma Temple. Jiromo heaved a sigh of relief. Elder Siming and the disciples of the Dharma Temple began to read the ancient books together. 24 hours passed by in minutes and seconds. Everyone was waiting anxiously. The 8 blood stars in the sky were getting closer and closer. Yunxing, if we don't find a way to stop the 8 Desolates' dark divine weapon, will Gufeng be in danger? Dong Huangling'er seemed to be very uneasy. Although Dong Huangling'er was dressed like an empress, her eyes were filled with anxiety and fear. Back then, she could never forget the scene where she was separated from Gufeng. But this time, if the Dutian blood seal completely collapsed, Gufeng, who had become one with the Dutian blood seal, would definitely. Dong Huangling'er did not dare to think about it anymore. No, he won't. We managed to guard the 8 Desolate's dark divine weapon. This time, we won't fail either. Xianxia looked at the 8 blood stars in the sky and said firmly. These 12 hours felt like years to both the Boundless and the 8 Desolate's continents. In the sky, the 8 great bane gradually gathered in a straight line from 8 different directions. Inside the beast god altar, Dugu Xiao raised his head and looked at the sky. His fiery red hair was blown up by the wind like a ball of fire. At this moment, he couldn't tell what he was feeling. Even though he had the body of the strongest Black Qilan patriarch, Yi Xiao, his mind was still Dugu Xiao's. When he was kicked into the magic array, he thought he was going to die. He watched as the underworld sun brought Xianxia and Yi Biming away. Then, he was swallowed by the magic array. When he woke up again, he only felt that his body was filled with violence and hatred. He hated all humans. He wanted to lead the Bakra orcs and slaughter all humans in the Boundless continent. It was as if Dugu Xiao had been waiting for a lifetime. Finally, he saw a scene that made him excited. A blood-red light shot out from the 8 great blood stars. The 8 lights connected and formed a blood-red spear that pierced through the sky. Chi, a blood-red light pierced through the sky. The 8 Desolate's darkness divine weapon, sky-piercing spear, was formed. In the sky, it was as if a pot of boiling water had been boiled, and the clouds began to break apart. A tremor ran through the sky between the Boundless continent and the 8 Desolate's continent. The blood-red spear formed by the 8 Desolate's darkness divine weapon descended from the sky like a million soldiers. It broke through the barrier between the 8 Desolate's continent and the Boundless continent and charged toward the Dutian blood seal. It's here. Everyone, follow Elder Siming's arrangement and take a side. Get ready. In the Dutian blood realm on the Boundless continent, Xianxia and a few others were already standing in a magic array that had just been drawn. Elder Siming found this magic array after flipping through the history books. It was a magic array used by the 8 Desolate's patriarch at the last moment of their battle. Legend had it that this magic array could fuse with the power of the 8 barons' divine artifacts, allowing them to unleash their divine power to the maximum. This magic array was divided into 8 directions: east, west, south, north, southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. With Xianxia as the center, a total of 7 people were chosen. They each held a different 8 baron divine tool and stood on a side. Xianxia's summoning demon hand, Yi Biming's war god halberd, Ji Rumo's heaven's mandate mirror, forsaking law bracelet, Donghuang Ling Donghuang Qing, Sister Lan's heart distress lantern, Elder Judge Ming's netherworld ghost key, Elf Queen's immortal holy grail. The 8 of them began to chant at the same time. With the help of the magic formation, the 8 desolate artifacts in their hands began to emit a snow-white light. In the sky, the blood-red spear shot out. The evil aura contained in the spear turned into countless meteorites and rocks, forming the first wave of attack, attacking the Dutian blood seal. Inside the blood seal, Gufeng's expression didn't change when he saw the meteorites and rocks raining down like a storm. He was like a boulder, not moving at all. His body emitted a warm light. The warm light that he had never seen before caused the Dutian blood seal's light to tremble. Before the meteorites and rocks could even get close, they were turned into dust. As if it had sensed Gufeng's resistance, the blood-red spear suddenly began to buzz. The spear's body suddenly became several times bigger. Suddenly, it was like a huge red spear that could pierce through heaven and earth. With the power to devour heaven and earth, it charged straight towards the Dutian blood seal. It was like a greedy beast that wanted to devour the entire Dutian blood world. Seeing this, Xianxia and the other 8 people roared in anger. Battle chi and magic power erupted from their bodies like 8 volcanoes. The 8 desolation divine artifacts formed a majestic ball of light that rose from the ground. The ball of light grew bigger and bigger, enveloping the Dutian blood seal, Gufeng, and the entire Dutian blood world. It became a huge shield that covered the sky. 8 desolation divine artifact, heaven shrouding shield, form. The heaven breaker met the heaven shrouding shield, and the blood spear met the light shield. It was like 2 meteorites colliding. The blood spear and the light shield clashed, neither willing to back down. On the beast god altar of the 8 desolation continent, everyone also exerted their strength. In the boundless continent's magic array, the 8 desolation divine artifact was also exerting its last bit of divine power. Crack, crack, crack. On the light shield, like a spider web, layer after layer of cracks appeared, quickly spreading out in all directions of the light shield. Haha, it's useless. The 8 Desolation Divine Artifact is already dead. With just your motley crew, it's impossible to resist the 8 Desolation Divine Artifact. The High Priest saw that Yunxing and the others were still fighting like trapped beasts and let out an ear-piercing laugh. Could it be? Yunxing stared at the blood spear in the sky with great difficulty. That blood spear was like a chisel that did not know fatigue, constantly breaking through the light shield. No matter what, we have to hold on. Yunxing took a deep breath. Demon God Transformation. Yunxing's Dharma soul was released in an instant, forcibly increasing the Dharma power in the magic array by 10%. The heaven-shrouding shield, which was originally full of cracks, suddenly became more resilient. That's right, this is a matter of life and death for the boundless continent. We definitely cannot admit defeat, everyone said in unison. Everyone was united, and the heaven-shrouding shield's power became even stronger. What a bunch of troublesome ants. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being merciless. Du Guxiu's gaze was eerily cold. He suddenly flew up, and the fist aura in his hand shot towards the sky like a torrential rain. That fist aura shot straight into the sky, forcibly tearing apart the boundary between the boundless continent and the 8 Desolates continent, and bombarded towards the heaven-shrouding shield. Du Guxiu, don't you dare be presumptuous. Yi Baiming also punched out. The 2 fist auras collided in midair. Boom. The ground shook. Boom. Du Guxiu's fist aura still hit the heaven-shrouding shield. Everyone felt as if their chests had been hit by a heavy punch. Their feet sank, and their bodies unknowingly sank a few inches into the ground. The heaven-shrouding shield was also unable to bear the burden, and the cracks continued to expand. Yi Baiming's expression changed slightly. Du Guxiu's strength, Yi Baiming, I didn't expect you to still be alive. However, the current you is simply no match for me. Du Guxiu, who possessed the Qilin King's heart and Qilin King's relic, as well as a portion of the Holy Infant's flesh and blood, was actually stronger than the reborn Yi Baiming in terms of strength. Admit defeat. You guys are simply no match for us. Amidst the High Priest's savage laughter, the blood spear inched closer and closer. It was only a few dozen meters away from the Duqian blood seal. It's still too early for you to be happy. Just as the High Priest was getting carried away, Yunxing's slightly sarcastic voice was like a bucket of cold water being poured over his head. The High Priest could not help but be stunned. Just as Yunxing finished speaking, the High Priestess looked at the sky again. Something strange happened. Blood Spear, which had already gained the upper hand, suddenly cracked and broke into 2 halves at the end of the spear. The High Priestess who was holding the Dark Destiny mirror in the Beast God altar felt her blood boiling. She was powerless and spat out a mouthful of blood. Instantly, the array was in chaos. With a shattering sound, the heavenly fate mirror of darkness exploded. The 8 Desolate Darkness Divine Artifact had lost one of its parts. Its power was greatly reduced. With the blood spear broken, the High Priestess' attack was greatly reduced. On the other hand, the people from the Boundless Lands saw that their opponents were defeated and their morale was greatly boosted. The power of the heaven-shrouding shield increased by a few times. Yunxing, it's your doing. A pair of blood-red eyes appeared in the sky. Those were Du Guxiu's eyes. Du Guxiu, tell the High Priestess that a fake will always be a fake. The 8 Desolate Darkness Divine Artifact will never be able to compare to the genuine 8 Desolate Darkness Divine Artifact. After Yunxing finished speaking, she waved her hand. The 8 Desolate Darkness Divine Artifact's power was greatly boosted. 8 rays of light shot into the sky. Do you think you have one just like this? Haha, let me tell you. This is just the beginning. Those blood stars have my Qilin's violent blood. Violent blood will turn into Qi. Ordinary people and demonic beasts will turn violent once they come into contact with it. I want to turn the entire boundless land into a living hell without wasting a single soldier. After Du Guxiu finished speaking, there was a loud explosion in the sky. Those 7 blood stars that were hanging in the sky exploded with a bang. When the blood stars exploded, they turned into a mist and were blown away by the wind. Not good. There's something wrong with that blood mist. The sudden change caught Xianxia and the rest off guard. By the time they reacted, the blood mist had already spread to all parts of the land. After Du Guxiu merged with Yi Xiu's relic and heart, he was filled with hatred towards the boundless land. His blood and flesh were filled with his violent nature. The Dutian blood world was defended, but no one expected the blood stars to turn into a blood mist. The blood mist spread out with the wind. Its speed was so fast that even the treasured ship of the divine realm might not be able to catch up with it. In just one day, the 7 balls of blood mist had already begun to spread to every corner of the continent. It was like a terrifying plague, causing countless forests and cities to undergo drastic changes overnight. As soon as the blood mist touched the trees began to change. The trees that were originally rooted in the soil had their tendons turn into limbs. They spat out venom and crawled out of the soil. Once the blood mist touched the demonic beasts went berserk and attacked anyone they saw. The blood mist entered the city. The humans did not recognize their own family and killed their wives and children. Blood flowed like rivers in countless cities. Witnessing this tragic scene, Xianxia and the rest realized that the Bakra orcs' hatred for the human race had reached such a level. That won't do. This blood fog is even more difficult to control than the Dutian blood cloud of the past. Even with the armies of the various countries, it is still very difficult to control. Every day, Elder Siming would receive news from the various temples, reporting how many people had been infected by the blood mist and how many cities had fallen. Violence turned into a bloody mist. It was an executioner more terrifying than war and disease. Before we find a way to control the blood mist, we have to think of a way to protect the people of the various countries. I think this time, we have to ask Mingri for help. Xianxia made a prompt decision and told Bobo her plan. You're saying that we should let the people of the major countries who haven't been infected by the blood fog go to the underworld to hide? Bobo's expression was also very serious. She was a world deity, so she had to be responsible for the safety of the mortal world. At this moment, she was already regretting that she had kicked Du Guxiu into the magic array. She really should have killed that brat to get rid of all future troubles. Now, that brat's strength was even more terrifying than that Qilin brat. Bobo found Mingri. At first, Mingri was unwilling to agree to Bobo's request. After all, he had already helped Bobo once. Moving the people of the human race who had not died to the underworld on a large scale without permission was against the rules of the underworld. You have to save them even if you don't want to. Otherwise, when these people die, they will all go to the underworld. When the underworld explodes, you, god of the underworld, will also have a headache. Bobo said angrily. Mingri was pestered to the point that he had no other choice. In the end, he could only agree to use the four-sided abyss flood dragon to transport a portion of the human race to the underworld. After receiving Mingri's promise, the rulers of the various countries, including Donghuangling also took action. They informed the people of the various cities about the urgency of the current situation. However, due to the limited number of four-sided abyss flood dragons, the transfer of the human race was still very slow. After weighing the pros and cons of each country, they decided to prioritize the elderly, children, and women. Mother, I want to be with my mother. On the four-sided abyss flood dragon, a child cried, wanting to look for his mother. Due to the problem of manpower, the four-sided abyss flood dragon could only transport 500 people at a time. Looking at the families being separated, the crying children, and the reluctant relatives and friends, Xianxia stood at the side, not saying a word. Little wildcat, don't be sad. This is not your fault. You have already done your best. Yi Baiming walked to Xianxia's side unknowingly. He knew that during these days, Xianxia had been working hard to unite the medical practitioners and light magicians from all over the continent to find a way to get rid of the blood fog. Those martial artists and magicians who possessed doqi and magic power could still barely hold on for a few days. However, ordinary people would not be able to do so. She had not rested for a few days and nights. Her eyes were already bloodshot. This made Yi Baiming's heart ache. As a medical practitioner, I should save the dying and heal the injured. Seeing so many innocent people falling down one by one because of my mistake, I am unable to find any way to treat them. This was the first time in Yunxing's life that she felt powerless. This blood fog should be a kind of modern infectious disease. Only people and magical beasts that were contaminated by the blood fog or contaminated by the blood fog would be able to undergo a second infection. However, no matter how hard she tried, she was still unable to find the source of the pollution and the treatment method. We will definitely find it. Ji Remo and the rest are also discussing through the night. You are all the best medical practitioners and magicians in the continent. You just need some time, and you will definitely be able to find a way to control and treat the blood fog. Yi Baiming hugged Yunxing in his arms. In terms of medical skills, he could not give her any advice. All he could give was encouragement. Actually, Night Fox, I have an idea. If it succeeds, there might be a chance to find a way to control the pollution of the blood fog. Yunxing hesitated for a while. Then, she clenched her teeth and told him the idea that had been in her mind for a few days. What? You said you want to enter the heavily polluted area of the blood fog to find a treatment method? This is too dangerous. Yi Baiming frowned after hearing Yunxing's idea. Yunxing's idea was for her to take the risk and enter the area contaminated by the blood fog. She would come into contact with the first line of pollution and see if she could find a way to resolve the blood fog's pollution. Night Fox, I know you're worried about me. This time, you have to listen to me. There's not much time left in the boundless land. Even the underworld could make such a huge concession for the human world, let alone us, who are originally from the boundless land. Dugu Xiu hates the human race so much not only because he fused with Yi Xiu's flesh and blood, but also because of you and me. Therefore, the disaster of the blood fog this time has a lot to do with us. Yunxing knew that Yi Baiming was unwilling to let her take the risk. As a doctor with modern medical knowledge, Yunxing knew that every major outbreak of a disease required a cycle. During this cycle, the first line of medical personnel had to enter the seriously ill area and come into contact with the patients. Only then would they be able to find a way to treat the disease. Therefore, she planned to select a group of doctors and magicians to lead into the blood fog polluted area. Since you insist on going, I'll go with you. Yi Baiming knew that at this time, Yunxing would not compromise no matter what he said. In the end, Yunxing could only agree to Yi Baiming's request. When Yunxing put forward her idea, she did not expect to receive a lot of responses from many people. Some of the doctors and magicians who were originally prepared to move to the underworld also suggested that they were willing to follow Yunxing into the blood fog polluted area. Soon, Yunxing selected a 60-person emergency medical team. We've already analyzed the situation of the blood fog in the entire mainland. Currently, the most seriously polluted areas in the entire mainland are Punlai Island and the area around Grand Emperor City. Yunxing had already heard about the latest situation of the blood fog pollution from Elder Siming. Grand Emperor City? Yunxing did not expect to hear this familiar name again. Punlai was a sealed island. When the blood fog spread to Punlai, Punlai was now an isolated island due to the demonization of flying magical beasts and the suspension of shipping. Therefore, Yunxing could still understand why Punlai Island was so badly affected. But why was Grand Emperor City also a disaster area? The situation in Grand Emperor City is a little special. All of you know that although the blood fog is powerful, as long as we can move in time, we can reduce the number of casualties and avoid being contaminated by the blood fog and going berserk. However, after the citizens of the Grand Imperial City received our warning, not only did they not escape, they instead defended the Grand Imperial City to the death. That's why the current situation was created. Chang Ximing admitted that he was already a stubborn old man, but he didn't expect that there would be someone who was 100 times more stubborn than him. That person was the city lord and the citizens of Grand Emperor City. Before the blood mist had spread, Elder Ximing had already notified the major forces of the mainland. He had also quickly evacuated the members of the Dharma Temple from Punlai Island. Other forces on the continent, including the Yun family in Taiyuan Mountain, had also listened to Yunxing's suggestion and temporarily moved to Skywing City. However, not a single person from the Grand Emperor City left. Even Elder Ximing could not explain the reason behind this. That's bad. Even if it's Uncle Yuan and the others, it's unlikely that they will survive the blood mist. Yunxing frowned as she thought of Yuan Shahua. There's no time to lose. Let's rush to Grand Emperor City and check out the situation. After Yunxing and Yi Baiming weighed the pros and cons, they decided to make Grand Emperor City their final destination. A day later, Yunxing, Yi Baiming, and the others were already standing outside the barrier of Grand Emperor City. Yunxing, it's great to see all of you. Before Yunxing arrived at Grand Emperor City, she had already contacted Yuan Xianxia. She had rushed over accompanied by her second uncle, Yun Songlong. Second aunt, second uncle, are you all alright? Are grandfather and the others well? Yunxing hadn't seen her second uncle and his family for a while. Everyone is fine. Your mother asked me to tell you to take good care of yourself. Tianyi Yu and the others also asked me to send their regards. When Yin Songlong saw Yunxing, he gave her a big hug before nodding at Yi Baiming. After the upheaval of the blood mist, Yun Songlong only allowed a few of his young children to follow the four-sided abyss flood dragon to the underworld. He, Yuan Xianxia, and the rest of the mercenary band moved to Skywing City to act as backup for Yunxing and the others. As it was high up in the sky, Skywing City was less affected by the blood mist. Second aunt, we want to enter Grand Emperor City, but there's a barrier set up outside the city. We can't enter at the moment. Yunxing and the others only realized that the situation was more serious than they had imagined when they arrived outside Grand Emperor City. Once the barrier of Grand Emperor City was activated, the people outside could not enter, and the people inside could not enter. Yunxing, you must save the people of Grand Emperor City. Actually, we have our own difficulties and have no choice but to stay in Grand Emperor City. I'll activate the barrier and all of you will follow me. But I beg of you, no matter what happens to the people in the city, you must not harm their lives. Yuan Xiaohua's eyes were already red as Yun Songlong comforted his beloved wife softly. Over the past few days, Yuan Xiaohua had not been having an easy time. She wanted to return to Grand Emperor City at all times. However, her father had already sent her a letter, telling her not to return no matter what. Second aunt, don't worry. We will definitely not harm anyone. Yunxing and I are only entering the city to help the people in the city. Yi Baiming nodded. After receiving Yi Baiming's promise, Yuan Xiaohua slit her wrist. When the dark red blood seeped into the city, the barrier that enveloped Grand Emperor City was quickly removed. The moment the barrier was removed, Yi Baiming raised his thick eyebrows and shielded Yunxing behind him. An invisible pressure spread out from Yi Baiming's body. It was as if it had hit a wall. The unknown object that flew out from the barrier was sent flying with a bang. Brother! Yuan Xiaohua exclaimed. In front of her was the young city lord of Grand Emperor City, Yuan Bupa, whose limbs were on the ground like a demonic beast. His eyes were scarlet and his entire body was covered in strange scales. Everyone, back off. He must have been demonized by the blood fog. Everyone, put on the special helmet that I have prepared before you can enter. With that, Yunxing took out a special helmet from her beast language ring. These helmets were made by Yunxing based on the anti-poison biochemical helmets of modern medical equipment. Although they were not as sophisticated as the modern helmets, they were blessed with special light magic and could resist the blood fog very well. With them, as long as Yunxing and the rest did not come into direct contact with the blood of the infected, they would be able to avoid being contaminated by the blood fog. After putting on the helmets, Yi Baiming walked forward and temporarily restrained Yuan Bupa, who had fallen into a demonic state. Night Fox, you walk at the front. Second aunt, you follow behind and lead the way. I think we have to find the city lord's family. Yunxing looked at the blood fog in Grand Emperor City and frowned even more. The deeper they went into Grand Emperor City, the more frightened Yunxing and the rest were. They did not expect Grand Emperor City to become like this. Their impression of Grand Emperor City could be said to be a paradise on earth. But now, Grand Emperor City had completely become a dead land. Along the way, they encountered many violent citizens of Grand Emperor City. Thanks to Yi Baiming and Yun Songlong, those citizens did not hurt them. Father, mother. Yuan Xiaohua went all the way to the city lord's residence, but what she saw was the tragic scene of the city lord and his wife committing suicide. Xiaohua, calm down. Seeing that his wife was about to throw herself forward, Yun Songlong hugged her tightly, unwilling to let her take another look. The city lord must have been infected by the blood fog. To prevent himself from harming others after becoming violent, he committed suicide. The city lord's wife probably could not accept it, so she followed the city lord. Yunxing, who was at the side, shook her head after checking the two's wounds. Why? Why didn't you listen to my advice? Yuan Xiaohua choked with sobs. Sob sob. Yuan Bupo, who was at the side under Yi Baiming's control, also let out a cry like a trapped beast. Second aunt, my condolences. Now is not the time to be sad. I am very sorry, but the bodies of the city lord and his wife cannot be buried for the time being. We have to search the city for the next few days and count the citizens who are still alive and those who are already dead. Remember, you have to capture them alive without harming the citizens as much as possible. Also, I need some violent demonic beasts. Yunxing instructed the accompanying doctors and sorcerers. After about 3 days, Yunxing and the rest finally imprisoned the citizens of Grand Emperor City who were still alive. In order to prevent the citizens from killing each other, Yunxing could only use the heavenly prison of thorns to lock them up separately. After counting, there were roughly 200 plus citizens of Grand Emperor City who were still alive. Fortunately, other than the city lord and his wife, Yuan Xiaohua's younger sister, Yuan Xianxia, was also found. We have captured them. Yunxing, what do you plan to do next? Can Bupo and Xianxia still be saved? Yuan Xiaohua knew that it was pointless for her to wallow in her grief. Therefore, she took the initiative to ask to be Yunxing's helper. I need to draw their blood, and then. Yunxing hesitated. Then, it will be injected into the bodies of normal people and magical beasts. I'm going to try it on myself first. In modern medicine, the method of using white mice would be used for clinical treatment of various diseases. But now, on the boundless continent, whether it was plants, magical beasts, or humans, they were all infected with the unknown blood fog poison. So Yunxing had no choice but to use the most extreme method of testing, which was to directly test it on humans and magical beasts at the same time. What? Although they already knew that Yunxing's style of doing things was different from ordinary doctors, Yuan Xiaohua and the others were still shocked. How can we do that? Xing what if you're turned into a monster too? Yun Songlong was adamant in his disagreement. Yunxing, second uncle is right. If you really want to try it, then try it on me. Yi Baiming stepped forward. No. Yunxing had previously mentioned to Yi Baiming that she might personally participate in the testing of the blood fog poison, but she did not agree to let Yi Baiming try it on her behalf. I'm a man. How can I let my woman take the risk? Let me take the risk. I still have the life and death talisman in my body, and I have the experience of going berserk. My resistance is much stronger than the average person. Yi Baiming tried his best to persuade Yunxing. Yunxing, you should agree to Baiming's request. After all, you are the most skilled doctor among all of us. If you are also poisoned by the blood fog poison, the rest of us won't be able to do anything. A group of doctors and magicians who came with Yunxing also tried to persuade Yunxing. Everyone has said so. Little wildcat, don't worry. I will definitely pull through. Yi Baiming said gently. Alright, Night Fox. Trust me. I will find a cure. Yunxing took a deep breath and finally made up her mind. Du Guxiu looked up at the lonely sky from the Octotera Divine Beast altar. It had been 10 days since the 8 crimson stars disappeared. Don't worry. No one can cure the blood fog poison. Once the boundless continent becomes a land of death, we will be able to invade it. The Great Witch Doctor said excitedly. The Great Witch Doctor had combined the witchcraft of the Octotera Divine Beast altar to create the blood fog poison after decades of refinement. The Great Witch Doctor believed that even the gods of the divine realm would not be able to resolve the boundless continent's calamity. Are you sure that the blood fog poison is incurable? Du Guxiu asked. Well, to be honest, the blood fog poison is not completely incurable. Since your blood was used as the catalyst for the poison, the one who tied the bell must untie it. The catalyst used to create the antidote is also in your possession. The Great Witch Doctor said carefully. Understood. You may leave. Du Guxiu said flatly. After the Great Witch Doctor left as well. A land of death? Haha, is this really what I want? Du Guxiu asked himself. Why? Are you regretting it? The high priest appeared behind Du Guxiu like a ghost and looked at him with a dark expression. Regret? Why should I? Taking revenge on the boundless continent has always been my long-cherished wish. Don't forget, I am no longer the Du Guxiu of the past. Du Guxiu turned around abruptly, his expression cold. That damned old man. Yi Xiu looked at the high priest with disgust. He could tell that the high priest had special feelings for Yi Xiu, the patriarch of the Black Qilin clan. Every time the high priest looked at him like that, he felt goosebumps all over his body. He was Du Guxiu, not Yi Xiu. However, he could not break off his relationship with the high priest just yet. Yunxing, you forced my hand this time, but I know you won't back down just like that. I'm waiting for you to come back for me. Looking at the pitch-black night sky again, Du Guxiu's eyes seemed to have turned into a sea of blood. More than 10 days had passed. Everyone in Skywing City was still anxiously waiting for news from Grand Emperor City. Still no news? It's already been more than half a month. Master and the others won't be in danger, right? After returning from the netherworld, Bobo temporarily separated from Yunxing and the others. She waited in Skywing City for a while, but there was still no news. The situation in Grand Emperor City is very complicated. Right now, we have no way of contacting them. Bobo, don't be impatient. We have to believe in Yunxing. Dong Huangling patiently persuaded Bobo. I can't wait any longer. I plan to make a trip to Grand Emperor City. Bobo was really impatient. Ignoring Dong Huangling and the others' attempts to stop her, she insisted on leaving the relatively safe Skywing City alone and rushed in the direction of Grand Emperor City. In the Grand Imperial City, Yunxing had not slept for more than 10 days. Yunxing, you should rest for a while. We are here. If there are any changes, we will inform you. Yuan Shahua and the others looked at Yunxing, whose eyes were bloodshot and mouth blisters. They were all worried. No, I have to accompany him. Yunxing's gaze fell on the cages in front of her. In these cages were the subjects that Yunxing had selected for her experiments. Some of them were plants, while others were magical beasts. In one of the cages was a golden qilin. Just a quarter of an hour ago, Yunxing injected a certain amount of blood into the golden qilin's body. The blood was drawn from Yi Baiming's body. Over the past 10 days, Yunxing would personally inject the demonized blood into the qilin form. In the first few days, Yi Baiming's reaction was very strong. Even the ordinary magic cages could not contain him. However, whenever he saw Yunxing, he would try his best to calm down. It had to be said that Yi Baiming's willpower had reached an astonishing level. On the 5th and 6th days, the poison had tortured him to an inhuman state. Apart from Yunxing, he would attack anyone who approached him. Therefore, Yunxing could only accompany him. As she did not have time to eat, she relied on drinking some water of life to support herself. Yunxing, it has been more than 10 days. Are you sure you want to continue? Even Ji Rumo felt that Yunxing's experiment was futile. No, wait a little longer. Yunxing stared at the golden qilin in the cage. The latter raised its tired eyes and looked at her deeply. That night, Yunxing couldn't hold on any longer. Ji Rumo had no choice but to cast a sleeping spell on Yunxing. Only then did she fall asleep. Yunxing slept very deeply. When she woke up, Yuan Shahua and the others all had flustered expressions. What's wrong? Yunxing's heart skipped a beat. Not long after Yuan Shahua and the others sent Yunxing to rest, the golden qilin began to become restless. Yunxing, Yi Baiming's situation seems a bit off. He's starting to have a high fever that won't subside. We don't know why it's like this. Ji Rumo had no choice but to use all kinds of magic to suppress him. But in the middle of the night, the golden scales on the golden qilin's body suddenly fell off. Many red papules grew on the surface of the qilin's body, but the high fever still didn't subside. These papules grew all over its body overnight. What? You said that it has a lot of papules and has a fever? After hearing this news, Yunxing didn't panic. On the contrary, a strange look appeared in her eyes. Yunxing, its situation isn't good. Yun Songlong and Ji Rumo were guarding the golden qilin. They didn't feel good seeing Yunxing in such a state. If anything happened to Yi Baiming, Yunxing would probably, it's a success. Haha, it's a success. I guessed right. There's hope for the boundless world. The night fox's body is starting to produce antibodies. Yunxing was crying and laughing at the same time. She rushed to the cage and opened it. Ignoring everyone's exclamations, she hugged the golden qilin immediately. Her tears rolled down uncontrollably. They had never seen Yunxing lose her composure like this. Ji Rumo and the others looked at each other. They didn't know what was wrong with Yunxing. After another 3 days, the papules on the golden qilin's body started to scab and fall off. Yunxing immediately collected the papules. The golden qilin's fever also subsided. Its appearance gradually returned to its original state. On the 7th day, Yi Baiming finally returned to his human form. After confirming that Yi Baiming was fine, Yunxing immediately disappeared from the scene. No one knew what she was doing. Second aunt, second uncle, here's some medicine. Distribute it to the people in the city. When Yunxing appeared in front of everyone again, she took out some medicine. Yuan Xiaohua and the others didn't know what Yunxing's intention was. They followed Yunxing's instructions and gave the medicine to Yuan Bupo and the others. Not long after drinking the medicine, Yuan Bupo, who had been in a crazy state, gradually regained his senses. Big sister? Why are you back? Didn't father and mother tell you not to come back? Yuan Bupo still didn't realize what had happened in the past few days. When he saw Yuan Xiaohua, he was surprised. Bupo, you've really recovered? Oh my god, if father and mother saw this scene in heaven, they would be very happy. Yuan Xiaohua hugged Yuan Bupo and cried. Second sister, what did you say? What happened to father and mother? After Yuan Bupo learned about what had happened, he hugged Yuan Xiaohua and cried. After a few hours, after being treated by the medicine, the people of Grand Emperor City gradually regained their senses. Yunxing, this time, I really have to thank you for helping Grand Emperor City get through this difficult time. After experiencing the death of his parents, Yuan Bupo seemed to have grown up a lot. Grand Emperor City had suffered a heavy blow and almost 90% of the people in the city had died. As the new city lord of Grand Emperor City, Yuan Bupo had a heavy responsibility. After he learned that his blood mist poison had been cured with the help of Yi Baiming, he sincerely expressed his gratitude to Yunxing and Yi Baiming. Especially Yi Baiming. Back then, Yuan Bupo admired Yun Xing and had always been hostile to Yi Baiming. He didn't expect that his love rival would risk his life to save him this time. Thinking of this, Yuan Bupo couldn't help but feel emotional. Bupo, Grand Emperor City has suffered such an unforeseen event. We should have stayed to help you. However, the boundless land is still under the threat of the blood mist poison. We have to think of a way to promote this medicine on a large scale. Also, the current Grand Emperor City isn't suitable for people to live in. It's best that all of you move out, Yunxing said to Yuan Bupo apologetically. Yunxing, it's not that we don't want to move out. We can't leave because... Yuan Bupo hesitated. He looked at his 2 sisters beside him. The 3 of them looked hesitant. They didn't know if they should tell Yunxing the truth. It's not that they don't want to leave. It's that they can't leave because there's a huge secret hidden beneath Grand Emperor City. They have to keep this secret. Just as Yuan Bupo was stuttering and didn't know how to explain it to Yunxing, Bobo walked in under the escort of a few Grand Emperor City citizens. Bobo was tied up by the Grand Emperor City citizens and she looked angry. Bobo, why are you here? Yunxing was afraid that Bobo would cause trouble and quickly went forward to untie her. It turned out that Bobo was worried about Yunxing and Yi Baiming. Hence, she left Tiani City without permission and rushed to Dihong City. However, at such a crucial moment, Bobo dropped the ball again. Her bad sense of direction acted up again. At first, she went around in circles and almost went to Punglai. She only found Dihong City when she finally came out from the sea. However, she met Yuan Xiaohua again. In order to prevent the people of Dihong City from going out and hurting others, she had activated the maze outside Dihong City. After Bobo broke into the maze, she got lost again. That was really a case of crying for help. When she finally found the outskirts of Grand Emperor City with great difficulty, she was discovered by a few citizens. Without saying a word, she was caught and brought in. However, the moment she entered Dihong City, Bobo realized that something was wrong. Coincidentally, she found Yunxing and the others at that moment. Forget it. Bupo, we, Xianyuan family, have kept this secret for many years. This time, father and mother even sacrificed their lives for it. It's time to tell the real secret of Dihong City to the world, Yuan Xiaohua sighed and gave Yuan Bupo an encouraging look. I think so too. Little brother, you're the governor of Dihong City now. Yunxing and the others aren't outsiders. You can tell them about Dihong ancient tomb. Yuan Xianxia looked calm too. You've been blabbering for so long. You just want to say that there's a huge tomb below Dihong City. Isn't there an ancient tomb of Emperor Yan in there? Bobo was getting impatient from listening to them. She pointed out the worries of the Yuan siblings. How do you know? Is it about Emperor Fiery? Yuan Bupo was alert. I know a lot. I even know that at the bottom of the ancient tomb, there's actually a seal that opens path of gods left behind from ancient times. Bobo pouted. Seriously, who was she? She was a universe god from the mortal world. No, she was a universe god. Path of gods? What's that? Unexpectedly, the Yuan family's siblings were confused when they heard the name. It's the Imperial Emperor's mausoleum that you've been guarding. What a bunch of idiots. After guarding that thing for thousands of years, they actually didn't know that it was the passageway to the path of the gods. Bobo truly felt sorry for the people of Grand Emperor City. Almost everyone had died, yet these people still wanted to defend the city to the death. However, they did not know the true secret of this city. Bobo had only just discovered this secret. Speaking of which, when Bobo was still an egg, she had been to Grand Emperor City. But at that time, she had not fully recovered her strength and did not have the divine skill to find the path of gods, so she did not discover the secret of Grand Emperor City. Earlier, when Bobo and Yunxing mentioned that there might still be a path of the gods on the continent, she didn't expect that the path of the gods she had been searching for was right below the Grand Emperor City. This time, it was different. When she saw the Grand Emperor City, she suddenly discovered that there was a stretch of auspicious light below the city. Although the auspicious light was not eye-catching, it faintly carried a divine aura. Bobo immediately understood. Bobo, are you sure? Yunxing had stayed in Grand Emperor City for so long, but she did not discover any signs of the path of the gods. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. Speaking of which, I have a slight impression that before the Imperial Emperor of the Divine Realm became the Emperor God, he seemed to be from the Grand Emperor clan. Bobo's brain was really not working well. She had actually forgotten such an important clue. Yunxing, us three siblings do not know what path of the gods is, but there is indeed a large mausoleum below the Grand Emperor City. You should have heard that the Dihong song that our Xian and Yuan clan had always been learning came from the mausoleum. Yuan Bupo and the others did not hide the secret from Yunxing and told her the secret of the underground mausoleum. However, the three of them also told Yunxing at the same time that in the deepest part of the underground mausoleum, where the 9th chapter of the Dihong song was hidden, even the ancestors of the Xian and Yuan clan had not been able to enter. The path of the gods is very likely to be hidden there. Bobo, finding the path of the gods is a good thing, but now is not the time to open the path of the gods. Firstly, we are not strong enough. Secondly, the danger of the blood mist in the boundless continent has not been resolved. Yunxing thought that compared to becoming a god, it was more important to save people. Master, you are right. The path of the gods is already there anyway, it will not run away. Since you have already found a way to break the blood mist, we should think of a way to save people first. Bobo nodded. Yunxing, what should we do next? Just tell us. The others were also waiting for Yunxing's orders. I have already found a way to break the blood mist, but there are too many people in the boundless continent who are affected by the blood mist. We need a large amount of antidotes. To be honest, this kind of antidote requires a large amount of people from the Black Chilan tribe to be the catalyst. Yunxing's words stunned Yi Biming and the others. What did that mean? As a doctor who had seen all kinds of modern cases, Yunxing had been studying how the blood mist could be cured after it contaminated the boundless continent. In the end, after a lot of observation, Yunxing found that the blood mist's infection pattern, timing, and cycle were similar to smallpox in modern medicine. The best way to treat smallpox was to get vaccinated. The problem now was that she had no way to find a vaccine to fight smallpox like in modern times. Left with no choice, Yunxing used a very ancient and backward method. She tried to inject blood infected with the blood fog poison into various experimental subjects to test which species could ultimately produce a vaccine similar to the Vaccinia vaccine in modern medical history based on their own antibodies. However, she did not expect that in the end, Yi Baiming's body would produce something similar to a vaccine. This discovery was undoubtedly a huge surprise to the current boundless continent. It's hard for me to explain it to you in detail in such a short time. I have a piece of good news and bad news. The good news is that we have found the antidote. The bad news is that we might need to make a trip to the 8 wastelands and capture some people from the Black Chelan tribe alive. Because the blood mist's poison can only be cured with the blood of the Black Chelan tribe. Right now, relying on Yi Baiming to produce the vaccine alone is too slow and far from enough. Yunxing was having a headache over this matter. You mean that we have to capture some antidotes under the eyes of the high priest and Dugu Xiao? Yi Baiming finally understood what Yunxing meant. That's what I mean. Yunxing nodded helplessly. The 8 wastelands continent. What a joke. You invited us here in the name of the patriarch of the Hua clan to betray the beast clans and help the human race, didn't you? Haha, Yunxing, are you an idiot, or do you think we're idiots? Li Pa, the behemoth clan leader with the most explosive temper, slammed the table and stood up. There were a few other Bakra Orcs clan leaders present, including Green, Zi, Rita, and Lu Yunshuang. The 8 wastelands continent and the boundless continent were on the verge of war. The other 4 major beast tribes were all under the control of the beast god Altar and Dugu Xiao. Only these few beast tribes were not in cahoots with them. Therefore, after Yunxing took the risk to return to the Bakra Orcs, she secretly contacted Lu Yunshuang and asked her to contact everyone in the name of the Chinese. The young clan leaders did not expect to see Yunxing and Yi Baiming when they arrived in the Chinese territory. After Yunxing and the others escaped from the Bakra Orcs, the high priest announced to the public that Yunxing and Yi Baiming were spies from the boundless continent. Anyone who could kill either of them could become the high priest of the beast god Altar. At this time, the 2 of them still dared to appear in the Chinese territory so openly. They must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. Young clan leader Rita, you've misunderstood. I'm not asking you to betray the Bakra Orcs. I just want to convey the message of the major countries and major forces of the boundless continent. The humans and the beast tribes have been fighting for thousands of years. It's time to put aside the hatred between us. Yunxing was already mentally prepared to be reprimanded by everyone. Humph, you make it sound nice. The humans are cunning. The beast tribes will never get along with the humans. Z did not sound nice either. Z had suffered a lot because of Yunxing. He did not forget how Yunxing threatened him and Zhen Xian to give up their cities in the 8 Wastelands Tower. Why can't they get along? You are now in the territory of Hua people. You should have seen that humans, orcs, and half-orcs can live in harmony. Even the first celestial fox people, Hu Yan, has always advocated for the harmony between the human race and the beast race. One of the main reasons that Yunxing invited them to the Hua city was that she wanted these young masters to witness it with their own eyes. For thousands of years, what stood between the beast race and the human race was not just the Dutian blood realm, but also hatred and misunderstanding. Hearing Yunxing's words, the few young clan leaders fell silent. When they arrived at the Chinese city, they found that the local residents got along well with each other. To put it bluntly, these cities were originally the poorest cities in their tribal countries. That was why they were seated. However, with the combined efforts of the humans, beasts, and half-beastmen, it had begun to take shape in just a few months. Unlike the first generation of beasts who were forced to come to the Bakra Orcs, after thousands of years, the few young clan leaders' hatred for the human race had faded. The reason why they had been obsessed with attacking the boundless land was more because of the teachings of their ancestors. The few young clan leaders were also very dissatisfied with the actions of the high priest and Dugu Xiao these days. In particular, they heard that in order to conquer the boundless land, the high priest and the rest even wanted to kill all the humans and magical beasts in the entire boundless land. As long as the beast race and the human race can live in harmony, the boundless land can also remove the Dutian blood seal and allow the two continents to communicate and live together. I am willing to swear on my Dharma soul. Xianxia saw that the few young clan leaders were wavering and did not hesitate to swear on her Dharma soul. Xianxia, even if we are willing to agree, you have seen the current situation. Our loved ones are all in the hands of the high priest and Duga Xiao. If we take any action, it might endanger their lives. It is not convenient for us to work with you directly, Green said. Rita and Purple nodded at the side. If that is the case, I hope that you can use the manpower in your hands to help me capture some people from the Black Qilan tribe. I promise that I will not harm their lives. For safety reasons, Yunxing and Yi Baiming only had baby with them to the Eight Desolates mainland. It was still very difficult to capture a certain number of people from the Black Qilan tribe with just the three of them. Therefore, she only wanted Green and the rest to seek help. Green glanced at Purple and Rita. Think about it first. Give me an answer before the evening. Yunxing did not force them. She and Yi Baiming left the room. Only Green, Purple, and Rita were left in the room. Green, I don't believe that woman. Purple snorted. He still did not trust the human race. I feel that Yunxing is a trustworthy person. Rita suddenly spoke. Her words surprised Purple. In his impression, Rita would always agree with whatever he said as long as he was around. This time, Purple was a proud person. Rita's abnormal behavior made him a little unhappy. Purple, this is not the time to act on impulse. Regardless of whether Yunxing was telling the truth or not, there was one thing that was true about what she had just said. The Bakra orcs are no longer the Bakra orcs of the past. Do you think that the High Priest and the rest would spare the other major races after killing countless people in the boundless mainland? Green was the youngest among the three of them. However, he was also the one who saw the most clearly. Previously, he chose to protect Yunxing because he liked Yunxing. However, this time, he was doing it for Yunxing. He was doing it for the benefit of his own race. Perhaps you have not heard of it. When the Bakra orcs were still in the boundless mainland, the 8 major races were in constant conflict. It was because of the rise and resistance of the human race that the Bakra orcs were expelled from the boundless mainland. That was why the Bakra orcs were united today. However, all of this will definitely fall apart because of the dominance of the Beast God Altar and the Black Qilan tribe. When Green thought of his old grandfather, who was still not imprisoned in the Dark Beast God Altar, a wave of anger surged in his heart. Green, are you saying that you want to help Yunxing and become enemies with the Beast God Altar? Purple was also shocked by Green's words. It's not about becoming enemies with the Beast God Altar. We have to save ourselves. We only need to do this secretly. If Yunxing and the rest succeed, the Beast God Altar's plan will be thwarted. They will need more time to counterattack the boundless mainland. We can make use of this opportunity to rescue the chief and the rest. However, if they fail, it won't be much of a loss for us. After Green's analysis, Purple and Rita felt that what he said made sense. If that's the case, let's do it. However, we have to be extremely careful. The few young chiefs immediately decided to help capture some people from the Black Qilan tribe. With the cooperation of the 4 beast tribes, Yunxing and Yi Baiming were able to capture the Black Qilan tribe members in the 8 wastelands more smoothly. For the sake of concealment, Yunxing, Yi Baiming, and Bo Bo worked separately. Every time they captured 10 Black Qilan tribe members, Yi Baiming would hand them over to Bo Bo before sending them back to the boundless land. There are about 1,000 people. After the experiment, we can extract their blood according to your request and make enough antidotes. Little Wildcat, isn't everything going smoothly? Why are you still frowning? Yi Baiming had just handed a batch of people over to Bo Bo when he saw that Yunxing was still frowning. The wild kittens he knew could be cunning or crazy, but the one in front of him was not the one who frowned every day and had a bitter face like a little old woman. Night Fox, even if I found the antidote, it would only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. The boundless land is too vast. As long as the blood fog poison doesn't disappear, there will be people infected. Yunxing was worried about this point. This newly developed antidote was similar to the modern scientific definition of cowpox. It could indeed treat and prevent the spread of the blood fog poison. However, due to the special antidote extracted from the Black Chelan tribe members, its medicinal properties were still very strong. Usually, newborns and especially weak women and children couldn't use it. In other words, in order to cure the blood fog poison, they had to find the root cause of the blood fog poison. It was a pity that she had been in the 8 wastelands for so long without any clues. Yunxing, you have already done your best. Don't blame yourself too much. Now, we have to stabilize the situation in the boundless land. Then, I will accompany you to find a way to get rid of the blood fog. Yi Baiming consoled her. Yunxing forced a smile. At this moment, a member of the 9 Phoenix tribe walked in. Miss Yunxing, we have discovered 2 groups of Black Chelan tribe caravans. They are quite strong and we are lacking in manpower. Since that's the case, Night Fox, we will split up. Yunxing didn't suspect anything. In order to not expose the identities of the beast tribes, the young tribe leaders didn't show up for this secret cooperation. If they encountered stronger Black Chelan tribe members, Yunxing and Yi Baiming would have to take action personally. After separating from Yi Baiming, Yunxing and a few members of 9 Phoenix tribe hid in an ambush on an open area. The sky gradually darkened. This area was a rocky mound, and the line of sight was still quite wide. After waiting for more than an hour, a group of carriages appeared in front of them. In front of the carriages, the flag of the Black Chelan tribal country was flying. Go. After confirming his identity, Yunxing waved his hand and rushed out with a few people from the 9 Yuan tribe. There were about 7 or 8 people in the convoy, led by a man wearing a bamboo hat. Yunxing landed on the ground and felt that something was wrong. Yunxing, I didn't expect you to come to 8 desolations alone. The man's deep voice startled Yunxing. He took off his hat and revealed his face. Du Guxiao? Why are you here? Yunxing was shocked. I knew you were here, so of course I came. We should have a good chat. Du Guxiao stared at Yunxing. Even in the dark night, this little woman was like a bright pearl. She was so bright that people couldn't take their eyes off her. Looking around, a few members of the 9 Phoenix tribe had already retreated behind Du Guxiao. One of them was the 9 Phoenix tribe member who had informed her earlier. That tribe member removed her disguise. She was Yaoji from the 9 Phoenix tribe who had a conflict with Yunxing earlier. She was fooled. Behind her, the members of the Black Chelan tribe and the 9 Phoenix tribe had already surrounded her. Yaoji, why did you collude with Du Guxiao? Yunxing believed that Green wouldn't betray her. It seemed that Yaoji had informed Du Guxiao. You're asking me why? You're such a vixen. It's not enough for you to hook up with the young chief. You also want to implicate the entire 9 Phoenix tribe? The young chief was bewitched by you. I won't be fooled. Chief Dugu, I've already handed her over to you. Why don't you kill her? Yaoji gnashed her teeth. These days, in order to help this woman, the young chief had captured many members of the Black Chelan tribe. Yaoji was very anxious when she knew about it. She thought that it was all because of this woman in front of her. As long as she got rid of her secretly, the young chief would forget her sooner or later. Haha, you're right. She's already in my hands. It's useless to keep you alive. Guards, the 9 Phoenix tribe has colluded with the enemy. Kill all of them. Du Guxiao said coldly. Du Guxiao didn't plan to let other people know that Yunxing was in the 8 wastelands. Especially the high priest. What? You promised me that as long as I lure Yunxing here, you'll let go of the 9 Phoenix tribe and the old chief. Yaoji was terrified. Unfortunately, she would never get Du Guxiao's answer. Several warriors of the Black Chelan tribe rushed up like hungry wolves. The members of the 9 Phoenix tribe were quickly killed. On the empty plain, there was a suffocating smell of blood. Stupid. You're actually negotiating with an inhumane killer. Yunxing watched coldly as Yaoji and the others were killed. She had no sympathy for them. Traitors were not worthy of sympathy. Killer? It turns out that I'm such a person in your mind. Why don't you run? The Yunxing I know is not a person who will compromise easily. Du Guxiu walked to Yunxing. I don't think that you'll give me the chance. Yunxing subconsciously took a few steps back. She didn't run because she knew that Du Guxiu had absolute confidence in capturing her. After merging with the ancient Qilin King's heart and the Qilin King's relic, Du Guxiu looked even taller. Yunxing had just retreated a few steps when she felt an indescribable pressure coming from all over her body. Her footsteps suddenly froze, and she was unable to retreat any further. Not only that, she also felt an invisible pressure that forced her to get closer to Du Guxiu. This is... Yunxing frowned. Such a strong pressure. This pressure even surpassed the pressure that Yunxing felt when she faced the Phantasm Ghost King. The situation was worse than she had imagined. Could it be that Du Guxiu had become so strong? Do you feel it? The power of the Qilin realm? Du Guxiu was only a step away from Yunxing. Looking at Yunxing's stiff expression, he suddenly laughed out loud. His unbridled laughter echoed in the empty plain. The power of the realm, Yunxing's heart shook when she heard this. The reason why the Phantasm Ghost King was able to stand on equal footing with Ming Ri in the underworld and enjoy godlike treatment was because he had comprehended a special ability called the realm. The so-called realm was when he used his battle chi to the extreme and formed a protective layer around him that was difficult to break through. As long as he was within the protection of the realm, no magic, battle skills, or even sovereign god-level divine skills could harm him. It could be said that under the protection of the realm, Du Guxiu was invincible. Yunxing's body stiffened as she felt the evil aura emanating from Du Guxiu, who was close by. The black Qilin warriors not far away acted as if they didn't hear anything. Du Guxiu's realm had reached the point where he could freely control it. As long as he wanted to, he could do anything to anyone within the range of his realm. He could even crush them instantly. Yunxing's expression changed. Speaking of which, I have to thank you Baiming for all of this. This power originally belonged to him. He was the one who gave up this power. Yunxing, have you ever regretted choosing him and not me back then? Du Guxiu enjoyed the benefits of this powerful power. Not everyone is like you, addicted to power and power. In my eyes, even if you become a god, you still can't compare to Night Fox. Before Yunxing could finish speaking, Du Guxiu's gaze sharpened and he grabbed Yunxing's neck. Her delicate skin was like a soldering iron, burning Du Guxiu's skin. He glared at Yunxing furiously. This damned woman always had the ability to enrage him in the shortest amount of time. Yunxing, don't think that I'm still the Du Guxiu from back then. I won't let you look down on me again and again. Don't think that just because I like you, you can trample on me as you wish. I've already tolerated you countless times. Du Guxiu's anger dyed his eyes red. You can try. I promise that when you do, I won't even make a sound. Yunxing's neck had already turned red from Du Guxiu's grip. She could feel that the air entering her lungs was getting lesser and lesser. Du Guxiu was so angry that his nostrils flared. He clenched his 5 fingers one by one. As long as he used a bit more strength, he could kill this woman who was always going against him. Do you know what the boundless continent has become? Later Qin is now a land of death, Yunxing said intermittently. Shut up. Du Guxiu angrily threw Yunxing to the ground. Cough cough. You don't allow me to say it. Du Guxiu, you should stop. Half of your blood is from the human race. You were once the emperor of Later Qin. Although you were an iron-blooded emperor, you did your best for the people of Later Qin. Think about the great rivers and mountains of the Later Qin, and the tens of thousands of people. Are you willing to see everything you've done in the past be destroyed in a single day? Yunxing's words made Du Guxiu's heart feel like it was being pierced by needles. Later Qin. His motherland. Although he had been in the 8 Desolates mainland for many years, everything that had happened in Later Qin seemed to have happened yesterday. In those years, he was still the iron-blooded crown prince of Later Qin. His father was still alive, and his mother was still so kind. All of this was still vivid in his mind. When he saw the 8 blood stars explode and the people of the boundless continent fall into madness, Du Guxiu's heart throbbed a little. That used to be his motherland. Du Guxiu, I know you care about it too. Do you know how to make the blood fog disappear? Yunxing's words cut off Du Guxiu's memories abruptly. He took a few steps forward and stared at Yunxing. There were still 2 purplish finger marks on her neck. These were all caused by him. After fusing with the Black Qilin King's heart and the Saraira, he had become even more violent and bloodthirsty. Just now, there was a moment when he really wanted to kill Yunxing. If this continued, would he become someone who could not even recognize himself? Yunxing, don't bother about the boundless continent and the 8 desolates mainland. Leave with me, okay? Du Guxiu said in a low voice. He raised his hand and wanted to touch Yunxing's face. Yunxing wanted to reject him, but she noticed the look in Du Guxiu's eyes. Du Guxiu's eyes were very complicated. There was pleading and sorrow. Yunxing's face was reflected in his eyes. At that moment, he was like a patient who had placed all his hopes on Yunxing. As long as she nodded, he was willing to let go of everything. As long as she nodded. Yunxing's heart skipped a beat. She acted out of character and did not immediately break free from Du Guxiu's hand. In her body, the power of the celestial fox Saraira slowly radiated out. When his calloused hand touched Yunxing's smooth skin, Du Guxiu's body could not help but tremble. Du Guxiu, look at me. Did you just say that you are willing to let go of everything with the Black Qilin tribe and return to the boundless continent with me? Unknowingly, Yunxing's eyes turned golden. However, Du Guxiu, who was intoxicated by Yunxing's rare obedience, did not realize this. He only saw that the woman in front of him did not reject him. There was a faint smile on her lips. At that moment, Yunxing was so beautiful that even the moon in the sky could not compare. At this moment, he only wished that time could stop. This way, he could look at her forever and be with her forever. I can return to the boundless continent with you. However, Yunxing, it is impossible for the blood fog to disappear. Unconsciously, Du Guxiu said the words in his heart. Impossible to disappear, Yunxing's heart sank. However, she still forced a smile on her face. You must have a way? Isn't it? Du Guxiu was silent. Du Guxiu? Yunxing was a little anxious. Call my name again. Call me softly like just now. There was a trace of indulgence in Du Guxiu's eyes. Du Guxiu, tell me. What is the method to get rid of the blood fog? Yunxing controlled her temper and asked again. The method to get rid of it? Give me a kiss, and I will tell you. Du Guxiu was like a child as he started to act shamelessly. Kiss. Kiss your head. Yunxing rolled her eyes in her heart. Du Guxiu, you can give it a try. Just as Yunxing was in a battle between heaven and earth, an icy cold voice descended from the sky. Yi Baiming appeared with a cold aura around him. Yi Baiming, you really did not appear at the right time. When he saw Yi Baiming, the confusion in Du Guxiu's eyes quickly dissipated. He snorted coldly and became the extremely cold Du Guxiu again. Du Guxiu had already guessed that after knowing that Yunxing might be ambushed, Yi Baiming would definitely appear. However, Yi Baiming chose the most inappropriate time to appear, which made Du Guxiu even more furious. The moment Yi Baiming appeared, he killed the few Black Qilin warriors. There were only 3 people on the hill. Du Guxiu, you didn't fall for the golden puppet eye? Yunxing looked at Du Guxiu, whose face was filled with killing intent, and exclaimed. Little wildcat, when did you become so stupid? He has the Black Qilin King's relic on him. Your celestial fox inheritance is useless against him. On the way, Yi Baiming felt that something was amiss. He immediately turned around to ask Green. Only then did he know that he and Yunxing had been fooled. When he arrived, he happened to see Yunxing and Du Guxiu being intimate. At that moment, he almost exploded. Yunxing almost vomited blood. Even Yi Baiming thought of this, but she didn't realize it. Indeed, with the Qilin King's heart and the Qilin King's relic, Du Guxiu's strength was comparable to Yi Xiu at his peak. With such a Yi Xiu, perhaps only the strongest celestial fox people's leader, Hu Yan, would be able to barely tie with him. And her current strength was not even comparable to Hu Yan. Haha, Yi Baiming, you are indeed my only opponent. I almost tricked her. However, you are wrong about one thing. The Celestial Fox tribe's illusion techniques are indeed very powerful. Just now, for a moment, I was really bewitched by her. Du Guxiu curled his lips. Yi Baiming was right. A celestial fox inheritance at the level of the golden puppet I was no longer useful to him. However, Yi Baiming and Yunxing did not expect it at all. Just now, if Yunxing had agreed to his request, Du Guxiu might have really let go of everything and left the 8 Desolates continent with her. Unfortunately, he knew that it was impossible. As for the reason, it was because of the man in front of him. As long as Yi Baiming was around, Yunxing would never accept him. Yunxing, are you curious why the celestial fox relic in your body is useless to me? Du Guxiu was no longer the same as before. When he touched Yunxing, he sensed that there was a celestial fox relic in Yunxing's body. Logically speaking, He Yao and Hu Yan were 8 Desolates experts of similar strength back then. Even if Du Guxiu had both the ancient Qilin heart and the Qilin king's relic, Yunxing, who had the celestial fox relic, should be able to put up a fight against him. However, the truth was that Yunxing was no match for Du Guxiu now. This was also what frustrated Yunxing the most. Because the celestial fox relic in your body is incomplete. Du Guxiu's words revealed the truth. Incomplete? How is that possible? I clearly obtained the celestial fox relic from the celestial fox tomb. Yunxing had actually suspected that she was an 8-tailed celestial fox. Back then, Hu Yan was also an 8-tailed celestial fox. With the combination of the strong and possessing the celestial fox relic, her strength should have broken through. However, ever since Yunxing broke through to the magic god realm, her cultivation had remained stagnant for a long time. So it was because her celestial fox relic was incomplete, so, you can't defeat me with just you. Just now, didn't you want to know how to make the blood fog disappear completely? I can tell you the answer to that. There is only one way to make the blood fog disappear, and that is to kill me. As Du Guxiu spoke, Yi Baiming had already stepped forward. Release her. Your opponent is me. From the moment Yi Baiming saw Du Guxiu, he knew that a battle between the two of them was unavoidable. Yi Baiming clenched his fists. Boundless battle aura gushed out from his knuckles. Du Guxiu also stepped forward. With every step he took, the black battle aura in his body became denser, and was emitted from his body. Battle auras gathered behind the two of them, forming 2 Qilins, one golden and one black. The 2 Qilins were glaring at each other covetously. They let out furious roars that resembled dragon roars and thunder. Suddenly, an ominous glint flashed in Du Guxiu's eyes. His left hand turned into a halberd. With a shake of the halberd, an earth-shattering battle aura slashed toward Yi Baiming. At this moment, Yi Baiming's figure flashed. The halberd of the divine battle god in his right hand turned into many shadows and stabbed toward Du Guxiu. In an instant, the shadows enveloped Du Guxiu's entire body. Clang! Clang, clang. The halberds of the divine battle god clashed. Metal and stone collided. The sky was filled with their battle auras and halberd shadows. Whoosh! At this moment, a cold smile appeared on Du Guxiu's face. The power of the world spread out from his body. Bang! The two of them separated upon contact. Yi Baiming felt that there was a repulsive force in Du Guxiu's body that knocked him away. The blood in his body roiled. The skin on his chest was torn apart, revealing his white bones. This is the strength of the ancient Qilin king? Yi Baiming was forced to take a few steps back. Both of them had a portion of the divine battle god's power. But at this moment, Du Guxiu had the upper hand. Is this all you've got? Then die. Du Guxiu laughed out loud. You want to defeat me? It's still too early. Yi Baiming smiled indifferently. So what if he was the ancient Qilin king? The life and death talisman in his body quickly took effect and healed his wounds. The two of them fought until the sky turned dark. In an instant, the sand and stones on the hill were flying. Neither of them gave way to the other. Red-furred monster, it's you again. Just as Yi Baiming was about to fight to the death with Du Guxiu, a popping sound appeared in the sky. When Popo heard that Yunxing had been ambushed, he immediately rushed over. But who knew that he would encounter such a scene? A heinous person like you should disappear from the human world forever. Today, I, the world god, will let you have a taste of being banished. Banished to the abyss for 100 years. Popo chanted. Guxiao felt the ground sink. His body was sucked into a bottomless abyss. Everything around him disappeared. Haha, Master, Qilin brat, you can rest assured now. This eyesore has been banished underground by me. He won't appear for 100 years. Popo clapped his hands and laughed. Popo, are you sure? Can 100,000 feet underground trap Guxiao? Yi Baiming was suspicious. Of course, I'm the world. Before Popo could finish his words. Just as Guxiao fell into the ground, a violent force suddenly erupted from the depths of the earth's crust. It was like a volcanic eruption or a mountain flood breaking through a dam. Boom boom boom. Guxiao broke out from the earth's crust. Not good. Master, Qilin brat, run. Only then did Popo know that Guxiao had come earlier than Qi. He was very powerful. Even her banished to the abyss was not his match. Of the 36 stratagems, escape was the best. Popo grabbed Xianxia and Yi Baiming and escaped. Damn it. What the hell is she? Guxiao had never met an opponent like Bobo since his rebirth. He didn't expect the pink-haired girl to have such a powerful skill. Humph, she's a world deity of the mortal world. After Guxiao broke out of the ground, he heard a sneer behind him. The High Priestess and Yusheng appeared behind him. World deity of the mortal world? So what? Her skill can trap me once, but it might not be able to trap me a second time. When Guxiao saw that Xianxia and Yi Baiming had disappeared, he was extremely annoyed. He ignored the High Priestess and Yusheng and left. High Priestess, what's going on? Didn't you say that he would become a Yixiao after fusing with the Qilin heart and Qilin relic? How does he look like a Yixiao? The fact that Guxiao had left the Black Qilin tribe without their permission made the High Priestess and Yusheng very angry, especially Yusheng. She had always thought that as long as Yixiao could be reborn, she would have a chance to gain his favor. However, Guxiao had only absorbed Yixiao's power and hadn't become a Yixiao. He was still indifferent to Yusheng. The High Priestess also realized that after Guxiao became stronger, he became more difficult to control than before. Especially when things involved that celestial fox bastard Xianxia, Guxiao would always act strangely. Tonight's incident was a good lesson. This won't do. That kid is getting harder and harder to control. If this continues, it might mess up our overall plan. The plan now is to revive Yixiao, who is sleeping in that kid's body. The High Priestess had an idea in her mind. What? Your Yixiao is still alive in that kid's body? Yusheng was surprised and happy. She loved Yixiao, the powerful and decisive Yixiao. It's simple. Use hatred to activate him. Don't forget, make him remember Hu Yan betraying Yixiao. As for whether it will succeed or not, it will all depend on the illusion of your celestial fox tribe. This should be your specialty. The High Priestess glanced at Yusheng. Yusheng hesitated for a moment and nodded. That scared me to death. I thought we were going to die in the 8 desolate continent. That red-haired monster is too scary. Ye's name. This was the first time she had met someone who could dispel her divine skill. Or he. Or. Although they had already captured enough people from the Black Qilin tribe, if the blood mist was truly like what Guxiao said and could only disappear after killing him, it meant that they would have to face Guxiao sooner or later. There was something else that Xianxia was more worried about. Guxiao had said that her celestial fox relic was incomplete. Where did the missing part of the celestial fox relic go? Xianxia's mind was in a mess. She didn't even know when Yi Baiming had sent Bobo away. Little wildcat, shouldn't you explain to me what happened just now? Hearing a sour voice, Xianxia shuddered. She looked at Yi Baiming and saw that he was looking at her with a dark expression. Xianxia suddenly remembered that in order to trick Guxiao, she seemed to have, Night Fox, don't misunderstand. I didn't do anything. Xianxia was embarrassed. Night Fox was jealous again. Oh? So you're saying that if I didn't appear, you would have kissed him? Yi Baiming narrowed his eyes dangerously. It's not like that. Night Fox, it's actually nothing to kiss him. When I was in my world, I would occasionally do mouth-to-mouth resuscitation in order to save people. Xianxia still wanted to argue. At this moment, Yunxing was full of confidence. Anyway, she had already told Night Fox about her past. Night Fox had also said that he wouldn't be calculative about her and Lu Minglang's past. Yunxing's original intention was to brainwash Yi Baiming and let him know that as the intimate lover of a medical staff, under certain circumstances, even if the patient was a toad, she would still kiss him. Mouth-to-mouth resuscitation? What's that? Yi Baiming's expression didn't change much. He looked like a humble student. It's mouth-to-mouth, like a patient. Yunxing said and realized that something was wrong. Why did Yi Baiming's expression look so ugly? Looking at Yi Baiming's handsome face that was getting uglier, Yunxing already knew that she had committed a big taboo. Night Fox, don't be angry. Okay, I was wrong this time. What will it take for you to forgive me? Yunxing tugged at Yi Baiming's sleeve pitifully. She looked like a kitten that had been abandoned by its owner. A certain part of Yi Baiming's heart softened, but his face still had a foul expression. It's good that you know your mistake. Then, I'll punish you by kissing me 100 times as compensation. With that, a cunning look flashed past Yi Baiming's eyes. Okay, 100 it is. Huh? Yunxing's eyes widened. What? 100 times? After more than an hour, Bobo bounced in. He discovered that Yi Baiming, who had a dark face earlier, was now beaming with joy. On the other hand, his master's cheeks were red and his lips seemed to be swollen. My dear master, do you have a fever? Why is your face so red? Bobo leaned forward with a face full of curiosity. No. Bobo, where are the people from the Qilin tribe? I'm going to start the experiment. Yunxing looked embarrassed. She found an excuse and slipped away. Next time, even if he died, he wouldn't dig his own grave and let that guy hit him when he was down. Qilin brat, you can't be bullying master, right? Why do I feel that master is strange? Bobo glanced at Yi Baiming. The more he looked, the more he felt that something was wrong. Bobo, you're still young. There are many things you don't understand. I was just trying to make your master happy. Yi Baiming took advantage of him and was in a good mood. What method is there to make someone happy? I also want to know that I can use it on Mingri next time. Every time he sees me, he looks like I owe him a pile of gold coins. Hearing that, Bobo immediately turned into a good student who was full of curiosity and looked at Yi Baiming expectantly. Hee, you really want to know? Alright, I'll reluctantly tell you. Yi Baiming whispered a few words into Bobo's ear. Really? As long as it's like this, Mingri will be happy. Alright, I'll try it next time. Hearing that, Bobo realized that the method to make Mingri happy was actually so simple. Her face was filled with joy. She made up her mind that the next time she met Mingri, she would definitely try it. Saintess, do you really plan to use Celestial Fox's illusion to revive Yi Xiao, who is sleeping in Duguxiu's body? It's too dangerous. The great Magus doctor was very worried when he learned that the Saintess was going to follow the High Priest's wishes and revive Yi Xiao. I love Yi Xiao, not Duguxiu. Besides, Duguxiu has always been infatuated with that B*TCH called Yunxing. Once Yi Xiao revives, he will definitely give the order to attack the Boundless Land, Yushang said firmly. Yushang had already made up her mind. That night, she and the High Priest made preparations in secret. They invited Duguxiu with the excuse of observing the situation in the Boundless Land. As soon as Duguxiu entered the main hall of the Beast God Altar, clouds of pink smoke suddenly spewed out from the main hall. High Priest, Yushang, how dare you plot against me? Duguxiu knew that something was amiss. He wanted to quickly leave the main hall, but the pink smoke blurred his surroundings. The smoke gradually condensed into an image. A woman appeared in the image. Yunxing? Duguxiu's heart twitched when he saw the woman. The woman in the image was dressed in a holy sorcerer's robe. Her eyes were melancholic and sorrowful. No, you are not Yunxing. Yunxing would definitely not have such eyes. The Yunxing that Duguxiu knew had a pair of sparkling eyes that were as bright as the stars even in desperate situations. However, the woman in the image was very similar to Yunxing. The two of them looked very similar. Hu Yan. Another person appeared in the image. It was a black-haired man. He was tall and had a pair of eyes that were as deep as the sky. He was originally an extremely cold man, but the moment he saw the woman, the iceberg in his eyes melted instantly. It was an expression that only a man would have when he saw the woman he loved. When he saw the man, Du Guxiu's heart trembled again. This familiar feeling, Hu Yan, the first celestial fox people's chief. The black-haired man's silhouette was almost identical to Yi Baiming. However, the man had ankle-length hair and looked wilder. He was Yi Xiu, the first Black Qilan patriarch, Yi Xiu. Yi Xiu, do you really want to fight to the death with the humans? Hu Yan turned around and looked at the handsome man in front of her. Of course, the humans have killed countless of my people. This time I will slaughter them all. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Yi Xiu hugged Hu Yan. There was a hint of hesitation in Hu Yan's eyes. Yi Xiu, have you never thought of living in peace with the humans? Hu Yan, you're spouting nonsense again. How can humans and beasts live in harmony? We beasts are the noblest, while humans are lowly and filthy. Yi Xiu's tone was a little unhappy. This was not the first time Hu Yan had mentioned this to him. A woman was a woman after all. Even someone as powerful as Hu Yan could not help but be soft-hearted. Don't say any more. I've made up my mind. If you don't want to kill those humans, stay in the camp and wait for me to return with the other beast patriarchs. By then, I'll be the Wuji king, and you'll be the noblest woman by my side. Yi Xiu gently planted a kiss on Hu Yan's forehead before reluctantly letting her go. Looking at Yi Xiu's tall figure disappear into the vast night, Hu Yan also sighed. Her figure flashed as she rushed in the opposite direction of Yi Xiu. When she arrived at the humans' camp, a human ruler appeared in front of her. You? When the human powerhouse saw Hu Yan, there was a hint of admiration and doubt in his eyes. This is the refining method for the 8 Desolation Divine Tool. Collect the materials on it. You need to refine the 8 Desolation Divine Tool within half a month. Hu Yan took out a sketch and handed it to the human powerhouse. What? Du Guxiu's body could not help but lean forward. A sketch of the 8 Desolation Divine Tool. He did not expect that the 8 Desolation Divine Tool in the hands of the humans was actually created by Hu Yan. Why are you helping us? The human ruler took the sketch. He did not understand why Hu Yan would help them. The Bakra orc's attack was too fierce. The humans were already an arrow at the end of its flight and could be killed at any time. I'm not helping you. I'm helping myself. Hu Yan's voice sounded unusually hollow under the vast starry sky. Du Guxiu suddenly clutched his chest. He felt that his heart was beating violently. It was not his heart, but the heart of the Black Qilan King Ye Xiu. His heart hurt as if it was being torn apart. It was heartbreaking. That was the woman that Ye Xiu loved the most, the woman that he was willing to use his life to protect. She actually betrayed the Bakra orcs and helped the humans expel the Bakra orcs from the boundless continent. Why? Why did she do that? The Black Qilan King relic in Du Guxiu's body screamed crazily. No. Black Qilan Qi spewed out from Du Guxiu's body. Ye Xiu, who was lurking in Du Guxiu's body, finally awakened. His red hair had turned black. Du Guxiu's hair had grown a lot longer. In his eyes, hatred had devoured everything. The fog in the main hall dispersed. The high priest and Yusheng looked at the man who was standing stiffly with trembling faces. When he slowly turned around, the high priestess and Yusheng were both shocked by the unique aura of a night cultivator. Patriarch. Is it you? You're finally alive. I've waited for so many years, and you're finally here. My honorable patriarch, the only patriarch. The high priest's tears flowed down. He fell to the ground recklessly and kissed Ye Xiu's feet. Ye Xiu, is it really you? Do you still recognize me? I'm Yusheng. I'm Hu Yusheng. Yusheng's face was full of admiration. She stared at Ye Xiu. From his eyes, to the bridge of his nose, and the world-destroying aura around him, he really was Ye Xiu. Yusheng, Hu Yusheng? Ye Xiu hesitated and looked at Hu Yusheng. Yes, it's me. I saw the illusion just now when I secretly followed Hu Yan. That be *tch Hu Yan secretly hooked up with a human emperor. She even secretly drew the blueprint of the 8 Desolation artifact and gave it to the humans. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't have lost. Yu Shang continued to speak ill of Hu Yan. She had told Yeshao about this back then, but Yeshao was stubborn. He even went to the Dutian Blood Realm in the midst of the chaotic battle to find Hu Yan. It was also there that Yeshao was besieged by 8 human powerhouses with the 8 Desolation artifact and died in battle. Yes, I remember. I remember everything. I have to thank you for helping me come back to life. Yeshao took a deep breath and looked at Yu Shang. A strange cold light flashed in his eyes. Yi Xiao, what's wrong with you? Hu Yushang felt that something was amiss. Yi Xiao's appearance looked very crazy. There was no excitement in his eyes when he looked at her. There was only contempt and indifference. Hu Yushang shuddered. She had an impulse to run, to get out of the sight of this terrifying man. However, it was too late when she realized this. Yi Xiaoming opened his hand. On his left arm, black scales grew densely. His eyes were filled with cold-killing intent. Hu Yan is a slut. You are a slut among sluts. Since she's dead, you should die with her. You can't do this to me. The one who let you down is Hu Yan. Yi Xiao, I've loved you for so many years. You can't do this. You will get retribution. Hu Yushang struggled frantically. However, how could she break free from Yi Xiao, who already possessed realm power? Boom. Yi Xiao's palm energy pierced through Hu Yushang's head. Hu Yushang's head exploded. The high priest who was prostrating on the ground felt a chill run down his spine. Yi Xiao. After learning of Hu Yan's betrayal, Yi Xiao developed a hysterical hatred for the Celestial Fox tribe, for women, and even for the entire continent. This hatred transformed into a terrifying destructive power. Shadow, tell me what happened on the continent in the thousands of years that I wasn't around. After killing Yu Shang, Yi Xiao calmly wiped away the blood on his hand. Yes, Patriarch. Ever since we... The high priest gave a brief account of what had happened. So, that Celestial Fox bastard stole more than 1,000 people from my Black Qilin tribe right under your noses? Shadow, is this what you've learned after following me for so many years? Yi Xiao's voice was filled with displeasure, and he raised his voice a little. Patriarch, this subordinate is useless. Patriarch, please tell us what we should do next. Yi Xiao's shocking pressure made the high priest not even dare to breathe loudly. However, at the same time, there was a joy that bordered on ecstasy in his heart. That's right, this was the Patriarch. The Patriarch he respected and followed. Compared to the chieftain who was bewitched by the fox smoke, Yi Xiao was the most perfect chieftain of the Black Qilin tribe. Go and capture those young clan leaders who colluded with the enemy, as well as all the people of the 7 major beast clans. Yi Xiao's words stunned the high priest. Capturing those few young clan leaders was pardonable, but what about the other beasts? There were so many beasts, how could they all be captured in such a short time? You still don't understand? Capture them and tell those people from the boundless continent that if they don't hand over the Black Qilin tribe one by one, I'll slaughter a beast race city every other day. Of course, I'll start with the Chinese. Yi Xiao's eyes were filled with killing intent. Clan leader, if we do this, won't the other beast clans be displeased? A Black Qilin warrior in exchange for the lives of a city's citizens, even the high priest felt that this method was too cruel. So what if they are dissatisfied? If it wasn't for me, they would have died in the boundless continent. It's time for them to do something. If those beasts don't obey, the Black Qilin tribe will be enough from now on. Yi Xiao waved his hand, and the high priest could only bow and retreat. After Yi Xiao's resurrection and regained control of the beast god altar, he ordered the capture of the young clan leaders of the 3 major beast clans and imprisoned all the people of the major beast clans. This set off a bloodbath in the 8 wilderness mainland. After hearing the news, Green, Z, Rita, and the rest left the city under the escort of their subordinates. Green, I've already said that we shouldn't have cooperated with that woman. She escaped back to the boundless continent, and all of us and countless people are going to suffer. Z was filled with regret when she thought of the tens of millions of people being massacred under the D clan. Z, you still don't understand. It's only a matter of time before Yi Xiao is resurrected. Just like what Yunxing said, the Black Qilan tribe is arrogant. It's only a matter of time before they annihilate the other beast clans. Green was more worried about the 9 Phoenix clan leader who was restrained by Yi Xiu. Yi Xiu couldn't capture them for the time being, so he would definitely target the clan leaders first. Both of you, stop arguing. The only thing we can do now is to tell Yunxing about the situation in the 8 Wilderness mainland. Rita's heart was burning with anger. What's the use of telling her? If she could defeat Yi Xiu, she wouldn't have run away. Z was annoyed. Have you forgotten that Yunxing is the successor of the Celestial Fox? She has the Celestial Fox's relic in her body. If there was anyone in the 8 Wilderness mainland who could go against Yi Xiu, it would be the Celestial Fox people, Long Huyan. The Celestial Fox people back then looked the same as Yunxing now. They both had 8 tails. As long as Yunxing can perfectly merge with the Celestial Fox's relic, she can go against Yi Xiu. Rita and Yunxing had crossed paths a few times. She firmly believed that only Yunxing alone could resolve the current crisis. We must find the Chinese as soon as possible and see if we can contact Yunxing through Lu Yunchuang and the others. Rita's words calmed Green and Z down for the time being. The 3 of them decided to inform Yunxing and the others about Yi Xiu's resurrection first. In Grand Imperial City, Yunxing had just learned about this from Popo. To facilitate communication, Popo had left a special World God Voice transmission magic array with Lu Yunchuang so that she could find out about the situation in the 8 Wilderness mainland from Lu Yunchuang. I didn't expect Yi Xiu to really be resurrected. When Yunxing heard this news, her heart could not help but sink a little. Yi Xiu was much more difficult to deal with than Dugu Xiu. Judging from the previous situation, Dugu Xiu at least still had some feelings for the Wuji continent, but Yi Xiu was different. The resurrected Yi Xiu's hatred for the human race was almost insane. Master, what should we do? They still don't know that the Celestial Fox Saraira in your body is incomplete. We can't even defeat Dugu Xiu, let alone Yi Xiu. Popo recalled the last time she fought with Dugu Xiu and felt a little scared. I don't know what to do either. Popo, the only thing we can do now is to stop Yi Xiu from killing innocent people in the city. Let's first hand over some of the people from the Black Qilan tribe. After Yunxing weighed the pros and cons, this was the only way. Master, what about the people on the mainland who have been poisoned by the blood fog? Popo was puzzled. Don't worry, we'll hand them over batch by batch. As long as Yi Xiu doesn't kill anyone for the time being, I'll think of a way to test out more vaccines among the remaining people as soon as possible. Although she said that, Yunxing knew very well that her method was actually just a stopgap measure. She had to give it a try. Yi Xiu's sudden resurrection caused the pressure on Yunxing's shoulders to increase. She also understood that the 9 Yuan tribe, the D clan, and the Behemoth tribe were targeted by Yi Xiu because they were on good terms with her. Little wildcat, you don't have to force yourself too much. If it really comes to a point where we have no choice, we can try to break through the path of the gods. Yi Baiming also saw that Yunxing had been depressed these few days. Her face had become much smaller, and his heart ached. Night Fox, I'm fine. After I test out the first batch of vaccines, if it really doesn't work, we'll make a trip to the Grand Emperor City. Yunxing could only do this at the moment. Although she didn't know if the path of the gods in the Grand Emperor's tomb really existed, it seemed that the only way to defeat Yi Xiu was to fight for the path of the gods. Regardless of whether they succeeded or not, even if they couldn't break through the path of the gods, it would still allow their strength to break through. No matter what you want to do, I'll accompany you. You haven't rested for a few days. If you don't rest tonight, I'll accompany you to sleep. Yi Baiming teased. Yunxing also felt dizzy. Under Yi Baiming's gaze, she could only sleep first. Perhaps it was because she hadn't rested for too long, but when she just fell asleep, Yunxing's mind was still groggy. After an unknown period of time, she finally fell asleep. In the dream, Yunxing vaguely saw a figure. That figure was very familiar. She could vaguely see that it was a woman. The woman walked further and further away. Wait, who are you? Yunxing tried her best to chase after her as she shouted loudly. All of a sudden, the figure turned around and turned into a statue made of smoke. That celestial fox statue looked like the fox smoke statue in the celestial fox temple, but at the same time, she also felt that it was very similar to the statue in the celestial fox tomb. Senior Fox Smoke. Are you Senior Hu Yan? Are you trying to tell me something through the dream? Yunxing raised her head and looked at the celestial fox statue. However, no matter how much she asked, the celestial fox statue remained motionless. Just as Yunxing was about to give up, a bolt of lightning struck the celestial fox statue. The original celestial fox statue revealed the celestial fox Saraira inside. The Saraira was immediately split into four. Yunxing sat up abruptly. She wiped the cold sweat off her forehead. Yunxing, what's wrong? Yi Biming heard the commotion and rushed in. Seeing Yunxing in a daze, he hurried forward and hugged Yunxing. The woman in his arms had an ice-cold body and appeared unusually petite. It's nothing, Night Fox. I seem to have comprehended a new celestial fox legacy, foresight. It was only when Yunxing woke up that she suddenly realized that she had unknowingly comprehended the 8th celestial fox legacy that Madame Rulin had imparted to her, foresight. Did the celestial fox legacy give you a nightmare? Yi Biming looked at Yunxing worriedly. That shouldn't be a dream. In my dream, I saw the celestial fox Saraira in the celestial fox statue being split into four. Night Fox. If Yi Xiao could use a portion of his Saraira power to form the Holy Infant back then, could Hu Yan also use her own celestial fox Saraira to form the Holy Infant? Would there be a portion of the celestial fox Saraira power left in the Holy Infant's body? Yunxing had been thinking about the celestial fox Saraira in the past few days, apart from developing the vaccine. She was probably dreaming of what she thought of during the day. That was why she had forcefully triggered the foresight. It's not impossible. But Yunxing, even if that's the case, the world is so big and so many years have passed. Where can you find Hu Yan's Holy Infant in such a short time? Yi Biming knew that Yunxing was anxious, but the boundless world was in such a state. How could she find it in such a short time? No, actually, it's not hard to find. Have you forgotten that the Holy Infant is different from ordinary people? It doesn't need to be naturally conceived to be born. Empress Li was the best example when she was pregnant with you. Hu Yan and Yi Xiao were the same. They both died in the Dutian blood realm. It's also very difficult for ordinary people to trigger the power of the celestial fox Saraira. The so-called celestial fox Holy Infant must be born in the Dutian blood realm. The Holy Infant must also be of celestial fox blood. Yunxing suddenly had a thought when she said this. Something flashed across Yi Biming's eyes. You mean? Yunxing and Yi Biming said in unison. Madame Rulin. Mother. Both of them blurted out and were shocked by each other's words at the same time. Madame Rulin and your mother were both born from the beast blood cloud in the Dutian blood realm. Both of them are very similar to Hu Yan. According to your analysis, both of them could be holy infants formed from Hu Yan's celestial fox Saraira. It's just that we don't know which of them has the celestial fox Saraira in their bodies. After making a bold guess, Yunxing and Yi Biming immediately decided that Yi Biming would go to Skywing City and bring the two of them over. A few hours later, the confused Hu Jiuxing and Hu Rulin were brought to Grand Emperor City. Sheng'er, why have you lost so much weight? Yi Biming, how are you taking care of my daughter? Hu Jiuxing hadn't seen Yunxing for a long time. As a mother, her heart ached when she saw that her daughter had become much more haggard. Before handing Yunxing over to Yi Biming, Hu Jiuxing had repeatedly warned her. Seeing her daughter in such a state, Hu Jiuxing couldn't help but pull a long face. Sister, don't blame Biming. You know Yunxing's character. If she were to fight with her life on the line, even 10 Yi Biming wouldn't be able to stop her. Hu Rulin hurriedly came forward to help her out. After leaving the 8 Desolates mainland, Hu Rulin rushed to Taiyuan Mountain to meet up with Hu Jiuxing. The two sisters, who had never seen each other since they were born, instantly felt like old friends when they saw each other. That night, Hu Jiuxing directly kicked Yun Songhai out of the room and chatted with Hu Rulin through the night. As the two chatted, they realized that even though they had been separated for more than 30 years, their hobbies and habits were exactly the same. Everyone in the Yun family quickly accepted Hu Rulin. Hu Rulin also had a smile on her face. Compared to when she was in the 8 Desolates mainland, she was like a different person. Mother, second aunt is right. Night Fox isn't wrong. Yunxing hurriedly went forward to coax her mother. Humph, you little girl. As the saying goes, a married daughter is like spilled water. Now, you only know how to protect your man. Hu Jiuxing scolded jokingly. Mother, don't scold me. I'm here this time because I have something important to discuss with you. Yunxing couldn't outtalk her mother. She hurriedly changed the topic and roughly told Hu Jiuxing and Hu Rulan about the dream she had last night. Unexpectedly, Hu Rulan and Hu Jiuxing revealed strange expressions after hearing Yunxing's description. Xing did you also have the same dream? Hu Jiuxing and Hu Rulan looked at each other in dismay. It turned out that ever since the two of them met, they would have the same dream every few nights. The two of them did not pay much attention to it. After all, the two of them were originally hatched from the same beast blood cloud. It was normal for their thoughts and dreams to be similar. However, if even their daughter, Yunxing, had the same dream, then it was unusual. Mother, this dream is not an ordinary dream. I only had this dream after I learned the celestial fox inheritance. When Yunxing saw that both of them had the same dream, she was even more certain of her earlier conjecture. She linked the incomplete celestial fox Saraira in her body with the celestial fox Saraira in her dream, which was split into 4 parts in the celestial fox statue. Xing are you saying that there is a celestial fox Saraira in both of our bodies? But all these years, we haven't felt anything at all. Hu Jiuxing and Hu Rulan were still in disbelief. Whether there is or not, we'll know once we give it a try. Yunxing was already prepared. She led her mother and Madame Rulan into the room together. Mother, I'll start using the celestial fox inheritance to predict dreams now. If there really is a celestial fox Saraira in both of your bodies, there should be some reaction. Yunxing's celestial fox power slowly flowed in the room. Soon, the entire room fell into a dream. In the dream, the scene that Yunxing saw earlier appeared once again. At this moment, the celestial fox Saraira in Yunxing's body emitted a gentle light. Following the appearance of the celestial fox Saraira, Hu Jiuxing and Madame Rulan's bodies emitted the same gentle light. A ball of light emerged from each of their bodies. The 2 balls of light were like children who had found their mother and quickly gathered towards the celestial fox Saraira in Yunxing's body. The 3 celestial fox Sarairas merged completely. When the 3 celestial fox Sarairas were completely merged, Yunxing felt that the magic power in her body was like a stream after the rain. It suddenly became much more abundant and became an extremely wide river. So there really is a part of the celestial fox Saraira in our bodies. Hu Jiuxing and Rulan Fu were both deeply moved after they woke up. For so many years, the two of them never knew that a part of the celestial fox people's power of the celestial fox Saraira was actually in their bodies. Xing's dream's prophecy. The celestial fox Saraira in our bodies is out, but where is the 4th part of the power of the celestial fox Saraira? A mere 3/4 of the power of the Saraira is still not enough to defeat Yi Xiu after his rebirth. Madame Rulan had also learned about the recent events in the 8 Wastelands mainland from Yunxing. After learning about the death of the celestial fox people's Long Hu Xianxia, Madame Hu Rulan's eyes darkened, but she felt relieved in her heart. Before coming to the boundless mainland, Hu Rulan had thought that the way she and Hu Qianqiu got along as husband and wife for so many years was correct. However, it was only when she saw the way her sister, Hu Jiuxing, and Yun Songhai got along as husband and wife that she realized that Hu Qianqiu had never loved her from start to end. Now, she had completely given up on Hu Qianqiu. However, Yi Xiu had disregarded the friendship of the Bakra orcs and threatened Yunxing and the others with the lives of the various beast clans. This made Madame Rulan very worried. Don't tell me there's a 3rd celestial fox holy infant in the boundless mainland? Hu Jiuxing questioned. That's not very likely. The beast blood cloud that gave birth to us was split into 2. We both have some impression of this. Madame Rulan shook her head. Mother, second aunt, you don't have to worry about this anymore. Yi Xiu and I have already decided to enter the Grand Emperor's ancient tomb and explore the path of the gods. After obtaining 2/4 of the celestial fox Saraira, Yunxing also felt that her strength had increased significantly, but she was still a distance away from defeating Yi Xiu. Not long after Yunxing sent off Hu Jiuxing and Hu Rulan, a piece of bad news came. What? You said the 9 Phoenix clan leader was killed? The first person to be killed by Yi Xiu was the 9 Phoenix clan leader, who had a very high reputation among the Bakra orcs. Yi Xiu wanted to slaughter the members of the various beast clans. When the 9 Phoenix clan leader, who was imprisoned in the beast god altar, found out, he cursed Yi Xiu, and Yi Xiu killed him. Now, the entire 9 Phoenix clan is in turmoil. As the young clan leader, Lu's whereabouts are also unknown. After Lu Yunshuang brought this news, Yunxing was also saddened. Yi Xiu had done it in the end. She had some friendship with the 9 Phoenix clan leader. That old man had taken care of her on many occasions. If this continues, the other beast clans will also be killed sooner or later. Lu Yunshuang and the others were also struggling to hold on. Looks like there's only one way left. Yunxing looked at Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming also looked at her. Both of them knew that they had to make a trip to the Grand Emperor's tomb and find a way to open the path of the gods. After learning that Yunxing and Yi Baiming were going to work together to enter the Grand Emperor's tomb, Yuan Bupo took out the White Tiger Emperor's jade. Yunxing, this Emperor's jade should have been given to you a long time ago. It's just that back then, my father was wary of the Grand Emperor's clan's mission and was unwilling to let the Emperor's jade fall into the hands of outsiders. After experiencing the upheaval in Grand Emperor City, Yuan Bupo had matured a lot. In his eyes, there was only relief and indifference. Once, he wondered if he would be the one to accompany Yunxing into the Emperor's tomb. He had also dreamed countless times that he and Yunxing, one playing the flute and the other playing the guqin, became the first immortal couple in the history of Grand Emperor City to obtain the 9th chapter of the Grand Emperor's Jade. Then, all of those became empty words. The one who would accompany Yunxing into the Emperor's tomb was someone else. Yuan Bupo's heart was filled with regret. However, he also understood that Yi Baiming was the most suitable man to accompany Yunxing into the Grand Emperor City. Thank you, Yuan Bupo. I don't know when I will be back. I have developed the first batch of vaccine. I have already asked Ji Rumo to contact Great Si Ming and the others to send the vaccine to the underworld as soon as possible. Yunxing received the White Tiger Emperor's jade. Master, are you really not going to let Bobo accompany you in? Bobo was a universe god. She knew very well how difficult the path of the gods was. If her master were to succeed, she would be qualified to become a god. However, if she were to fail, she and Qilin might not be able to come back forever. Bobo, don't be willful. Remember, you are a universe god in the human world. Now that the human world is in chaos, you have to bear the responsibility of a universe god. If anything were to happen to me, I believe Ming Ri would definitely be able to help you. After Yunxing reminded her, she looked at Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming held her hand and the two of them walked towards Grand Emperor's tomb resolutely. Dihong's ancient tomb was located at the bottom of Dihong City. For generations, other than the direct descendants of the Xian and Yuan family, no one was allowed to step into the ancient tomb, let alone the depths of Dihong's ancient tomb. It was said that only the first Dihong City lord and his wife had entered the bottom of Dihong's ancient tomb. Unfortunately, the two of them did not succeed in opening the path of gods. Yunxing and Yi Baiming were the first pair of outsiders to enter the ancient tomb since Dihong City was built. The entrance of the ancient tomb was a heavy stone door with a seal. On the opening mechanism of the stone door, there were 4 indentations of totem emperor jades. Yunxing embedded the green dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird and black tortoise emperor jades into the door. After the 4 emperor jades were completed, the 4 totem divine beasts revealed their appearances. Everyone, I'm very sorry. It took me so long to bring you back to the path of the gods. Moreover, I can't guarantee that I'll be able to open the path of the gods. Yunxing looked at the 4 divine beasts in the air with an apologetic expression. Only those who passed Emperor Huiyan's test could obtain the qualification to open the path of gods. Master, you don't have to be too concerned. Everything is destined in the unseen world. Us 4 siblings being able to once again step onto the path of gods is already beyond our expectations. The 4 totem divine beasts also looked at Yunxing with respect. After following Yunxing for the past few days, the 4 totem divine beasts admired Yunxing's bravery and wisdom. Since that's the case, let's enter the Emperor's tomb. I heard that there are many mechanisms in the Emperor's tomb. I'm afraid it'll take some time to reach the path of gods. Yunxing looked at the open stone door. In the emperor's tomb, there were many twists and turns like a huge maze. According to Yuan Bupo, many of the ancestors of the Xian and Yuan family who entered the emperor's tomb in Dihong City had lost their way in the maze. Some of them were trapped for months or even a year. Master, you don't have to worry about the maze and mechanisms. To tell you the truth, us 4 siblings are also the totem guardian beasts of the emperor's tomb. The 4 totem beasts said. The mechanisms and labyrinths of the Grand Emperor's tomb were meant to trap those with impure thoughts and evil intentions towards the path of the gods. However, Yunxing and Yi Baiming were different. The 2 of them did not enter the Grand Emperor's ancient tomb to open the path of gods for their own selfish reasons. They had come for the sake of all the humans and beasts in the Boundless Continent and 8 Desolates Continent. Thank you, Lord Divine Beasts. Yunxing and Yi Baiming heaved a sigh of relief when they heard this. Not having to go through mazes and decipher traps could save a lot of time. The longer they stayed in Dihong's ancient tomb, the greater the danger of the continent. However, even though the maze and traps are gone, the deepest part of Dihong's ancient tomb, where the 9th chapter of Dihong is stored, is not something that we can control. That place is also the last checkpoint to open the path of the gods. If you succeed, you will have the chance to receive the guidance of Emperor Huiyan and step onto the path of the gods. However, if you fail, you will be trapped in Dihong's ancient tomb forever. The 4 totem beasts told Yunxing everything they knew. It's not too late for you to retreat now. Night Fox, it seems like we still have to try. Yunxing looked at Yi Baiming affectionately. That's right. Since we have come this far, even if there is a mountain of swords and a sea of fire in front of us, we will walk through it hand in hand. If we don't become gods, we will become ghosts. Together with you, I am not afraid of anything. Yi Baiming smiled confidently. There was only unwavering determination in his eyes. The 2 of them walked through the stone door together and walked towards the depths of Dihong's ancient tomb. Yunxing and Yi Baiming did not know that at the moment they entered Dihong's ancient tomb hand in hand, there were 2 pairs of eyes watching them from somewhere in the realm of the gods. Of these 2 people, one was Emperor Huiyan, who had an astonishing heavenly might, and the other was a dignified and beautiful female venerable. The 2 of them were watching everything that was happening in Dihong's ancient tomb through a sky well. Emperor Huiyan, are these 2 the people that you have your eyes on who can step onto the path of the gods once every 3,000 years? The goddess' beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation as she smiled faintly. That's right. Make a guess. This time, will it be me or you who will win? Emperor Huiyan looked at the couple in the sky well with interest. My guess is. Just like 3,000 years ago, they will not be able to pass the test. The goddess shook her head. Mortals had always thought that the path of the gods was difficult to walk. However, they did not know that the path of the gods was not difficult at all. The most difficult part was opening the path of the gods. This was because to open the path of the gods, one must first pass the test of the gods. In particular, this path of the gods had been paved by Emperor Huiyan when he became a god. Emperor Huiyan was known to be a harsh emperor in the realm of the gods. However, as long as one could pass his test and open the path of the gods, one would be able to achieve great things in the realm of the gods in the future. This time, I'm afraid you are going to lose. The 2 of them are different from the pair of lovers back then. Emperor Huiyan said confidently. Emperor Huiyan, you can't be so sure. Let's just wait and see. After all, the answer will be revealed soon. The goddess pursed her lips and smiled. After tens of millions of years, the days in the realm of the gods were very boring. She hoped that the new couple chosen by Emperor Huiyan would not be like the pair of love-struck women and resentful men from 3,000 years ago. Emperor Huiyan had misjudged them again. Just as the 4 great totem divine beasts had said, after removing the mechanisms and the maze, it was no different from an ordinary ancient tomb. In the ancient tomb, there were everlasting lamps that would never be extinguished. The walls were filled with murals that had existed for tens of thousands of years. Night Fox, look at this mural. Yunxing stopped in front of a mural. On the mural, there was a strange-looking man with various herbs beside him. This man is Emperor Huiyan, who is also my ancestor, Emperor Huiyan of the Divine Farmer clan. The family bracelet on my hand was also passed down by my ancestor. If not for him and his bracelet, I would not have met you. Yunxing said gently. Although the two worlds were different, both Emperor Huiyan and Emperor Huiyan were extraordinary people who deserved respect. If that's the case, let's kowtow to him a few times. In all his life, Yi Baiming had never kowtowed to the heavens or his parents. However, today, he was sincerely grateful to Emperor Huiyan. This was because Emperor Huiyan had given him the first ray of sunshine in his life. The two of them held hands and knelt in front of the mural. They kowtowed 3 times to their ancestor, Emperor Huiyan. After that, Yunxing and Yi Baiming continued to walk forward. When they reached the end of the tomb, the mural disappeared. The surroundings were empty and there were no extra items. It seemed that the name of the tomb did not live up to its name. There was only a table in front of them. On the table, there was a yellow guqin. Is this the end of the tomb? Yunxing hesitated as she looked around. There were no other exits or doors. Clang, clang, at this moment, Yunxing heard a melodious sound from the guqin. The strings of the guqin that was empty started to vibrate and play by itself. The sound of the zither was very low at first, but it slowly became gentle like a gurgling stream. Then, the sound of the zither went from low to high, becoming loud and powerful. Yunxing and Yi Baiming were both people who knew how to play the zither, but the two of them had never heard such a beautiful zither sound. The sound of the zither seemed to have played into their hearts. All the troubles in the world disappeared. The 8 wastelands and the boundless world disappeared. Unknowingly, the two of them closed their eyes and immersed themselves in the sound of the guqin. Gradually, the surrounding environment changed. The guqin disappeared, and so did the everlasting lamp. When Yunxing came to her senses, she realized that she had already left the tomb. Where is this? Yunxing was shocked as she looked around. There was a strong herbal fragrance, and there was a television playing. There were short tables and chairs, and a lonely single bed. Everything around her was neat and tidy. It looked so familiar, yet so strange. Yunxing's heart jumped. She opened her eyes and realized that this was the Chinese medicine clinic that she had lived in for more than 20 years. She had returned to the modern world. This was China. Am I dreaming? Or is this all an illusion? Yunxing pinched herself hard. It was so painful that she almost cried. She flipped through the tables and chairs again. At a familiar spot, she found a remote control for the television. After a series of random presses, the channels kept changing. Dark thorns. Yunxing was still unwilling to give up. She began chanting. There was no mana, no magic. Everything was real. It was not an illusion or a dream. She had really returned to the modern world. Yunxing's heart suddenly felt empty. She sat down dejectedly, her mind spinning. The calendar on the wall had already flipped 3 days. It had been 3 days since Yunxing returned to the modern world. In these 3 days, her mind had been constantly recalling everything that had happened on the boundless continent. After so many times, she couldn't even tell whether it was all a dream or not. Whenever she thought of Night Fox and her family and friends in the boundless world, she felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife. Every day, when she lay down and opened her eyes, the first thing she wished was that she had returned to the Grand Emperor's ancient tomb. However, she was disappointed time and time again. If it weren't for Yunxing's mental fortitude far surpassing that of ordinary people, she was afraid that she would have collapsed to the point of going to see a psychiatrist. In the past few days, Yunxing had also checked repeatedly and found that the time she was at was a few days after the explosion of the taxi. However, no matter how she searched on the internet or flipped through the newspapers, there were no reports about the explosion of the taxi and the death of the driver and passenger on the spot. On the 4th day, Yunxing finally believed that she had indeed returned to the modern world and that everything that had happened in the past could have been a dream. A dream. Yunxing smiled bitterly and finally accepted this reality. The small clinic also began to operate as usual. Many patients came to the small clinic every day. After Yunxing finished receiving the patients, she would close the door as usual. The days repeated. On the weekend, she received a call from the Municipal First People's Hospital. Dr. Yan, the hospital has a case of malignant brain tumor. This case is very difficult. The hospital's expert team hopes that you can personally perform the surgery. Other than running the small clinic, Xianxia was also a specialist doctor in the municipal First People's Hospital. The hospital would only contact her when there was a special case. This kind of surgery was either very difficult and no doctor dared to do it, or the other party was a big shot and no one dared to accept it for fear of bearing the responsibility. The special case this time was obviously the former. The patient's malignant tumor was growing on the main cerebral artery. If it wasn't handled properly, it was very likely that the patient would die from cerebral hemorrhage. Xianxia rushed to the municipal First People's Hospital and was informed that the surgery was scheduled for 1 in the afternoon. This is the patient's information. His malignant tumor is in the middle to late stage. Fortunately, it was discovered early. This is the patient's past medical history and basic condition. On the way to the operating room, the assistant doctor handed the information related to the surgery to Xianxia. When she opened the file, Xianxia's gaze paused. The 3 words Lu Minglang jumped into her eyes. How could it be him? This patient is quite pitiful. He is a medical doctor who came back from the United States. He was just hired as a guest specialist not long ago. A few days ago, he suddenly had acute appendicitis. After he was sent to the hospital for surgery, a brain tumor was discovered, the assistant doctor said nonchalantly. Doctor, please save my fiancé. A young woman rushed over. She grabbed Xianxia's hand. When she saw Xianxia's face clearly, the woman screamed in shock. It's you. How could it be you? Xianxia, why are you here? Qian Weiwei didn't expect that the person who treated Minglang's illness was his ex-girlfriend. You can't operate on Minglang. You'll kill him. Qian Weiwei hated Xianxia. If it weren't for her, Minglang wouldn't have suddenly had appendicitis and wouldn't have been diagnosed with brain cancer. This woman was a jinx. I'm sorry. I don't want to operate on him. When Xianxia saw Qian Weiwei, she felt disgusted. Although she didn't have any feelings for Lu Minglang, she wasn't broad-minded enough to operate on a scumbag. A doctor was also a human. She couldn't return good for evil. If you don't want to do it, then don't do it. How great do you think you are? You're just a broken shoe that Minglang doesn't want. Any doctor would be 1,000 times better than you. Who do you think you are? You're just a Mongolian doctor in a broken clinic. What's wrong with a city hospital? Do you think we don't pay enough money to let someone like you do the surgery? Qian Weiwei's official temper flared up on the spot. This family member, please pay attention to your words. Dr. Yan is recognized by the Chinese Medical Association and the International Red Cross as the best all-round specialist. She is also a specialist specially hired by our hospital. If you insult her, it's equivalent to insulting our entire medical profession. The city hospital doesn't welcome you. Seeing Xianxia being insulted for no reason, the doctors and nurses in the hospital were dissatisfied. They all knew Dr. Yan. She was young, but her medical theory and clinical experience were very rich. If you don't welcome me, then you don't welcome me. I'll call my father and ask him to transfer Minglang to the hospital in the capital. Qian Weiwei didn't expect that these people would speak up for Xianxia. She was so angry that she took out her phone and dialed the number of the director's father. Hello, Dad, I want to transfer Minglang to. After a few words, Qian Weiwei's face was full of pride. But not long after, Qian Weiwei's phone rang. After she picked up the call and listened to a few words, her expression changed. On the other end of the phone, the City Health Bureau's anxious voice sounded. Weiwei, what's wrong with you? I've contacted several hospitals in the country and they all said that Minglang has been blacklisted. Not only that, the hospital that hired Minglang earlier also said that there's something wrong with his personal style and they want to terminate the contract with him. Qian Weiwei was so frightened that her phone fell to the ground. She looked at Xianxia in shock. She didn't expect that this ordinary-looking woman in front of her would have such a terrifying influence in the Chinese medical industry. But she was absolutely unwilling to let Qian Weiwei take back her words and beg Xianxia instead. Xianxia ignored Qian Weiwei and turned to leave. There were still many patients waiting for her in the small clinic. Xianxia, it's you. Has Minglang's surgery started? An elderly couple rushed over. They were travel-worn, and when they saw Yunxing, they anxiously pulled her back. This couple was Lu Minglang's parents. Yunxing and Lu Minglang had been together for so many years, and they treated Yunxing as their own daughter. They lived in the countryside all year round and didn't know that Yunxing had broken up with Lu Minglang a few days ago. They also didn't know that the son they raised so painstakingly had abandoned Yunxing for the sake of his desires and work. Uncle, Auntie. Yunxing was about to leave when she was forced to stop in her tracks. If she didn't save Lu Minglang, there would be one less scumbag in the world. She had a clear conscience. However, the couple in front of them had lost all hope. At this moment, Yunxing's gaze fell on the Xianxia medical bangle on her wrist. That mural appeared in her mind again. Xianxia tasted all kinds of herbs to help the world. Did he ever think about who should be saved and who should not be saved? Life and death were the same for all patients. Whether it was Lu Minglang or Qian Weiwei, the past was like floating clouds. She was now someone else's daughter and someone else's lover. It was time for her to completely let go. Uncle, Auntie, don't worry. I'll perform the surgery myself. Yunxing smiled in relief and turned to walk into the operating room. The operating room was right in front of her. The moment she pushed open the door of the operating room, Yunxing felt that her heart was lit up. Bright, everlasting lamps spilled all over the ground. With the sound of the zither still in her ears, Yunxing found herself back in Dihong's ancient tomb. The guqin was still on the table, but it had stopped playing. Beside the guqin, there was an additional guqin score. Yunxing was slightly stunned. She looked around and saw Yi Baiming standing there, smiling at her. Night Fox? Even though they had only been separated for a moment, Yunxing felt as if the two of them had been separated by life and death. Her nose turned sour as she rushed forward and hugged Yi Baiming. I thought I would never see you again. Yunxing was really afraid that everything in front of her was a dream. It was not until she returned to China and returned to the modern world that she realized that she had completely integrated into the boundless land, be it her body or heart. Because her family and friends were here, and the people she loved the most. The Yunxing who lived in the modern world was just a shell. Little wildcat, don't cry. I won't leave. Everything is just a test given to us by Dihong's 9th chapter. When Yi Baiming saw Yunxing, whose nose and eyes were red, he felt pity and love for her. He kissed away her tears tenderly. Actually, he was also very nervous. He was really afraid that Yunxing would not pass the test. The test of Dihong's 9th chapter was like a dream, but it was also incomparably real. If she could not pass it, Yunxing would have to stay in China forever. Didn't you go through the test? When Yunxing saw Yi Baiming's calm expression, she felt a little uneasy. Logically speaking, since both of them had heard Dihong's 9th chapter, shouldn't they go through the test together? These few days, she had suffered a lot. However, looking at Night Fox, she did not seem to suffer at all. Could it be that Emperor Yan was so biased that he gave her such a difficult test, and gave Night Fox a test with a cheating artifact? To put it bluntly, this test was to test Yunxing's medical ethics. If not for the compassion she felt for Lu Minglang's parents, the Xianxia medical bangle, and the many years of Emperor Yan's teachings, she might not have been able to pass this test. I also went through a test. However, it was just a small test. I came out without much effort. Yi Baiming said casually. When Yunxing was not paying attention, Yi Baiming's eyes flashed with an obscure look. Both of them had passed the test of Dihong's 9th chapter. The guqin score recorded Dihong's 9th chapter. However, with Dihong's 9th chapter, where was Path of the Gods, Yunxing opened the guqin score suspiciously. Yunxing, why don't you and I play Dihong's 9th chapter together? After Yi Baiming and Yunxing finished reading the guqin score, they were also amazed. Dihong's 9th chapter was indeed a famous ancient song. Yunxing nodded. Both of them sat at the table. Yunxing played the guqin with her right hand while Yi Baiming played the guqin with his left hand. Both of them were extremely talented people. Even though they had only seen and listened to Dihong's 9th chapter once, their hearts were in sync. They went back and forth, and even though they were supposed to be playing the zither by themselves, they were able to work together seamlessly. The sound of the guqin was like a raging sea that flowed in all directions. It spread from Dihong's ancient tomb to the entire Dihong city. Those who had experienced the death of their family members and the pain of losing their wives and children stopped what they were doing to listen to Di Hong's ninth chapter. Yuan Bupo, Yuan Shanshan, and the rest held their breaths at the same time. Di Hong's ninth chapter is such a heart-wrenching tune. I'm afraid only the two of them can play such a tune together. Yuan Bupo's heart was filled with emotions. In the end, he still lost to Yi Baiming. He was the most suitable person for Yunxing. As the sound of the guqin came to an end, Yunxing and Yi Baiming looked at each other and smiled. However, at that moment, a ray of golden light appeared in the sky above Di Hong City. The golden light shot down from the clouds in the sky and landed in Di Hong's ancient tomb. A majestic divine general in golden armor appeared in the clouds. He was dozens of meters tall and held a divine weapon in his hand. He was like a pillar that supported the heavens, standing between heaven and earth and the mountains. This divine general was Emperor Huiyan's divine general. He was many times stronger than the Shi clan divine general that Yunxing and Yi Baiming had met earlier. Emperor Huiyan was one of the few emperor gods in the divine world. His divine general had surpassed the over-god realm and was only second to an ultimate god. His strength was imaginable. The divine general's voice was like the rumbling of spring thunder, echoing in Yunxing and Yi Baiming's ears. Congratulations to both of you for successfully passing the test of Di Hong's ancient tomb. I am Emperor Huiyan's former divine general. The path of the ancient gods is about to open. Are you ready to embark on the path of the gods and head to the divine world? Going to the realm of the gods, Yunxing and Yi Baiming looked at each other. They had opened the path of the gods, but they did not expect to go to the realm of the gods immediately. Everyone knew that the path to the realm of the gods was difficult, but if one successfully stepped on the path of the gods, it meant that they would have to stay in the realm of the gods forever. General, we did not open the path of the gods to become gods. Please forgive us, but I'm afraid we can't go back to the realm of the gods with you, Yunxing said after pondering for a while. How dare you? The human realm only has a chance to become gods once every 3,000 years. If you want to become gods, why did you open the path of the gods? What nonsense. The general was enraged. The two of them did not know how to cherish such a precious opportunity. It was no wonder that the general was furious. He weighed the artifact in his hand and pointed it at Yunxing and Yi Baiming. Wait. At this moment, 9 fire dragons flashed across the sky, and the sky seemed to be split in half. A loud rumble could be heard from the clouds, shaking the heavens and the earth. A dazzling golden chariot slowly drove out of the clouds. When they saw the carriage, everyone in the Grand Emperor city felt their knees go weak, and their minds went blank. They could not see clearly who appeared in the sky and what was said. Yunxing only saw a golden light. In the east of the sky, there were 9 fire dragons, dragging a carriage that was more dazzling than the sun. There was a figure seated within the carriage. Although his appearance could not be seen clearly, the figure gave off a dignified aura that seemed to look down on the world. It was as if all living things in the world were ants before him, unable to reach the apex. Time seemed to have stopped. Is that the legendary God Emperor's aura? Yunxing was shocked. Although she had felt the God Emperor's aura when she played the Millennium Eye Sither, it was just an illusion. Compared to the real Emperor Huiyan who came in the carriage, his aura was less than 1/10. Yunxing only felt that it was difficult to breathe, and her knees felt as if they were loaded with thousands of pounds. But at this moment, Yi Baiming held her hand. There seemed to be an infinite amount of power in the man's hand. Yunxing felt her knees straighten again. She looked at Yi Baiming, whose eyes were like stars, and her heart was suddenly filled with infinite courage. The two of them stood shoulder to shoulder. Under the terrifying God Emperor's aura, they were not afraid at all. Even the general in front of the God Emperor could not help but raise his eyebrows. As expected of the people chosen by the God Emperor, they were indeed extraordinary. The resentment he had for the two of them earlier had also lessened significantly. Haha, how many generations of descendants are you from the Yan clan? Emperor Fire could tell that Yunxing was not from this world at a glance. The Emperor Huiyan had seen the test of the 9th chapter of the Great Emperor's tomb. He laughed heartily and did not seem to be angry at Yunxing and Yi Baiming for going against the flow. I am Yan Yunxing, your 526th descendant. Yan Yunxing was not intimidated by the great ancestor's godly aura. I am Yan Yunxing. I am your 526th descendant. Just based on this point, it was clear that this descendant of his was superior to others in terms of temperament and courage. The Emperor Huiyan liked her very much. He had been the emperor for so many years, and the ultimate gods and overgods were all respectful to him. Very few people spoke to him in such a neutral tone. Both of you have passed the test in the great emperor's tomb, but why are you not willing to step on the path of gods and become gods? As far as I know, if you stay, you will face the most serious crisis in the history of the mortal realm, Emperor Huiyan said and looked at Yi Baiming meaningfully. The Emperor Huiyan was the incarnation of Emperor Huiyan. His test for his descendant, Yunxing, was more of a test of medical ethics. However, the Emperor Huiyan's test was different for Yi Baiming. However, he had also passed the test, which surprised the Emperor Huiyan. Emperor Huiyan, your test for us is to see if our minds are strong enough to become gods. However, if we pass the test and become gods, but leave behind the mess of the mortal realm, then your test for us will be in vain. You don't want your descendant to become a deserter, do you? Yunxing replied. You're right, but you've missed this opportunity to enter the path of the gods. Next time, you might not be able to open the path of the gods so smoothly. Don't you regret it? Emperor Flame felt sorry for them. It had been 3,000 years. It was not easy to open the path of gods again. We won't regret it. However, Emperor Huiyan, we have a purpose for opening the path of gods this time. We hope you can do us a favor. Yunxing and Yi Baiming did not enter the emperor's tomb to become gods. Their purpose was to find a way to resolve the calamity caused by Yi Shou's rebirth. I'm well aware of your intentions. However, there is a great disparity between the mortal realm and gods. The mortal realm's calamity must be resolved by the mortal realm itself. Emperor Huiyan's words made Yunxing and Yi Baiming's hearts sink. However, I can do you a small favor. Whoever started the trouble should end it. The answer is in all directions. After saying that, Emperor Huiyan's divine light receded. The celestial emperor's chariot rumbled forward and disappeared into the clouds. Whoever started the trouble should end it. The answer is in all directions? Yunxing and Yi Baiming were even more confused. What did Emperor Huiyan mean by that? The two did not get an answer and left the Grand Emperor's tomb resentfully. As soon as they left the tomb, Bobo ran over with a face full of excitement. Dear Master? How was it? Did you find a way to deal with He Xiao? Bobo had seen the divine light in Grand Emperor City. The divine power of the God Emperor was indeed not to be underestimated. It scared a little master god like her. Unfortunately, Emperor Huiyan did not tell us any answer. He only said one sentence, whoever started the trouble should end it. The answer is in all directions. Yunxing shook her head. The answer is in all directions? Bobo tilted her head and thought. Master, I can't be. A sudden thought popped up in Bobo's mind, and she jumped up. Master, I think I know what Emperor Huiyan meant. The answer is in all directions. He must be talking about my mother god, supreme god of the four directions. In the god realm, supreme god of the four directions looked at the emperor's chariot with some annoyance. Emperor Huiyan, you have done me in this time. The one who made the bet with Emperor Huiyan was the mother goddess of Pops, the four directions supreme god. She was the supreme god of the four directions, supreme god of the god realm. She was once Emperor Huiyan's subordinate, but later became his best friend. Four directions, you said it yourself. Or do you really want your precious disciple to be a world god? Emperor Huiyan's face was full of smiles. Forget it. This time, I admit defeat. Supreme God of the four directions looked helpless. She activated her divine sense and heard the message. From the divine envoys in the four cardinal temples. Mingri, that brat, still can't lead Bobo. Fine, I will help them this time. Supreme God of the four directions stepped into the void and disappeared. Emperor Huiyan's face was full of smiles and his eyes were unfathomable. In order to meet Supreme God Four Directions, Bobo went to the underworld and found Mingri again. When he heard that Bobo wanted to introduce Yunxing to Supreme God Four Directions, Mingri refused on the spot. Bobo, you are too ridiculous. You clearly know the rules of the God realm. The Mother God is impartial. Why would she meet with two mere humans? Mingri said coldly. During this period of time, he was very annoyed because of the matters in the mortal realm. Seeing that Bo was pestering him endlessly again, his originally expressionless face turned into a huge block of ice. Anyone who approached him would be frozen to the point of dizziness. Only Bo, this guy, was still late. When Mingri was in a bad mood, she still came to provoke him. Hey, Mingri, what are you talking about? What do you mean by mere humans? That is my master. Besides, master and them have obtained the approval of Emperor Yan and opened the gods' path. They almost became gods. How can they be mere humans? Bo pouted her cute little mouth, put her hands on her waist, and looked like a female Xianxia. When she was still an egg, she was afraid of Mingri, but now that she was a human, her courage grew a lot. She found that Mingri was just a paper tiger. Other than his black face, he didn't seem to be very powerful. You said it yourself, almost, that is, they are not gods yet. Foolish humans, they gave up the chance to become gods once every 3,000 years. What kind of master, what kind of? Mingri snorted coldly. Bo repeatedly asked, but this time, Mingri was determined and refused to help Bo contact Supreme God 4 directions. Bo was depressed. She was worried, but suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed in her mind. Didn't Qilin Kid teach her a method earlier, saying that it was used to make people happy, and it would be 100% hit? Even if it was the cold Mingri, it would be difficult for him to escape. Bo's little face lit up, and she leaned in front of Mingri. When Mingri wasn't paying attention, she kissed him on the cheek. Mingri didn't react at first. His face was stiff, and there was still Bo's saliva on his face. Hey, it seems to be useless? It can't be, ah. That day when Qilin Boy used it on Master looked very happy. Bo glanced at Mingri's face and found that he still didn't smile. That's right, the position must be wrong. Qilin Boy said that it must be mouth to mouth for it to be effective. Bo secretly cheered herself on in her heart. She pulled Mingri's shoulders over and hung her 2 hands on Mingri's body. She pouted her mouth and firmly bit Mingri's lips. After finishing it, Popo blinked and looked at the son of the underworld. There's hope. Bo was pleasantly surprised to find that Mingri's eyes were a little different. His face that was as black as the bottom of a pot actually had a slight crack, and the corners of his lips seemed to be slightly raised. Continue to work hard. Kid Qilin said that the more times, the better the effect. It would be best to gather 100 times. Bo felt a little pity for her small arms and legs. It was all Mingri's fault for growing so big. There were still 98 times. Fortunately, although Mingri looked cold, his mouth was quite soft and sweet. It was like the candy that Master bought for her when she was in the boundless world. Bo felt that she still liked to bite Mingri's mouth. Bo pouted her lips, aimed at the target, and took another bite. Only this time, before she could bite Mingri, she suddenly hugged him. Mingri actually bit her first. Bo suddenly felt that something was wrong, but it was all too late. Woo, why did she feel that she seemed to have been sold by Qilin Boy? So, Mingri agreed to help us introduce Supreme God 4 directions? When Bo returned to the mortal realm again, Yunxing waited for a big piece of good news. Yes, Mingri agreed. When Bo mentioned Mingri, her face turned red. Bo, why is your face so red? Yunxing realized that there seemed to be something wrong with her little Bo woo. Dearest master, Bo seems to be sick. Bo threw herself into Yunxing's arms and cried. Yunxing was shocked. Bo was sick. Bo was a divine body. When she was still an egg, she was very healthy. Now that she had broken out of her shell, how could she fall sick so easily? Yunxing looked at Bo from head to toe and found that other than her heart rate and pulse that were slightly abnormal, everything else was normal. Didn't you just go to see Mingri? Why are you sick? Yunxing was suspicious. But when Yunxing mentioned Mingri, Bo's heart and pulse began to beat wildly. Her face was also like a Xiaohua stove, burning hot. Woo, master, you see, I'm sick again. Bo continued to cry. Stop, Bo, you tell master first, what happened? Yunxing looked at Bo and had a feeling of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Woo-woo, Bobo also doesn't know. Since Bobo followed Qilan Boy's method to make Mingri happy, she became like this. It must be that Mingri, that big bad guy, has some messy venereal disease on his body and passed it to her. Bobo looked angry. Venereal disease. Yunxing was speechless for a while. Who was the one who taught Bobo these nonsense words? Bobo, don't worry. Tell me, what method did Night Fox teach you? Yunxing had an ominous premonition. Although Bobo looked like a little Lolita, in terms of psychology, she was 100% pure. Yanran and a child were useless. That day, Bobo saw Master and Qilan Boy kissing. Bobo thought that Master was bullied and wanted to seek justice for Master. But Qilan Boy said that it was a way to make Master happy. Bobo told Yunxing that Qilan Boy said that the best way to make a person happy was to kiss 100 times. Bobo also secretly looked at her master. She seemed to be very happy. Yunxing's face was speechless. When Bobo said that, her face began to blush. Damn Night Fox, you dirty guy, what nonsense did you put into Bobo's little head? I'll settle accounts with him later. Yunxing gnashed her teeth in her heart. Bobo, don't worry, in fact, you don't have an illness. If I'm not wrong, you should. Like Mingri. Yunxing rubbed Bobo's hair with a look of love. This child finally grew up and became enlightened. Like Mingri. When Bobo heard this sentence, it was as if she had been struck by lightning. This was 100 times more shocking than hearing that she was sick. How could she like Mingri, that 1,000-year-old iceberg? After listening to Bobo's explanation of what had happened in the underworld, Yunxing finally understood. She'd only been able to meet Supreme God 4-way this time because of Bobo's little honey trap. Poor little girl. She didn't even know that Yi Baiming had sold her. She still hadn't come to her senses. In order to vent Popo's anger, Yunxing found Yi Baiming and gave him a good scolding. After knowing that Bobo had mistakenly thought that the person she liked was sick, Yi Baiming burst out laughing unkindly. Bobo was so angry that she almost impulsively wanted to exile him 1,000 times over. Damn fox, if you laugh again, Popo will cry. Yunxing was angry and amused. At first, she was a little annoyed with Yi Baiming, but after thinking about it, she immediately understood Yi Baiming's intentions. In fact, Yunxing and Yi Baiming, as people who had experienced Mingri's feelings for Popo, could see it clearly. It was just that Popo didn't realize it. Because of this, Yi Baiming even mocked Yunxing in private, saying that Popo was the same as Yunxing in the early years. A typical ingrate who treated other people's infatuation as ill intent. Yi Baiming's actions were indeed a little unscrupulous, but it was undeniable that it had a very good effect. At least it proved that Mingri's feelings weren't unrequited. Popo also had feelings for him. Just based on this, Underworld God owes us a big favor, Yi Baiming said proudly. With Mingri's help, Popo contacted Divine Four Directions. Because Yunxing and Yi Baiming were still humans, they couldn't go to the God realm directly. They could only go to the underworld through Divine Four Directions. When the white-robed Supreme Divinity Four Cardinal Directions appeared in the Underworld Deity Palace, it cheered and pounced on him like a little bird. Heh, you're still the same. Divine Sovereign Four Directions smiled at his precious disciple. Bobo and Mingri were both disciples of the Four Cardinal Divinity. Mingri was the strongest among all the disciples. Bobo was the weakest, but even so, it did not hinder Divine Venerable Four Directions' love for Bobo. Mother Goddess, Bobo thought you didn't want me anymore. Bobo was like a cub, lying in God Four Ways' embrace, unwilling to let go. Mother Goddess thought that you no longer wanted Mother Goddess now that you had a master, said Divine Four Directions as he glanced at Yunxing. Yunxing had heard Bobo and Mingri mention the four cardinal gods many times. She thought that the four cardinal gods would be as majestic as Emperor Huiyin. But today, Divine Four Directions, who had a noble status in the divine world, was actually a beautiful middle-aged woman. She had willowy eyebrows, red phoenix eyes, and a pair of beautiful eyes that were as clear as water. The rarest thing about her was that she had a humble temperament. Seeing her slowly wake up, calm and graceful, without any arrogance, one could not help but have a good impression of her. It was hard to associate this Divine Four Directions with the Almighty of the divine world who had taught Mingri the god of slaughter. Divine Four Directions, I'm sorry. I made a contract with Bobo by accident. Yunxing was still a little nervous. Divine Four Directions was blaming her for making a contract with his beloved disciple. No, it's not your fault. Everything seems to be accidental, but it's actually destined. Speaking of which, it's also my fault for the bet I made with Emperor Huiyan. If it wasn't for the bet 3,000 years ago, the mortal world might not be like this now. Divine Four Directions sighed. The bet 3,000 years ago, Yunxing and Yi Baiming had strange expressions. You should know that the path of the gods opens once every 3,000 years. In fact, before you, there was a pair of resentful man and woman who almost succeeded in becoming gods. It's a pity. Divine Four Directions was lost in his memories, his eyes deep. 3,000 years ago, not long after Divine Four Directions received the title of Divine Four Directions, she was already a divine general under Emperor Huiyan. But unlike ordinary divine generals and divine emperors, Divine Four Directions and Emperor Huiyan were best friends. So even after becoming a Divine Four Directions, they still kept in touch. One day, Emperor Huiyan suddenly brought Divine Four Directions to a skylight, saying that he had chosen a pair of man and woman from the mortal world. As long as they passed the test of the path of the gods, they could become gods. However, Reverend Four Directions felt that the man and woman did not possess the qualifications to become gods. This was especially true for the man, whose personality was extremely fierce and ruthless. Divine Four Directions thought that such a character would cause Emperor Huiyan a lot of trouble in the divine world in the future even if he became a god. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble in the future, it was better to choose a new person. Emperor Huiyan did not think much of it. In the end, Divine Four Directions suggested that she had an overgod who was going to the mortal world to undergo training. While she was escorting the overgod to the mortal world, she could test the pair. If the man and woman passed the test, the Supreme Divinity Four Directions would acknowledge them and personally bring them to the god realm. Divine Four Directions, is the test you mentioned the one we went through in Dihong's tomb? Then the man and woman you mentioned, could it be them? Yunxing vaguely knew the answer. That's right, it was a similar test. Dihong's 9th chapter tests the inner demons in a person's heart. The pair was called Yi Xiu and Hu Yan. Unfortunately, Yi Xiu did not pass the test and failed. Divine Four Directions sighed. Divine Four Directions, you only said that Yi Xiu did not pass the test. What about clan leader Hu Yan? Yi Baiming heard something fishy. They were both chosen by Emperor Huiyan, but this time, Emperor Huiyan's eyes were much sharper. Yunxing and Yi Baiming were lucky because they passed the test. Celestial Fox People's Long Huiyan passed the test. At that time, I suggested that we take her to the divine world. She is modest and knows when to advance and when to retreat. She is a rare heroine. Unfortunately, she thought of her lover, Yi Xiu, and rejected my suggestion. Therefore, the first person to reject the path of the gods was Celestial Fox People's Long Huiyan. Then what about this? Do Yi Xiu and clan leader Huiyan know about this? Yunxing and Yi Baiming had never heard of this. At the very least, the Black Qilin and Celestial Fox tribes' genealogy records did not have this memory. After all, becoming a divine world was an extremely honorable thing. If Divine Four Directions had not mentioned it, Yunxing and Yi Baiming would not have thought that there was such a past. Those who fail to reach the divine world will have their memories erased. However, those who succeed will retain that memory. Therefore, Huiyan still remembers, but Yi Xiu's memory has been erased, Divine Four Directions said. Huiyan passed the 3,000-year test while Yi Xiu failed. Then, Yi Xiu forgot all about it. Huiyan could even give up the chance to become a god. How could she betray Yi Xiu? However, the truth was that Yi Xiu thought that Huiyan had betrayed him and the two of them fell out. In the end, the Bakra orcs were defeated in the Dutian blood realm and Huiyan and Yi Xiu died. Supreme Divinity, if you don't mind, what was their test back then? Yunxing's heart was in her throat. She could vaguely guess that this was the root cause of Huiyan's and Yi Xiu's falling out. It was also the key to whether she could find the last part of Celestial Fox's Saraira. Yi Xiu's and Huiyan's test was the same. Their test was whether they could accept humans and beasts to coexist peacefully. The result was obvious. It had been 3,000 years, but every time Supreme God Four Cardinal thought of the test, he could not help but sigh. Hu Yan was a broad-minded woman. She practiced medicine and had a good relationship with humans. However, Yi Xiu's parents were harmed by humans when he was young, so he had always hated them. Although the two of them loved each other deeply, they were fundamentally at odds with each other. I see. No wonder Hu Yan and Yi Xiu fell out at the last moment. Even so, Hu Yan did not betray Yi Xiu. She gave up on going to the divine realm alone and chose to stay with Yi Xiu. Isn't this enough to prove her feelings for Yi Xiu? Yunxing felt that it was not worth it for Hu Yan. That emotional and strong woman sacrificed her chance to become a god. In the end, she did not get to be with Yi Xiu. Instead, she became the person he hated the most. Yi Xiu did not hesitate to set up an ancient forbidden spell to curse Celestial Fox and the men and women of the Black Qilin tribe for generations. That's because you don't know that the beasts had the absolute upper hand during the war with the humans. At that time, Hu Yan gave the sketch of the Octoterra artifact that she had painstakingly drawn for many years to the human powerhouses. Even Popo and Ming Ri were stunned when they heard this. How is that possible? The Eight Desolates divine artifact was created by Hu Yan? Yunxing did not expect that the Eight Desolates divine artifact was not created by the human race. No wonder the artifact is called the Eight Barons artifact. However, Hu Yan's actions are tantamount to betraying the Bakra orcs. Bobo clicked his tongue. Why are these people's thoughts and actions so complicated? Hu Yan has never betrayed Yi Xiu. She is an intelligent woman and knows a little about divination, medicine, and witchcraft. Perhaps she had foreseen everything. That's why she begged me to teach her how to decompose Celestial Fox's relics back then. That's how the situation today came about. Divine Venerable Four-Way's heart was as clear as a mirror. She also knew that Yunxing's main purpose in inviting her here was to find out the whereabouts of the last Celestial Fox relic on Hu Yan. That's great. Mother Goddess, you really do know the whereabouts of the last Celestial Fox's relic. Mother Goddess, please do a good deed and tell Master that she has used all kinds of methods to find the Celestial Fox's relic. She is so anxious that she's turning into an old woman. Bobo tugged at Divine Venerable Four-Way's divine robe and shook it incessantly. Child, you're still the same after so many years. To think that I entrusted you to Hu Yan in order to train you. Divine Venerable Four-Way was at a loss for words. Everything was indeed predestined by the unseen world. When Divine Venerable Four-Way handed Bobo to Hu Yan, she did not expect that Hu Yan would use the divine technique that she had imparted to split the Celestial Fox's relic into four. Then where is Hu Yan's last Celestial Fox's relic? Yunxing became nervous. Are you sure you want to know the answer? Divine Venerable Four-Way sighed. Life was unpredictable. Hu Yan and Yi Xiu had already become an eternal regret. Divine Venerable Four-Way originally did not want to see another regret happen. Divine Venerable, please enlighten me. Whether or not they could resolve this calamity between the Boundless Continent and the Eight Desolates Continent depended on the whereabouts of Hu Yan's last Celestial Fox's relic. That Celestial Fox's relic is actually far away on the horizon. It's right in front of you. It's in his body. Divine Venerable Four-Way stared at Yi Baiming after saying that. Yi Baiming was not surprised as he had expected. He only looked at Divine Venerable Four-Way indifferently as if he was not surprised at all. How is that possible? Yi Xiu is a Black Qilin. How could he have a Celestial Fox's relic in his body? Yunxing could not believe it and thought that Divine Venerable Four-Way must have made a mistake. There was originally no Celestial Fox's relic in his body. Hu Yan's fourth Celestial Fox's relic was originally left in the remains of the Qilin King Yi Xiu. The reason she did that was to increase Yi Xiu's chances of survival. However, when Ming Ri used the Hellfire to regenerate his bones and flesh, a portion of the Celestial Fox's relic was transferred to his flesh and bones. Divine Venerable Four-Way did not know that his two disciples had actually done such a heaven-defying thing behind his back, which was not easy even in the God realm. Then how can we extract the Celestial Fox's relic from his body? Yunxing asked again. Previously, she had used a precognitive dream to extract the Celestial Fox's relic from her mother and Madame Roland's bodies. She did not know if the same method could be used on Yi Baiming's body. You and Yi Baiming are of a different race, and the two of you are not related by blood. In order to extract the relic, your spirit and body must be compatible. You should already understand what I mean. After Divine Venerable Four-Way finished speaking, he shook his head with a look of regret. If the spirit and body were compatible between a man and a woman, wouldn't that mean? However, the relationship between her and Yi Xiu was restricted by the ancient forbidden curse. Wouldn't that mean? Yunxing did not want to continue thinking about it. As expected. Actually, I had already guessed this when I accepted Di Hong's 9th chapter test, but I was not sure at that time. Yi Baiming smiled faintly. He did not complain, nor did he feel sad. He simply accepted this fact calmly. Yi Xiu, you already knew? What kind of test did you accept in Di Hong's ancient tomb? Why didn't you tell me then? Yunxing looked at Divine Venerable Four-Way, then at Yi Baiming, then at the dejected Ming Ri and Bobo. The ominous feeling in her heart grew stronger and stronger. Bobo, Ming Ri, leave the two of them alone for a while, Divine Venerable Four-Way said softly. Bobo's eyes were red as she left with Ming Ri, leaving only Yunxing and Yi Baiming. Yunxing, I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to think too much. Yi Baiming gazed at Yunxing gently and gently hugged her. Moreover, even if I told you, it wouldn't change anything. Because I only have one choice, and I want you to live well. Early in the morning, Yunxing woke up. Night Fox. Yunxing ignored her aching body and looked beside her, Yi Baiming still had his usual smile on his face, but his eyes were closed forever. Tears welled up in her eyes, and her heart was empty. Yunxing laid on Yi Baiming's body, sobbing uncontrollably. A few days later, Yunxing returned to Grand Emperor City alone. Master, are you all right? Not seeing Yi Baiming, Popo's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Qilin brat had already? Popo looked at her master nervously, but she saw that there was no fluctuation in her master's eyes. Yuan Shahua, Yun Songlong and his wife looked at Yunxing worriedly. They had already heard what had happened from Bobo. Why was it so cruel? Yunxing and Yi Baiming were clearly in love, but because of an ancient forbidden spell, they were separated by heaven and earth. Popo, bring me to the 8 Desolates continent. Yunxing nodded at everyone. Night Fox had sacrificed himself in order to protect the Boundless continent and the 8 Desolates continent. She would not disappoint him. On the 8 Desolates continent, there was a storm of blood. After the death of the 9 Phoenix tribe leader, the beasts on the continent could no longer tolerate Yi Xiu's violence after his rebirth. They banded together and attacked Sky Harmony City. Under He Yao and the High Priest's watch, the entire Sky Harmony City was impregnable. But even so, the grievances of the people grew heavier and heavier. Even the High Priest felt that something was wrong. In these days, the incense of the Beast God altar had completely disappeared. The faith of the past had turned into hatred. But Yi Xiu did not seem to care. Gradually, even the High Priest realized that Yi Xiu was becoming more and more dictatorial. Even those in the Black Qilin tribe who disobeyed him would be killed by him. Yi Xiu, return my grandfather's life. Outside the Qilin palace, several figures rushed in extremely quickly. Several Black Qilin warriors were killed immediately. Green and Purple appeared in front of Yi Xiu, their bodies full of hostility. When Green saw Yi Xiu, his pupils shrank. Black Qilin King Yi Xiu. Ye Xiu, who was once regarded as the savior of the Bakra orcs, who sacrificed his own life in exchange for the Bakra orcs' escape, was right in front of him. He was the one who killed his grandfather. What savior? What strongest clan leader in history? They were all bullshit. In Green's eyes, Yi Xiu was a murderous demon king who had lost his mind due to anger. Jiu Luan and D clan? Yi Xiu laughed cruelly. Amidst his laughter, the entire Qilin palace shook violently. Cracks appeared under Green and Purple's feet as countless rocks fell from above. Terrifying realm power enveloped the entire Qilin palace. The moment they felt the power of the realm, the color of Green and Purple changed. A figure shot out like a bolt of lightning. That speed was not something that Green and Z could block. Bang bang, 2 crisp attacks. Green and Z were sent flying. Under Yi Xiu's disdainful gaze, the two of them rolled on the ground. Those who disobey me, Yi Xiu, will only die. Yi Xiu looked at the two of them coldly. With a wave of his hand, Z and Green's feet left the ground and were lifted into the air. Clan leader, these two are the young clan leaders of Jiu Luan and D clan. They are still useful, the high priest said. What's the use? In Bahuang continent, other than the Black Qilan tribe, we don't need any other beast clan. Yi Xiu laughed cruelly. At this moment, there was only one word in his heart: kill. Those who betrayed him and were disloyal to the Black Qilan tribe must all die. Yes. Yi Xiu suddenly looked forward. In the sky above the Qilan palace, the Qilan realm created by Yi Xiu was torn apart. Break! In this world deity's territory, what kind of world is this? All of you, scram! I am the boss of the mortal world. A rude and unreasonable female voice rang out. Yi Xiu's realm power was forcefully broken. In the dust, two figures appeared in everyone's sight as if they had fallen from the sky. They are, the people who walked out of the shadows made Yi Xiu's eyes change. I am Bo Bo. This is my master, Yun Xing. Bo Bo's voice was heard. Clan leader, that is Yun Xing. She is just a lowly celestial fox. The high priest did not expect Yun Xing to have the guts to appear in Bahuang continent again. When Yi Xiu felt the fluctuation of celestial fox's energy, the violence and hatred in his body rose little by little. Celestial fox? Then what are you, a pair of Black Qilan trash? Look carefully, our master is the real celestial fox. Bo Bo glanced at Yi Xiu and the high priest. Yi Xiu's eyes narrowed. Yun Xing's figure was imprinted in everyone's eyes. It was an extremely beautiful woman. Her face made Yi Xiu's mind wander for a moment. Because this woman's face was somewhat similar to Hu Yan's, but she was not Hu Yan, because behind her, there were 9 pure white fox tails. The fox tails flashed with powerful magical fluctuations that made it difficult for people to look directly at them. The woman just stood there quietly, but there was a strong pressure around her that made people feel suffocated. Since ancient times, the 9-tailed celestial fox that had never appeared in the celestial fox tribe was born. 9 tails? How could it be 9 tails? Could it be that you have completely merged with the celestial fox's energy? Seeing Yunxing in her 9-tailed state, even the high priest could not help but be dumbfounded. So what if you have 9 tails? Today, I will cut off your fox tails one by one. Yi Xiu's face revealed a bloodthirsty look as he roared violently. The power of the halberd of the divine battle god in his left hand slashed out an arc of light in the air, whistling as it rushed towards Yunxing. Yunxing did not back down. The summoning hand and magic god bracelet in her hands lit up at the same time. A raging dragon-like dark heavenly thorn met Yi Xiu. The two figures passed by each other sideways. The collision of fighting aura and magic formed a huge ball of light. Wherever the ball of light went, everything turned into nothingness. Green, purple, and the rest were overturned by the two forces. The high priest, on the other hand, was fighting with Bo Bo. You are indeed powerful. No wonder you dare to be so impudent. After fighting with Yunxing, Yi Xiu also realized that this woman's power was far beyond most people in the 8 barren lands and the boundless continent. As he spoke, streaks of fighting aura rolled out of Yi Xiu's body. Large patches of black scales appeared on his body. Sharp barbs also grew out of his spine and arms. In just a moment, Yi Xiu had turned into a King Qilan who was even more vicious than before. Yunxing suddenly jumped and rushed towards Yi Xiu, who was a few feet away. To the Bakra orcs, once they completed their beast transformation, their power would increase greatly. This was the best time for Yunxing to attack Yi Xiu. Boom! Yunxing's sun-devouring Qilan power, which was a combination of battle energy and magic power, exploded like a scorching sun. A magic battle technique? Looks like you've absorbed the Qilan Holy Infant's energy in the end. Stupid men and women can't be trusted. Yi Xiu laughed when he saw the sun-devouring Qilan. Yunxing didn't smile at all. You're not allowed to mock Yi Baiming. You don't have the right. As Yunxing spoke, 8 rays of light shone beside her. When the 8 divine artifacts appeared at the same time, the smile on Yi Xiu's face froze. Yi Xiu, whether it's 3,000 years ago or 3,000 years later, you've lost, Yunxing shouted. The divine power of the 8 barons' divine artifact transformed into a terrifying giant sword that crushed the entire Qilin palace. The 9-tailed celestial fox and the 8 divine artifacts fused together. The fury of the gods was formed. When Yi Xiu saw the sword of light, he knew something was wrong. He wanted to use all his strength to escape. However, he suddenly realized that his body couldn't move. There was a repulsive force in his body. It was the last of Du Guxiu's power that prevented him from escaping. Boom! The sword slashed down, shaking heaven and earth. Yi Xiu's face turned pale. He felt something in his body shatter. No, I can't lose to a lowly celestial fox. Even that traitor Hu Yan couldn't defeat me. You can't. Yi Xiu was on the verge of collapsing. You're the one who betrayed Hu Yan. That woman was still thinking about you even at the moment of her death. Yunxing was even more furious when she saw that Yi Xiu was still stubborn. Yi Xiu, I'll let you enter the dream and see what Hu Yan did for you back then, she chanted. Yi Xiu felt the situation around him change. He was already in an ancient tomb. Everything in the tomb looked very strange, but there was also a strange sense of familiarity. The sound of a guqin could be heard. Yunxin was sitting at the front. She was holding a guqin. Give up. Your celestial fox's bewitching techniques have no effect on me, Yi Xiu. Yi Xiu was surprised. He looked around and felt that this place was somewhat familiar. Yi Xiu, you probably don't remember this place anymore. This is the Grand Emperor's tomb. Back then, you and Hu Yan experienced the path of the gods here. Today, I will let you experience the test from that day once again. Yunxing's zither music lingered in the air. That was Yi Xiu's test. On the boundless continent, blood flowed like a river. The humans, beasts, and half-beastmen were engaged in a fierce battle. Yi Xiu stood amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. There was only madness in his eyes. Countless divine soldiers and divine generals were approaching from the sky. Yi Xiu, you've killed countless innocent humans and half-beastmen. You've even harmed your fellow beasts. Your evil deeds have infuriated both gods and ghosts. Today, under the orders of the 4 divine emperors, I will kill you. The Black Qilin tribe will fall into the 9-layered ghost prison and never be reincarnated. Yi Xiu's body trembled. What is this? This is the test you went through in the Grand Emperor's tomb. It's a test given to you by the God realm. At the same time, it's also a prophecy. You're good at killing and greedy. If you occupy the boundless continent, your greed will know no bounds. You'll even slaughter other beasts. In the end, the entire mortal world will be covered in blood because of you. It will be impossible for it to recover in 10,000 years. Yunxing sighed. Back then, Hu Yan had also learned from the 4 cardinal deities that Yi Xiu would commit such heinous crimes in the next 100 years. In the end, after a struggle, she finally chose to help the humans and turn the tables. The scene changed. The war between the humans and the beasts had come to an end. After the Bakra orcs were defeated, Hu Yan activated the magic formation and sent the remnants of the Bakra orcs to the 8 Desolation continent. However, at that time, she was already at the end of her rope because of the damage to the celestial fox's Saraira. Yi Xiu. I couldn't stop you in the end. Hu Yan was bleeding from all 7 orifices. There was no sadness or regret in her beautiful eyes. There was only a faint relief. Miss Hu Yan, I'll get someone to treat you immediately. The sovereign of the humans immediately ordered his subordinates to find a doctor. There's no need. I'm a doctor myself. I know very well that I won't be able to live. You don't have to feel that you owe me anything. I only hope that after I die, you can bury my remains in the Dutian blood realm and let it face the 8 Desolation continent. If it's possible, bury me with Yi Xiu's remains. With that, Hu Yan closed her eyes forever. After Hu Yan's death, under the attack of the 8 great masters of the humans, the leaders of the 7 beast clans, including Yi Xiu, died of exhaustion. The 8 great masters of the humans buried their remains in the Beast King's tomb. In order to thank Hu Yan, the sovereign of the humans buried Yi Xiu's remains in front of the celestial fox's tomb. For you, Hu Yan gave up the chance to become a god. She didn't even hesitate to draw a magic formation to safely transport the Bakra orcs away. In order to keep you alive, she transferred a part of her celestial fox's Sarira's power into your remains. But what about you? You thought that she betrayed you and was blinded by hatred. You only have distrust and blame for her. Yunxing spoke of her hatred. She truly felt that Hu Yan was unworthy. That woman with outstanding talent had silently sacrificed so much for a Yi Xiu like him. No. How is that possible? Hu Yan, she. Yi Xiu's eyes were filled with disbelief, but everything was so real. Whether Hu Yan's actions were true or not, you can go back to 8 Desolation and ask. As your shadow, the high priest already knew about this after the incident. The great witch doctor too, but they chose to hide it. Yunxing's words sent chills down Yi Xiu's spine. Then Hu Yan. Where is she now? Yi Xiu looked at Yunxing. Her soul has already dissipated. When she transferred her last bit of celestial fox's Sarira's power into your body, she wanted to preserve some of your conscience so that you wouldn't make a huge mistake. Unfortunately, you still let her down. I've already told you everything. As for what you're going to do in the end, it's all up to you. However, if you still want to harm 8 Desolation and the boundless continent, I won't let you go. Yunxing hugged her zither and stood above the 9 heavens like a god. The high priest was anxiously waiting for Yi Xiu at the beast god altar. When he saw Yi Xiu, he walked back dejectedly. Patriarch, did you kill that celestial fox bastard? The high priest asked impatiently. Shadow. Everything she said was true. Hu Yan didn't betray me. Am I the one who let her down? Yi Xiu looked at the high priest. The high priest trembled and squeezed out an ugly smile. Patriarch, what nonsense are you talking about? Hu Yan betrayed you. Betrayed? Then what did the great witch doctor say? Yi Xiu grabbed the great witch doctor. Patriarch Yi Xiu, don't kill me. I've already given you Lady Yusheng's letter. It explains everything that happened back then. The great witch doctor wanted to argue, but Yi Xiu's palm landed on his head. He screamed in agony as his brain splattered on the ground. Haha, haha. Hu Yan, I let you down in the end. Tears streamed down Yi Xiu's face. He ignored the high priest's cries and rushed out of the Qilin palace. The battle that took place in the 8 wastelands was earth-shattering. Even the god realm knew that the first 9-tailed celestial fox had appeared in the human world. Whether it was the Black Qilin King or the 9-tailed celestial fox, they were both existences that could rival the god realm. After that battle, the Black Qilin King Yi Xiu was defeated and his whereabouts were unknown. As for the 9-tailed celestial fox, it was rumored that she was most qualified to become a god. After the 8 wastelands and the boundless continent suffered a heavy blow, the flames of war ceased. The new world god of the human world, Bo, came forward and pulled the strings between the 8 wastelands and the 4 great nations, the temple, and the elite camp of the boundless continent to sign a ceasefire agreement. The Dutian blood world that originally represented the thousands of years of hatred between the 2 major beast tribes finally completed its historical mission. The blood clouds dispersed and the sky returned to its peaceful blue color. The original Dutian relay station also became a part of history. Now, regardless of whether it was the human race or the beast tribe, they could freely travel between the 2 continents. The hatred between the human race and the beast tribe faded with time and was gradually forgotten by both the human race and the beast tribe. Time flew by and in the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Another year of spring arrived. In an unknown mountain village in Zhou State, in front of an inconspicuous thatched house. The fiery red hemostatic flowers bloomed just in time. A pot-bellied woman was half-squatting in front of the herb field. Although her body was a little inconvenient, her movements of pulling the weeds were very agile. Her golden eyes flashed and soon, all the weeds in the herb field were pulled out. The woman raised her head and used her hand to block the bright sunlight. The sparkling and translucent sweat on her forehead made her face look like a jade plate, emitting sparkling and translucent light. Yunxing, I have some sweet rice wine here. You can use it during your confinement. The village chief brought a jar of rice wine and walked over with a smile. Thank you, Grandpa Village Chief. Yunxing smiled as she received the rice wine. Half a year ago, when Yunxing returned from the 8 wastelands, the blood fog on the continent dissipated. The newly developed vaccines were also distributed to the people of the continent. She rejected the invitations from Zhou State and the Dharma Temple and returned to Banana Leaf Village. Not long after she returned, she discovered that she was pregnant. After hearing the news, Hu Jiuxing and Yun Songhai both asked her to return to Taiyuan Mountain, but Yunxing politely refused. She stayed in Jiaya village and even took over the position of magician in the village temple. She planted various herbs in the local medicine fields and selected some children with potential to learn magic. Her body was already 6 months old, and it was gradually becoming inflexible. After sending off the village head, Yunxing returned to her room. She put down the rice wine and walked into the inner room. The furnishings in the room were simple but neat. Yi Baiming lay quietly on the bed. Half a year ago, when the ancient forbidden curse took effect on Yi Baiming, Yunxing obtained the last quarter of the celestial fox relic in Yi Baiming's body. However, Yi Baiming didn't die immediately. Instead, he lay there quietly like a vegetable. His breathing and pulse had almost disappeared, but his appearance was exactly the same as when he was alive. Yunxing knew that it was possible that the life and death talisman in Yi Baiming's body had taken effect. However, he didn't wake up again. Night Fox, why aren't you waking up? Our child will be born in a little more than 3 months. From the pulse, she should be a girl. You said that our daughter's name is Yi Lingyue, Yunxing said softly. Every day, she would wipe Yi Baiming's body, shave his newly grown stubble, and massage his muscles. This man was still as handsome as he was when he was alive. In the room, the destiny mirror shone and Ji Rumo appeared behind Yunxing. Yunxing, don't be too sad. You have to think about the child in your stomach. Seeing Yunxing's appearance, Ji Rumo couldn't help but feel sad. However, he knew that Yunxing wouldn't listen to him. Rumo, I have a feeling that he can hear what I say. Yunxing smiled and wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. She placed Yi Baiming's hand on her bulging stomach and gently caressed it. Night Fox, listen. Our child is already kicking her stomach. She's even stronger than the average boy. With that, she smiled sweetly. Ji Rumo sighed and glanced at the silent Yi Baiming again before quietly disappearing into the destiny mirror. Yunxing said softly. In the end, she leaned against Yi Baiming's side and fell into a deep sleep. Night Fox. Our daughter is called Yi Lingyue. Yunxing's voice kept echoing. In some unknown space that was filled with chaos, Yi Baiming was wandering around, looking for an exit. Ever since he and Yunxing had been together, he had become like this. He didn't know where he was now. He also didn't know how Yunxing was doing on the boundless continent. However, no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find the exit of this chaotic area. Give up. People who use the power of the life and death talisman will never be able to walk out of here. A man appeared in front of him. You are? Yi Baiming looked at the melancholy man in front of him. Me? I am the previous owner of the life and death talisman. The man looked dignified, but his complexion wasn't very good. There was a hint of worry between his brows. The previous owner of the life and death talisman, that was the person that Popo had mentioned earlier. The first human to obtain the life and death talisman. His lover had been demoted to a human because of him, and he had been trapped in the god realm forever. But hadn't he already become a god? Why was he still here? The area we are in now is a special space opened up by the life and death talisman. It's called the life and death chaos. Since we are all willing to sacrifice ourselves for our loved ones, in the endless years to come, we will all be wandering around here like ghosts. We won't die, won't be destroyed, and won't be reincarnated. The man's voice carried a hint of melancholy. No, I am different from you. I am not willing to sacrifice myself for my lover. Yi Baiming's words stunned the man. Not willing? Then why did you activate the power of the life and death talisman to enter here? The man's ghost had always been in the life and death talisman. He had seen Yi Baiming activate the life and death talisman and become half dead. Back then, he had also prayed to the supreme divinity and sacrificed himself to be trapped here in order to save a chance to reincarnate for the woman he loved, the female master god who had created the life and death talisman. Since we want to live together, why ask for death? My woman may seem strong, but she is also very fragile. I promised her that I would accompany her until the very end. A gentleman's promise is worth 1,000 gold. I will never leave her. Yi Baiming smiled faintly. The conviction in his eyes burned the man's eyes. Since we want to live together, why ask for death? Back then, he and his lover had also given up because they felt that it was difficult to violate the rules of the gods. If they could have persevered a little longer back then, you are the person with the strongest conviction I have ever met. I have been trapped here for thousands of years, but I have never met someone like you. Perhaps, I can help you return to your lover's side, but you will have to pay a certain price. The man's ghost was enlightened after hearing Yi Baiming's words. What price? Before Yi Baiming could finish speaking, he felt as if his body was being sucked in by a strong suction force. His body was falling down like a cloud. I hope that in the future, you will not blame me. In the midst of the chaos, he only heard the man say faintly. The night was quiet. Yunxing felt her face itch. It was as if something had brushed past the corner of her eyes. That was, the man's slightly trembling, warm lips. She heard a dreamy sigh. The night was as cold as water, but the man's voice was mellow like a pot of intoxicating wine. Little wildcat, I am back. Several days had passed since Yi Baiming woke up. Ever since Yi Baiming woke up, Yunxing's mood improved a lot. She ate and slept well every day, and her stomach grew bigger day by day. By the time she was 7 months pregnant, her stomach was already bigger than a full-term pregnant woman's stomach. In order to prevent a difficult birth in the future, as a modern person with modern medical knowledge, Yunxing knew that at this time, she had to exercise appropriately. For example, she had to take a walk. Therefore, every morning and evening, Yunxing would run to the village for a walk. Little wildcat, it's almost time to give birth. Don't wander around in the medicinal field. Therefore, every day, a scene would appear in Banana Leaf Village. A tall and handsome man nervously followed beside a pregnant woman with a shockingly big belly. He was like an old hen, protecting her from front and back, afraid that she would accidentally bump into something. Night Fox, how many times have I told you? There are still a few months to the due date. Are you the doctor or am I the doctor? Yunxing held her stomach and said unhappily. She was only 7 months pregnant. It was still early for her to give birth. When the villagers saw this, they all pursed their lips and smiled. One of them was protecting the other, and the other was baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. Everyone was already used to it. However, an accident still happened. One night, Yunxing suddenly felt a terrible pain in her stomach. By the time Yi Baiming realized that something was wrong, her water had already broken. Yunxing, don't be nervous. I'll go get a doctor now. Even someone like Yi Baiming, who didn't even frown when killing people on the battlefield, was at a loss at this time. Come back. Where are we going to find a doctor? In the entire Banana Leaf Village, I'm the only doctor. Yunxing felt that her lower body was wet. Looking at Yi Baiming's appearance, she wanted to cry but had no tears. What should we do? Little wildcat, can you deliver the baby yourself? Yi Baiming's usual black-bellied cleverness was nowhere to be found. Idiot, haven't you heard of the saying a doctor doesn't treat himself? Yunxing was in so much pain that she grabbed Yi Baiming's hand tightly. I'll take you to the city immediately. Yi Baiming's mind was filled with thoughts of teleportation and flying. Which would be faster? I can't hold on any longer. I'm about to give birth. Go and call Jirumo out. Yunxing's mind was still clear. Jirumo was a light magician. His light magic should have some effect on pain and stopping bleeding. Jirumo, Yi Baiming shuddered. His muddled mind immediately cleared up. No. Why is that brat interfering when you're giving birth? Yi Baiming was instantly enraged. The damned heavenly fate mirror was hard to guard against. He should have buried the mirror in a hole long ago. Damned fox, I'm going to die from the pain. Yunxing no longer had the strength to reason with this jealous guy. Tell me the steps. I'll deliver the baby. Yi Baiming was hot-headed. He rolled up his sleeves. Wasn't it just delivering a baby? He was the regent of Great Zhou. He could govern the country with his literary skills and stabilize the country with his military skills. He didn't believe that he couldn't do such a simple thing as delivering a baby well. Yunxing was speechless. This jealous night fox really wanted to kill her brain at a time like this. However, there was no other way now. Fortunately, she had already asked someone to create a set of surgical tools for her convenience. It was more than enough to deliver a baby. Half an hour passed. When the loud cry of a baby came from the room, Yi Baiming and Yunxing heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. Yi Baiming also heaved a sigh of relief. According to Yunxing's instructions, he cut the umbilical cord and tied a knot. Night Fox, I didn't expect you to be so talented in medicine. Yunxing was a little weak, but she was still in good spirits. Seeing that Yi Baiming didn't reply, Yunxing was a little puzzled. What's wrong? Is the baby a boy or a girl? Although Yunxing already knew that she was pregnant with a girl, Yi Baiming's reaction made her feel a little uneasy. It's a very beautiful baby girl, but... Yi Baiming stared at the little girl in his arms. This was the first time Yi Baiming was holding a newborn baby. The little girl couldn't be said to be good-looking at this moment. Because she was born prematurely, she only weighed 6 pounds. Her skin was red and wrinkled like a kitten. She didn't look beautiful at all. But even so, in Yi Baiming's eyes, she was the most beautiful baby in the world. Because this was his daughter, his and Yunxing's daughter. The subtle feeling of being connected by blood made him feel an indescribable excitement in his heart. But this excitement instantly sank when he saw the thing on the baby's arm. Yi Baiming's hand trembled slightly. There's a mark of life and death on her body. Ji Rumo came out of the destiny mirror. If it were any other time, Yi Baiming would have shouted at him to go back to where he came from and not disturb their family of 3. But now, he couldn't say anything. What? Yunxing didn't care about her body that had just given birth and struggled to get up. Yi Baiming hurriedly carried the baby over and motioned for her not to force herself to get up. Yunxing looked over. Just as Ji Rumo said, there was a life and death talisman on the arm of Yunxing's newborn daughter. This life and death talisman was the one that Yunxing had implanted in Yi Baiming's body a long time ago. Why was the life and death talisman still there? Yi Baiming had always thought that the life and death talisman had disappeared after he used its power to resist the ancient Qilin forbidden spell. But why would this life and death talisman, which sucked a person's magic power and battle energy, appear on little Lingyu's body? Could it be that I harmed our daughter? Yi Baiming thought back to that day. In the chaos of life and death, he met the man, who was also the first owner of the life and death talisman. When he sent Yi Baiming away, he said, I hope you won't blame me in the future. I'm afraid it's just as you suspected. In order to help you wake up, the previous owner of the life and death talisman transferred the power of the life and death talisman to little Lingyu. Little Lingyu's premature birth was probably because of the life and death talisman. Ji Rumo went forward to check on little Lingyu's body. But you two don't have to worry. Other than being a premature baby and being a little weak, the little girl's body is very healthy. The results of Ji Rumo's examination made Yunxing and Yi Baiming sigh in relief. It's all my fault. If it wasn't for me. Yi Baiming blamed himself. Night Fox, this has nothing to do with you. You didn't know that the life and death talisman would be transferred to Lingyu's body. Yunxing saw that Yi Baiming was blaming himself and gently held his hand. But the life and death talisman is still a sorcery item. As long as it stays in her body, it will be a hidden danger. Can I use surgery to remove it when Lingyu is a little older? Yunxing looked at the life and death talisman with melancholy in her eyes. I'm afraid that's not possible. If I'm not wrong, this life and death talisman has already mutated. It's branded in Lingyu's soul and cannot be removed. However, as long as she doesn't use magic power or battle energy in the future, she shouldn't be able to activate the life and death talisman's power. Ji Rumo's words made Yunxing and Yi Baiming feel relieved but worried at the same time. If that was the case, wouldn't their daughter be unable to cultivate magic or battle energy for the rest of her life? Before she was 3 years old, little Lingyu was considered the happiest child in the entire continent. Her father and mother were the most respected couple in the entire banana leaf village. Her parents were the best looking in the entire village. Not only that, her father knew Duki, and her mother knew magic. In the words of the villagers, little Lingyu's parents were awesome. However, what little Lingyu was most proud of was that her father and mother were very loving. Ever since little Lingyu could remember, she had never seen her parents fight. As long as her mother was unhappy, her father would coax and lie to her. He would either secretly pull her mother into the room to play kisses, or bring her mother to the roof to look at the stars. In any case, little Lingyu's family had never had any conflicts between uncles and aunts in the village. Not only that, her mother also had many friends. They would come to Banana Leaf Village as guests from time to time. Every time they came, they would bring many fun and delicious things for little Lingyu. However, the happy Lingyu had a small flaw. She couldn't learn magic and duki like the other children in the village. Her mother said that her body wasn't suitable for learning magic and duki. When she first found out about this, little Lingyu was sad for a while. But soon, she forgot about it because she realized that she was different from ordinary people. Although she didn't know magic or do-chi, she had a special ability. Little Lingyu had only discovered this little ability of hers by chance. As her mother was the only doctor and magician in the village, her father often had to help her mother gather herbs in the mountains and enter the city to sell them. Most of the time, little Lingyu spent in the village, she played with the other children in the fields. That day, she was playing with Xiaoxia and Xianxia. They were playing happily by the fields when suddenly, Xiaoxia started crying. It turned out that a large python had swam out of the fields. That python wasn't small at all. It was even thicker than little Lingyu's thigh. Xiaoxia and Xianxia were so scared that they didn't dare to move. Go and get my mother. Little Lingyu was also scared out of her wits. However, she knew that she had to protect her friends at this time. The large python slithered and pounced towards little Lingyu. In a moment of desperation, little Lingyu's heart skipped a beat. A stone flew into the air. By the time little Lingyu reacted, her mother had already rushed over with a group of villagers. Lingyu? Yunxing was shocked when she saw the python in the field. The python's triangular head had already been smashed into smithereens, and it had long since stopped breathing. She then looked at her daughter. She was so scared that her little body was curled up into a ball. In order to prevent herself from crying, her daughter bit her lips tightly. Lingyu, tell mother, what exactly is going on? Yunxing's heart was filled with regret. She was busy with the village's matters and almost let her daughter get hurt. Nyangqin, I don't know either. I only know that when the python pounced on me, I was very scared. I just wanted to hit it with a rock. Little Lingyu hugged her mother's neck, feeling warm and safe. That night, when Yi Baiming returned home, Yunxing told Yi Baiming what had happened during the day. Night Fox, I'm worried that my daughter inherited my magic or your battle aura talent. That rock that was used to kill the python weighed at least 60 to 70 kilograms. Even the villagers in the village would have a hard time lifting it. Yunxing was very anxious. Due to the life and death talisman, she could only harden her heart and not let her daughter learn magic or battle aura. In order to not let her daughter suffer, she would rather stay in the isolated Banana Leaf Village and be an ordinary couple with Yi Baiming. In these 2 to 3 years, their family of 3 had lived very happily. Little Wildcat, don't let your imagination run wild. I've already checked little Lingyu's dantian. There's no battle aura or magic waves in her dantian. Yi Baiming comforted his wife. Father, mother, do you think Lingyu used magic or battle aura? No, Lingyu only thought about it and that rock flew into the air. Just like this. Yi Lingyue still didn't know that her parents were worried about her special ability. She was like a child who had found a treasure and was eager to show off her abilities to her parents. She thought for a moment and the illumination spell in the house was extinguished. During this time, Yunxing and Yi Baiming indeed didn't feel any magic or battle aura waves. This is? Yunxing and Yi Baiming were shocked. It was obvious that there was a mysterious power in their daughter's body that neither of them knew about. In the next few days, Yunxing and Yi Baiming asked around and finally, they found some useful information from Supreme God 4 Directions. The special power in little Lingyu's body was indeed not magic or battle aura. It was an ancient power that had been circulating since the ancient times of the realm of the gods. It was called spiritual power. Little Lingyu's spiritual power was most likely related to the life and death talisman in her soul. However, Supreme God Four Directions couldn't be sure if little Lingyua's spiritual power would be activated after she used it. Supreme God Four Directions gave Yunxing and her husband a seal. After some discussion, Yunxing and Yi Baiming decided to temporarily seal the spiritual power in little Lingyua's body. Little wildcat, aren't we being too cruel by doing this? Yi Baiming looked at his daughter's sleeping face with a worried expression. I don't know if it's right or wrong to let our daughter continue to be an ordinary person. Although Lingyu has never mentioned Night Fox, she is a very proud child. I've secretly seen her outside the temple a few times, watching the children in the village learn magic. Yunxing sighed. Other than a few people, very few people knew that Yunxing had experienced a very tragic childhood. Before the age of 6, Yunxing couldn't learn magic or battle aura for a period of time. If it wasn't for the fact that she had an unyielding adult soul in her body, she would have lived in inferiority and pain throughout her childhood. Don't worry. Our daughter has me and you, as well as the 2 little brothers in your stomach. Her future will be like the bright moon in the sky. She will always have our protection. As Yi Baiming spoke, he gently caressed Yunxing's slightly bulging stomach. He also just found out that he was going to be a father again. When Yi Lingyue woke up the next day and heard her mother say that she was going to be an elder sister, the little girl was overjoyed. As a result, when she was happy, she forgot about the fact that she had spiritual power. She liked to circle around her mother every day, hoping that the stars would shine and the moon would shine, calculating when the 2 little brothers would be born. However, when Yunxing was 4 months pregnant, something happened that completely changed the peaceful life of Yunxing's family of 3. The story started when Yunxing and her husband lived in seclusion in Banana Leaf Village. One day, a man and a woman came to Banana Leaf Village. How should this couple be described? The woman had a head of pink hair and was energetic like a scorching sun. She was incomparably enthusiastic. As soon as she entered the village, she rushed in with familiarity. Together with her was a black-haired man. That man's appearance aside, just a glance from his long and narrow eyes could freeze a person to death. The 2 of them, one hot and one cold, walking together naturally attracted the attention of many people. Look at the 2 of them walking and talking. No, to be precise, it was the pink-haired woman who kept talking. Mingri, this is the small mountain village where I unlocked the seal. I miss this place so much. I haven't been back here for many years. I wonder how old little Lingyu is. The affairs of the human world are too troublesome. I didn't even get to drink little Lingyu's 1-month celebration. I wonder how Master is doing. Has she gained weight or lost weight? I miss Master so much. I really miss the old days. The pink-haired woman kept talking. Her enthusiasm was even greater than that of the 8 ants in the village. The villagers passing by couldn't help but look sideways. When did such a person live in Banana Leaf Village? However, when the woman spoke, the man beside her only listened quietly. Occasionally, he would reveal a smile. Looking at the direction the 2 of them were heading in, it was the home of the village's model couple, Yunxing and Yi Baiming. At this time, the couple happened to be at home. As soon as they arrived outside the Yun family's house, they saw a tall man with a round and jade-like little girl sitting on his shoulder. Daddy, charge forward. The little girl was like a general on the battlefield. With a wave of her small hand, Yi Baiming, who was treated as a horse, immediately rushed forward. That scene was really, very disharmonious. After successfully becoming a slave to his wife, Yi Baiming, the dignified war god of Zhou state, successfully advanced to become a slave to his daughter. Both Bo Bo and Ming Ri were stunned. Who would have thought that Yi Baiming, who was feared by both the people and the underworld, would be ordered around by a little girl? Father, turn right. The target is the pink-haired enemy. Yi Baiming was having a lot of fun with his daughter. When he heard about pink hair, he couldn't help but raise his head. He saw Ming Ri with his mouth wide open and an awkward expression on his face. Yi Baiming, on the other hand, had a calm look on his face. He did not feel embarrassed at all as he carried his daughter down. Go back to the house and see if your mother is awake. Tell her that your Aunt Bo Bo and Uncle Ming Ri are here to see her. Yi Baiming hadn't seen Bo Bo and Ming Ri for several years. Before Yunxing went into seclusion, Bo, with the help of Ming Ri, managed to reconcile the 8 wastelands and the boundless world. Bo, the universe deity, was so busy that he was nowhere to be seen. As for Ming Ri, wherever Bo was, there would be Ming Ri. Yi Baiming wasn't surprised that he appeared here. After a while, Yunxing walked out of the house. When they saw Bo, both of them let out a cry of surprise. Ing, my dear master. When Bo saw Yunxing, he didn't care about his image as a universe deity. Just like when he was young, he pounced on Yunxing. Little Lingyu, who was watching at the side, felt strange. Why was this weird auntie with pink hair more like a child than her when she was 3 years old? Ming Ri, we haven't seen each other for a long time. You two go in first. Yi Baiming knew that since Yunxing and Bo met, they must have endless things to talk about. He smiled and invited Ming Ri into the house. After Ming Ri entered the house, he looked around. Although it was simple, the decorations were very warm. Yunxing and Yi Baiming were really affectionate. The two of them had done so many things for the boundless world and the 8 wastelands, but in the end, they pushed away all the glory and lived in seclusion in the mountains. However, such a life made Ming Ri slightly envious. At least, Yi Baiming had Yunxing and little Lingyu. To him, the happiness of his wife and daughter was far more important than anything else. After Yunxing and Bo chatted for a while, she pulled little Lingyu over. Lingyu, this is your Auntie Bo. She is Mother's good sister. Back then, she accompanied Mother through life and death on the continent. The friendship between Yunxing and Bo was something that ordinary people couldn't understand. During the most difficult times for both of them, they gritted their teeth and persevered together. Auntie Bo, give me a hug. Little Lingyu wasn't shy and sweetly called her auntie. Little Lingyu is so obedient. Sigh, look at how careless your Auntie Bo is. I actually forgot to bring a greeting gift. Bo's face was gloomy as she thought about it. Little Lingyu, how about this? Auntie Bo will give you an uninhabited primitive continent and let you be the landlord. Uninhabited continent? Landlord? What was that? Little Lingyu's little head still couldn't wrap around it. Thank you, Auntie Bo. I love being the landlord the most. However, little Lingyu was very quick-witted and quickly nodded her head like she was pounding garlic. When Bo and her daughter said that, Yi Baiming and Yunxing couldn't help but laugh. Giving an uninhabited continent as a greeting gift. Such words were really typical of Bo's style. However, only a human world deity Bo would be able to give such a greeting gift. Although little Lingyu didn't know what was going on, seeing how happy her parents were, she knew that it must be something good. She quickly kissed Bo's face as a form of thanks. Bo, stop fooling around. Don't forget that you're not a world deity yet. If the deity emperor of the deity world finds out about this, you'll be impeached again. Ming Ri was also very helpless about the kiss. With such a big method of kissing, if Yunxing gave birth to 8 or 10 more, wouldn't she have to give the entire human world away? Not a world deity yet? What's going on? Bo, aren't you already a world deity? Yunxing heard that and felt that something was definitely wrong. Yunxing clearly remembered that a few years ago, Bo had accumulated a large amount of power of belief. In the final world deity selection, she defeated her competitors and became a true human world deity. How could she not be a world deity yet? Ming Ri, I told you to stop talking. Bo glared at Ming Ri. She originally wanted to discuss this matter with her master, but when she arrived at Banana Leaf Village, she found out that her master was pregnant again. So she changed her mind and didn't plan to tell Yunxing about going to the deity world. Bo, we're all on the same side. If you have something to say, just say it. Yi Baiming knew that Yunxing and Bo were like sisters. Bo's matter was Yunxing's matter. If Bo wants to become a world deity, she must go to the deity world to accept the conferment. Originally, I planned to accompany her to the deity world, but during this period of time, the underworld isn't peaceful and I can't leave for a while. Ming Ri was worried that the confused world deity Bo would go to the deity world alone, so he wanted to come to Banana Leaf Village to find Yunxing. Although Yunxing was a human, she had evolved into a 9-tailed celestial fox in the battle with Black Qilin Wang Yixio. She had the body of a beast god and could enter the deity world. However, Yunxing was pregnant again. How could her body withstand the journey? I see. I can't go with you. Then let Night Fox go with you. He also has the body of a demigod and can enter the deity world too. Yunxing heard and thought for a while. Then she had an idea. That won't do. Master, you're pregnant with twins this time. It's inconvenient for your body. The Qilin boy must accompany you. Bobo quickly rejected. Bobo, you underestimate me. Moreover, I'm not alone. I still have the magical beasts in the beast language ring and little Lingyu to accompany me. Yunxing glanced at Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming understood and immediately expressed that he could escort Bobo to the deity world to accept the conferment of a world deity. Before Yi Baiming left, little Lingyu was still reluctant to part with him. Lingyu, you just have to wait until the blood-clotting flowers bloom in the herb field. Then, you'll be able to see Daddy coming back. Yi Baiming smiled as he bid farewell to his daughter. He calculated the journey back and forth. 1 month should be enough for him to return from the realm of the gods. Yi Baiming and Popo left for a month. The child in Yunxing's stomach was already 5 months old, but there was still no news from Yi Baiming. This made Yunxing even more uneasy. She tried to contact the underworld sun, but even the underworld sun was cut off. Logically speaking, Popo should have already arrived at the realm of the gods and received the title of world god. Day after day of waiting made Yunxing restless. Mother, Daddy isn't back yet. Didn't he say that he'll come back when the blood-clotting flowers bloom in the herb field? Little Lingyu hugged her mother's hand and swayed it back and forth. Children were very observant. Little Lingyu also realized that after Daddy left, there was no one to play horse riding with her. There was also no one to make her mother happy. These few days, there was no smile on her mother's face. Sigh, she wanted Daddy to come back soon. Daddy will be back soon. Yunxing forced a smile and patted her daughter's head. Another half a month passed. The blood-clotting flowers in the herb field had all been harvested, but Yi Baiming still hadn't come back. Yunxing couldn't wait any longer. She had no choice but to contact the Netherworld Ghost King. The underworld god isn't in the Netherworld. The Netherworld Ghost King soon brought back a piece of bad news. About a month ago, which was half a month after Yi Baiming left, the underworld god suddenly left the Netherworld Palace. When he left, he took 100,000 Netherworld soldiers with him. Something must have happened. The ominous feeling in Yunxing's heart intensified. Disciple, how about I secretly make a trip to the god realm and ask around? The Netherworld Ghost King saw Yunxing's big belly and was afraid that her body would collapse due to excessive worry. No, Ghost King, you have some grudges with the god realm. Besides, with your status, it's not appropriate for you to appear in the god realm. I want to go there personally. Yunxing had been thinking about it for a few days. Even the usually calm Ming Ri would bring the Ming army to the god realm. Something must have happened in the god realm. But your body now. The Netherworld Ghost King looked at Yunxing's belly, which was twice the size of an average person's. She was only 5.5 months pregnant, but she already looked like she was about to give birth. Not to mention, Yunxing still wanted to bring little Lingyu with her to the god realm. My body is fine. This is already my second child. As for little Lingyu, she has always been obedient. Coincidentally, I know of a secret magic array that leads to the god realm. After making her decision, Yunxing returned to Banana Leaf Village and explained to her daughter that she was going to look for her father. Mother, we just have to enter this magic array and we'll be able to see father. Little Lingyu was confused as she followed her mother onto the god realm's treasure ship. The ship was flying in the sky, and below it was a boundless sea of clouds. Little Lingyu gathered her courage and looked down. Banana Leaf Village had already changed into a xiaohei the size of an ant. It was much taller than the time when her father brought her and her mother to the rooftop to look at the stars. There were only 2 ways to go from the human world to the god realm. One was through the path of the gods, and the other was through a magic array. The only path of the gods in the boundless continent opened once every 3,000 years. That time, Yunxing and Yi Baiming opened it together. After the 2 of them missed that opportunity, the next time the path of the gods opened would be another 3,000 years. Therefore, Yunxing could only go to the god realm through a magic array. That magic array was left behind by the Beast King from the previous time. Yunxing still managed to find out the whereabouts of that magic array from demigod Qingqing. Yes, as long as we pass through that magic array, we'll be able to see father very soon. Yunxing comforted her daughter. Although she said that, Yunxing wasn't very confident in her heart. What was the celestial realm like? Could the magic array really send them there? None of this was certain. Insolent human, how dare you trespass into the god realm? Just as Yunxing's treasure ship passed through the magic array and entered the god realm, a thunderous roar came from the sky. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resounded in the sky, and a fireball appeared in the sky, striking towards the divine world's treasured ship. Yunxing didn't panic. A beautiful divine lotus fire appeared between her fingers and shot out. Seeing the divine lotus fire, a strange sound came from the ball of fire. Then, the ball of fire landed on the treasure ship, and a divine beast walked out from it. When they saw each other clearly, the divine beast and Yunxing were both shocked. Bayan? Little girl? Coincidentally, the guardian of this magic array was actually the divine beast Bayan that Yunxing had met in the smelted geocentric cave when she was still a little girl. At that time, the two of them had only met once. Because Yunxing had cured Bayan's tooth disease, Bayan had gifted her divine lotus fire after Yunxing had passed the test. Unexpectedly, the two of them met again in the god realm. Little girl, I haven't seen you for a few years. You actually purified the divine lotus fire into divine lotus fire? That little girl beside you is your daughter. She's really like you. Both of you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Although Bayan was a divine beast, he had an ugly face. He sized up little Lingyu. Unexpectedly, little Lingyu wasn't afraid when she saw him. She even boldly tried to pull Bayan's tail. Bayan was so shocked that his eyes widened. Senior Bayan, I'm really sorry. I didn't know that you were the one guarding this magic array. I had no choice but to barge into the god realm. Yunxing told him about how she came to the god realm to look for her husband. What? Your husband is Yi Baiming? Good boy, that guy and the god of the underworld, Ming Ri, are famous people in the god realm. Bayan's eyes widened when he heard that. It turned out that more than a month ago, Yi Baiming escorted Bo Bo to the god realm to receive his title. Before entering the god realm, everything was peaceful. But on the day before Popo was about to be conferred the title, Popo was taken away. Yi Baiming contacted Ming Ri, and the two of them immediately started an investigation. In the end, they found out that Bobo had been kidnapped by Xianxia, the clan leader of the Shi clan, who had failed to be selected, and a priest from the human world. The two imprisoned Bobo in the Shi clan's forbidden grounds. They wanted to kill Bobo and steal her divine body. Human realm priest, Yunxing immediately thought of a person. That was the beast god altar's high priest. After Yi Shou disappeared, the beast god altar's high priest's whereabouts were also unknown. Who would have thought that he actually came to the god realm and colluded with the failed Xianxia? In that case, the beast king who committed crimes in the human realm was the Shi clan's Xianxia. Xianxia was a descendant of the ancient god clan. The power behind him was one of the four great god emperors, Emperor Fenggu. Ming Ri and Yi Baiming originally wanted to directly report this to Emperor Yan Yan, but Emperor Fenggu was obstructing them. Ming Ri and Yi Baiming were worried that Bo Bo would meet with misfortune. In their anger, the two gathered 100,000 underworld soldiers and killed their way to the god-falling plains where the Shi clan was located. At this moment, the underworld army and the Shi clan's army are still fighting in the god-falling plains. Bayan sighed as he spoke. Senior Bayan, can you bring me to the god-falling plains? I must find Yi Baiming. Yunxing was very anxious. She begged Bayan. Bayan looked at Yunxing's big belly and the little girl beside her. He couldn't help but feel compassion. He brought the mother and daughter to the god-falling plains. The fallen god plains used to be a large plain with lush grass. However, ever since the battle between the Netherworld Lords and the Shi clan started, the entire Pingyun was bathed in heavy killing intent. The sky was dark as if there were countless dark clouds in the sky. Lightning could be seen flashing in the sky. It wasn't magic, but magic power and Doqi clashing against each other. Yunxing looked over. It was a battle of life and death between 100,000 divine soldiers and the Netherworld guards. This battle was caused by the selfish desires of Xianxia and the High Priest. It would definitely cause the Shi clan, who had tens of thousands of years of history, to suffer. She saw the Netherworld sun turn into a ray of light and rush towards the Shi clan's forbidden grounds. There were 2 or 3 familiar auras in the forbidden grounds. One of them was Bo, and the other was the High Priest. In the sky, there were 2 powerful auras, one black and one gray, that clashed with each other from time to time. They were Yi Biming and Xianxia. Divine soldiers fell from the sky from time to time. The entire battlefield was like an azure hell. There were broken limbs everywhere. Yunxing was worried that her daughter would be frightened, so she didn't dare to enter the battlefield. Lingyue, mother is going to look for father. You stay here for the time being. Remember, don't leave the magic array that mother drew for you. If you really encounter any danger, use the heavenly fate mirror. There will be an uncle inside to protect you. Whether mother finds father or not, I will rush back in 3 days. Yunxing's heart clenched tightly as she looked at the increasingly intense battle. Yunxing drew a magic array. In order to protect little Lingyue, she specially left the heavenly fate mirror and 3 days' worth of food for little Lingyue. This magic array could hide little Lingyue's aura. As long as little Lingyue didn't walk out of the magic array, no one would discover her. Mother, Lingyue will definitely be obedient. I will wait for you and father to come back. Little Lingyue watched her mother leave and obediently stayed in place. A day passed. The battle in the sky was still ongoing, but father and mother still hadn't returned. Little Lingyue didn't have much of an appetite either. Although she didn't know what was going on, she vaguely knew that her parents must be in a difficult situation. She had to obediently wait here and not cause any trouble for her parents. At that moment, 2 figures appeared on the battlefield ahead. They were 2 people, one big and one small. The older one was a woman covered in blood. She was carrying a 6 or 7-year-old boy in her arms. The boy was also injured and his face was covered in blood. The woman was already heavily injured. Before she could reach the magic array, she staggered and fell to the ground. The little boy also fell to the ground. Mother, what's wrong? The little boy was also injured. He struggled to get up and groped his way to the woman's side. Little Lingyue had been practicing medicine with her mother since she was young. When she saw this scene, she subconsciously wanted to help. Just as she was about to step out of the magic array, the heavenly fate mirror flashed and a man appeared. Little Lingyue, you can't. Jirumo appeared. Jirumo wasn't a cold-hearted person. If it was any other time, he would also ask little Lingyue to help, but things were different now. The time wasn't right and the place wasn't right. This was the Godsfall Plains. In front of them was the Shi tribe's territory. The Shi tribe and Dark Lord were engaged in a battle of life and death. This mother and son pair were obviously Shi tribe members. Furthermore, the boy had a handsome face, and the woman's clothes made it obvious that she was not an ordinary person. Jirumo couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't hurt little Lingyue. Since Yunxing asked him to stay by Lingyue's side, even if there was a trace of threat, he wouldn't let little Lingyue walk out of the magic array. But Uncle Rumo. They look so pitiful. That woman, she will die. Little Lingyue looked at the mother and son pair sympathetically. She had followed her mother around and had seen many patients. That woman was probably injured by a powerful magic array. She had walked for a long time and couldn't take it anymore. Little Lingyue, life and death are fated. This is her fate. Jirumo's gaze landed on the little boy. For some reason, when he saw the little boy, he had a very bad premonition in his heart. A blurry image appeared in Jirumo's mind. Shijui, if I, Yi Lingyue, have a next life, I will make you pay with your blood. The woman, whose eyes were filled with despair, fell into the bottomless abyss. The woman's image overlapped with little Lingyue's. Jirumo's heart shook. The image disappeared. Jirumo had an urge to take little Lingyue and leave. The farther away they were from the boy, the better. He had a strong premonition that the boy would bring misfortune to little Lingyue. However, little Lingyue didn't listen to Jirumo. She was still looking at the mother and son in front of her. On the desolate Godsval plains, the boy crawled to his mother's side with great difficulty. Jui. Mother can't make it anymore. Remember, you must live well. Don't take revenge. All of this is your father's fault. The woman opened her eyes with difficulty and raised her hand to touch her son's face. Her eyes were filled with sorrow. If it wasn't for her husband's desire for power, their family of 3 would be very happy. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Before the woman could finish speaking, she couldn't catch her breath. Her hand slipped to the ground and gradually lost its warmth. Mother, mother, don't abandon Yer. The boy was like an injured wolf cub. A desperate cry came from his throat. Gone, there was nothing left. Father, mother, and all of his clansmen, they were all dead. Why? Why was he the only one who was still alive, hugging his mother's already cold body? The little boy cried himself hoarse. In the end, he only felt his vision go black, and his small body fell to the ground. The moment he fell, he felt a soft hand supporting him. Ling Yu, you. Ji Rumo sighed helplessly. He saw that Yi Lingyue still ignored his advice and rushed into the magic array. Uncle Rumo, he fainted. Can we think of a way to save him? Little Ling Yu looked anxiously at the unconscious boy with a nervous expression. Could it be that everything is fate? Ji Rumo couldn't resist little Ling Yu's pleas and brought her to a god race village 5 kilometers away. In order not to worry her mother, little Ling Yu even left a letter in the magic array. After doing all this, little Ling Yu finally felt at ease and followed Ji Rumo to the god race's ancient village. Many years later, when Ji Rumo recalled what happened back then, he couldn't help but sigh. If he had been more determined back then, or if he had hardened his heart and killed the fledgling Shi Jui, perhaps Yi Lingyue would still be the happy Yi Lingyue that she used to be. However, everything was destined. The gears of fate had already begun to turn. The next day, the little boy that Yi Lingyue saved finally woke up. After he woke up, he didn't say a word and just stared blankly. He couldn't see his surroundings and didn't want to talk to the people around him. It was as if he was in a protective shell that didn't allow him to come into contact with the outside world and didn't allow anyone to touch him. After realizing that the little boy couldn't see clearly, little Lingyue was very nervous. Ji Rumo could only tell little Lingyue that it was because he was too sad. After a while, his eyes would recover. You're awake. You've been hungry for the whole day. Do you want to eat something? My mother said that when a patient wakes up, he should drink some sugar and salt water first, then eat some porridge. Little Lingyue was worried that he wouldn't be able to take it if he didn't eat or drink, so she walked over with a bowl of water. Go away. Hearing the word mother, the little boy suddenly got angry and pushed little Lingyue away. Little Lingyue wasn't prepared and fell to the ground. She had been doted on by her parents since she was young. When had she ever been treated so cruelly? She pouted and wanted to cry. However, at this moment, the sound of sobbing came from the bed. The little boy choked and bit his lip, trying his best not to cry. His father said that the men of the Shi tribe were indomitable men. Even if he bled to the last drop, he couldn't cry. Little brother, don't cry. Uncle Rumo has already cremated your mother. This is her ashes. Little Lingyue saw that he was crying so sadly that she was embarrassed to cry. Alright, compared to her little brother, she only had a few scratches. She would be fine after licking it with her saliva. Feeling sorry for herself, little Lingyu stuffed an urn of ashes into the little boy's hands. The little boy stopped crying and hugged the urn tightly in his hands. Why aren't you saying anything? Is it because you're unhappy? Little Lingyue glanced at her little brother from the side. Seeing that he was still silent, she thought for a moment, then suddenly leaned forward and gave the little boy a peck on his face. What are you doing? Even though he couldn't see, from the sound, the little boy knew that the person who saved him was a little girl younger than him. He was already 7 years old, so he vaguely knew that there was some common sense between men and women. Kissing was something that only people who were very close to each other could do. Thinking of this, the little boy blushed. Whenever my mother is unhappy, my father will kiss her to make her happy, little Lingyue said innocently. Are you happier now? Little Lingyu's voice was soft and sweet. It was like a beautiful song in his ears, causing the originally gloomy little boy's heart to soften a little. Before the upheaval, he was an obedient child. I'm better now. Thank you. My name is Shiji. In the future, you can't casually do things like kissing people. Shiji said in a low voice. Why? Little Lingyua's eyes widened. But every time she kissed her parents, they were very happy. How do you want me to explain this? Anyway, in the future, other than your parents and me, you can't kiss anyone else. That's it. After saying this domineeringly, Shiji blushed again. Although he couldn't see clearly what his little savior looked like, in Shiji's heart, he had already subconsciously regarded her as his personal belonging. Oh, I understand. Little Lingyue didn't really understand. In the next few days, little Lingyue took care of Shiji. Unknowingly, the two of them became very good playmates. At the same time, the battle on the Godsfall Plains was coming to an end. Yi Baiming killed Xianxia. After a fierce battle, Yunxing and Ming Ri killed the high priest and rescued Bobo from the forbidden area of the Shi clan. To prevent the Shi clan from rising from the ashes, Ming Ri and Yi Baiming worked together to banish the Shi clan to the extreme north, never allowing them to return to the realm of the gods. But after they did all this, Supreme God Four Directions brought a group of divine soldiers and divine generals to the Godsfall Plains. Yi Baiming, Ming Ri, the two of you have really caused a huge disaster this time. Especially you, Yi Baiming. You are just a demigod, but you have caused so much bloodshed in the realm of the gods. I am under the orders of Emperor Huiyan to bring you to the Heavenly Court Temple for interrogation, Supreme God Four Directions said sternly. Supreme God Four Directions, Yi Baiming and I are husband and wife. We share weal and woe. I am willing to be interrogated with him. Yunxing didn't want Yi Baiming to be interrogated alone, so she insisted on going to the Heavenly Court Temple with him. Mother Goddess, this is all because of Bobo. You can't blame the Qilin boy and master. If you want to punish someone, punish Bobo alone. Bobo pleaded with Supreme God Four Directions, but this time, even Supreme God Four Directions couldn't help them. Bobo, Ming Ri, stop fooling around. The four great god emperors have their own conclusions. Don't worry, Mother Goddess will do her best to protect them. After receiving Supreme God Four Directions' promise, Bobo and Ming Ri relaxed a little. They had no choice but to part ways with Yunxing and the others for the time being. Supreme God Four Directions, my daughter is still in the Godsfall Plains. She is very young. I beg you to let me find her before going to the trial. Yunxing and Yi Baiming were still worried about their daughter's safety. Supreme God Four Directions agreed. Yunxing and Yi Baiming contacted Ji Rumo and found the God Clan village. Daddy, Mommy. When little Lingyu saw her parents, she flew towards them like a little bird. Lingyu, let Mommy take a good look. Yunxing already knew what happened from Ji Rumo. However, in order to not worry Yunxing, Ji Rumo hid the fact that Shiji might be from the Shi clan. A smile appeared on Yubeiji's face when he saw that his daughter was fine. Daddy, Mommy, Lingyu wants to. Little Lingyu looked at the familiar house in the village reluctantly. She hadn't had time to say goodbye to little big brother Jui. The four god emperors are waiting for you. You can't delay any longer. Under Supreme God Four Directions' urging, the family of three left the God Clan village and headed towards the Heavenly Court Temple. Little Lingyu took one last look at the village and said in her heart, little big brother, you must recover quickly. I hope that the next time we meet, you will still remember me. Before Yi Lingyue left, she was still worried about little Jui. She gave a villager in the ancient village some money and asked the villager's daughter to take care of Shiji in her place. In the village, Shiji gradually recovered after little Lingyu's treatment. After a few days, he was finally able to open his eyes. You're awake? A girl from the ancient village stood in front of him. Bobo was conferred the title of World God and Ming Ri was released. The God world regained its peace temporarily. However, Yunxing and her family of three were detained in the God world's prison. Ming Ri, we can't leave Master and the rest behind. Bobo was worried about Yi Baiming and Yunxing who were detained. She went to look for Supreme God Four-Way several times, but she was persuaded to leave by Ming Ri. Bobo, you have to believe in Mother God. She will definitely do her best to help Yunxing and the rest. Ming Ri and Bo Bo were anxiously waiting for news of Yunxing and the rest's safety. Supreme God Four Wei, who was caught in the middle, was extremely depressed. Of the two couples in front of her, one was her favorite disciple, and the other was an expert from the mortal realm who she had personally witnessed becoming a god. This time, their actions had caused a huge commotion in the god realm, and had already attracted the attention of the four great god emperors. Although Shi tribe's patriarch, Xianxia, was at fault, Ming Ri and Yi Baiming were also at fault for slaughtering hundreds of thousands of Shi tribe members. The god emperors must have received a lot of accusations. As for Ming Ri and Yi Baiming's fate, it would depend on the outcome of the meeting between the god emperors. In the vast god world's heavenly court, there were 4 god emperor thrones in the void. A burst of divine light shone and the 4 god emperors in charge of the god world personally came to the heavenly court. On the god thrones, there were 4 god emperor imprints of fire, wind, water, and earth. The 4 god emperors were 3 men and 1 woman. The one on the red throne was Emperor Huiyin, the one on the blue throne was Icefield Empress, the one on the green throne was Emperor Fenggu, and the one on the yellow throne was Emperor Chongqing. Huiyin, the matter of Yunxing and Yi Baiming cannot be tolerated. The first to speak was Emperor Fenggu. Everyone knew that the Shi tribe was originally a god tribe under Emperor Fenggu. His request to punish Yunxing and her husband was obviously selfish. Wind Monarch, in this emperor's opinion, although Yi Baiming's actions are somewhat extreme, it is also because Xianxia was at fault. If he hadn't captured the mortal world's universe god, Yi Baiming and underworld god wouldn't have started a massacre, Emperor Huiyin said unhappily. Emperor Fenggu was the most narrow-minded and only knew how to cover for others. Emperor Yan Huang is right this time. Wind Monarch, in the god realm, if a god emperor breaks the law, he is as guilty as a master god. Don't think that others don't know what Xianxia has done in the human realm all these years. A few of my divine masters have already submitted petitions to impeach him. Monarch Chongqing was the most impartial of the 4 monarchs. With a wave of his hand, a thick stack of memorials appeared in his hand, which he tossed to Monarch Fenggu. Wind Monarch, this emperor has also heard about what Chongqing and Emperor Huiyin said. The Shi tribe's clan leader set up a shrine in the human realm for his own selfish reasons and even used the children and girls of the human realm to do some shady business, Ice Plains Empress added. Monarch Fenggu looked embarrassed after reading the memorials. He didn't know that Xianxia had caused so much trouble in the human realm. Even so, even if Xianxia did do something wrong, it was instigated by others. Yi Baiming and underworld god exiled the Shi tribe to the extreme north and killed 100,000 Shi tribe soldiers. This can't be wrong. Casualties are inevitable in the battlefield. Back then, Yunxing and Yi Baiming were separated several times to save the 8 barons and the Wuji continent from a catastrophe. The number of people they saved was more than 100,000, Emperor Huiyin said with conviction. Huiyin, aren't you saying this because that little girl is your descendant and you want to protect her? If you don't punish the couple, it will be difficult to convince the public. Monarch Fenggu also knew that Yunxing was a direct descendant of Emperor Huiyin. Emperors, please calm down. How about this, let me make a judgment. Xianxia sneaked an attack on a universe god and made a big mistake. The Shi tribe was exiled because of his evil deeds. This is also a kind of experience for the Shi tribe. As for Yunxing and Yi Baiming, they should be rewarded and punished for their crimes, Monarch Chongqing said and Ice Plains Empress nodded. Monarch Huiyin and Monarch Fenggu's expressions softened. In the heavenly court, Yunxing, Yi Baiming, and little Lingyu were still waiting for the results of the meeting of the 4 emperors. Daddy, Mommy, Lingyu is a little scared. Looking at the solemn faces of the divine soldiers and divine generals, little Lingyu nervously grabbed her mother and father's hands. Lingyu, Daddy, and Mommy are here. You don't have to be scared. Yunxing and Yi Baiming looked at each other tacitly. In each other's eyes, there was only encouragement and magnanimity. The 2 of them had experienced so much together. Whether it was the war in the 8 Desolates' boundless continent or the war of the Shi tribe, they had never backed down. Yi Baiming, Yunxing, hear the decree. Supreme God 4 directions appeared in front of the family of 3. The husband and wife knelt together, and little Lingyu followed suit. Yi Baiming, as a demigod, you ignored the decree of the gods and killed 10,000 divine soldiers of the Shi tribe. You exiled millions of Shi tribe members. Your crimes are extremely heinous. According to the laws of the gods, you should be imprisoned in the ancient heavenly prison for 10,000 years. However, the god emperors have shown mercy. On account of Madame Ye's pregnancy, the husband and wife practiced medicine for several years and saved countless lives in the mortal world. Yi Baiming will be pardoned from his 10,000 years in the heavenly prison. Yi Baiming will be conferred the title of Supreme God of the Eight Barons. He will be in charge of the Eight Barons' domain. Yunxing will be conferred the title of Medicine Buddha. She will travel to the Eight Barons with her husband. After the Supreme God of the Four Directions finished reading the decree, the couple thanked him and accepted it. Supreme God Four Directions, what is this decree? Yunxing was confused. The decree clearly said that Yi Baiming was guilty, so why was the couple conferred the title of Supreme God and the title of Medicine Buddha? This is the God Emperor's gratitude for what the two of you have done for the mortal world. They have pardoned Yi Baiming from prison. However, the two of you must not let your guard down. The Eight Desolates divine realm mentioned in the decree is not a good place. It is the most desolate realm in the God realm. Gods and demons coexist there and it is extremely dangerous. The Eight Desolates divine realm has already changed more than 20 supreme gods. Every supreme god has either died or been injured. According to the decree, the two of you are to head to the Eight Desolates divine realm. This was all that Supreme God Four Directions could do for the couple. A magic array appeared beside her. That magic array led to the Eight Desolates divine realm. That's right, I see that your daughter's fate is extraordinary. Listen to this Supreme God. Before she turns 18, don't let her leave the Eight Desolates divine realm. Otherwise, she will definitely encounter the tribulation of reincarnation, Supreme God Four Directions suddenly said as he looked at little Lingyue. Thank you for your reminder. We will bid farewell here. Yi Baiming and Yunxing thanked Supreme God Four Directions and walked into the magic array with little Lingyue. The magic array flashed and the family of three disappeared. Father, mother, where are we going? Little Lingyue asked nervously as she grabbed her parents' hands. Lingyue, we are going to a brand new God realm. That will be our home in the future. Father and mother will bring you and the two little brothers who are about to be born. Together, we will build a new home that belongs to us. Yi Baiming carried little Lingyue and hugged his beloved wife, Yunxing. He felt a sense of satisfaction that he had never felt before. In front of them, a barren and brand new continent awaited them. However, the couple did not feel a trace of uneasiness. In their hearts, there was only hope. This was because they knew that no matter if it was the human realm, the God realm, or the underworld, as long as a family was together, it would be their home. The story of the family of three and the twins was occasionally touched upon in the later chapters. Many people asked why little Lingyue had become Yi Lingyue in the new book. This was a new story. There was no need to feel sad because little Lingyue would find someone who loved her dearly. The story of the night fox and the wild cat was complete. The following chapters were the other side characters. When Dong Huang Linger brought Gufeng back, he was already very old. He was so old that when they appeared in front of the officials of the East Royal Dynasty, none of the officials were willing to accept this imperial husband who was old enough to be the Empress' grandfather. Even though they knew that this old man with wrinkled skin and white hair and a crooked waist, in order to protect the entire boundless world, he burned a large amount of his life force and forged the Dutian blood seal, which caused him to age prematurely. His achievements were worthy of praise from the entire boundless world. However, this didn't change the fact that the officials were unwilling to accept Gufeng. But Empress, you are the only bloodline of the East Royal Dynasty. If you are together with Lord Gufeng, the East Royal Dynasty will have no successor. Dong Huang Linger understood all of this. However, she still insisted that only Gufeng could be her imperial husband. Gufeng silently looked at all of this and listened to it in his heart. When night came, Linger, you should listen to the official suggestion and choose another imperial husband. I won't mind. Gufeng stared at the woman in front of him. Dong Huang Linger was only in her 20s. She was beautiful in the first place, and after becoming the Empress, she naturally had a natural beauty. Gufeng was very grateful that Dong Huanglinger was still willing to accept him. Dong Huanglinger remained silent. She only took over the basin of water from the palace maid and personally wiped Gufeng's face and body. Gufeng, do you still remember what you said to me when I was struck by Madame Chibai's soul snake? While wiping, she said softly. Gufeng was already very old. However, there were some things that were deeply engraved in his heart. Even if he were to die, he wouldn't forget it. Naturally, he remembered what he had said himself. In fact, Gufeng remembered every word that he said to Dong Huanglinger. Every word that he said to Dong Huanglinger was unique. He wouldn't say it to anyone else a second time. He said that if Dong Huanglinger couldn't recover, he would take care of her for the rest of her life. But now, everything had changed. Dong Huanglinger had to take care of him for her entire life. She was still in the prime of her youth, how could he bear to let her be a widow for her entire life? Let me answer you. No matter what you become, I am willing to accompany you. Dong Huanglinger's words did not move Gufeng. Instead, they angered him. However, I am not willing. I am not willing to be your imperial husband. I am also not willing to be judged by others and become a sinner of the Dong Huang dynasty. Gufeng swept the water basin onto the ground. This was the first time in his life that he was angry at Dong Huanglinger. The water splashed all over the ground. Dong Huanglinger silently squatted down. Empress. Those palace maids were so scared that they hurriedly went to support Dong Huanglinger. Gufeng, I understand your concerns. Give me some time, I will definitely think of a way, Dong Huanglinger said faintly. Gufeng sighed. He hardened his heart and no longer paid attention to Dong Huanglinger. Dong Huanglinger thought that Gufeng would slowly come to his senses. But who would have thought that from the second day onwards, Gufeng started not eating anything. He didn't even drink the medicine that she personally brewed. Seeing Gufeng aging day by day, Dong Huanglinger helplessly turned to her good friend Yunxing for help. Ling you are still not willing to listen to my opinion. You came to the 8 desolate divine realm to help me, a night fox. Yunxing looked at Dong Huanglinger's haggard appearance and felt very anxious. However, she also understood that Gufeng was doing this because he loved Dong Huanglinger too much. The two of them clearly loved each other. Yet, they were unable to be together. How could this not be a type of torture? After she and Yi Biming took care of the 8 desolate divine realm, she had also invited Ling and Gufeng to live in the divine realm together. Ling used the reason that Gufeng's body was unable to travel long distances and that she was worried about the Dong Huang dynasty as an excuse to reject Yunxing's good intentions. My answer is still the same. As the Empress of the Dong Huang dynasty, I will always stay in the eastern capital. Yunxing, the reason why I called you here today is to ask if there is any way to let Gufeng live for a few more years. Ling knew that the reason why Gufeng didn't eat anything was to force her to compromise. However, this time, she wasn't going to compromise. In the past, for the sake of the Dong Huang dynasty, she let Gufeng stay in the Dutian blood imprint alone for many years. This time, she wasn't going to leave him alone. You really want to know? I'm afraid I'll have to trouble the underworld god for this matter. Yunxing was in a difficult position. Although she had already become a god and possessed heaven-defying medical skills, she was helpless for her friend Gufeng who was already very old. Why is it you again? When Mingri saw Yunxing, he felt a headache coming. Every time this woman appeared, nothing good would happen. Underworld god, I'm the one who asked Yunxing to find you. I want to know if there's any way to let Gufeng live for a few more years. Dong Huanglinger also knew that her request was very difficult for Gufeng. However, this was the only way she could make Gufeng stay. Life and death are predestined, and lifespan is determined by the heavens. Even as the underworld god, I'm helpless. Mingri shook his head. Who says it's not possible? On a certain continent in the mortal realm, there's a spring called the life-changing spring. It might be able to help you. Bobo jumped out. Bobo, don't mess around. Your actions are equivalent to disrupting the order of the mortal realm and the netherworld. When Mingri saw Bobo, he knew that something was going to happen again. Bobo, please tell me, what is the life-changing spring? Can it help me and Gufeng? When Dong Huanglinger heard that there was still hope, her eyes lit up again. Actually, I've only heard that after drinking the life-changing spring, you can exchange a part of your lifespan with others. However, the number of years you exchange will be the number of years you age overnight. Bobo looked at the young and beautiful Dong Ling and said uneasily. Any woman would want to stay young forever. Dong Ling was no exception. I can't. I can think of concocting some medicinal pills to help Gufeng. When Yunxing heard Bobo's words, she objected. Yunxing, you said it yourself. Gufeng's body can't even withstand ordinary medicinal pills. Bobo, please bring me to look for the life-changing spring. Dong Ling gaze was firm as she made her decision without hesitation. Dong Ling the greatest empress in the history of Donghuang dynasty, her life was a legend. Her friendship with her good friend, the medical Buddha Yunxing, had always been seen as a legend in the boundless continent. However, the most legendary story in her life was the story between her and her imperial husband, Gufeng. According to the legends, she and Gufeng met in a chaotic era. At that time, she was the princess of a declining dynasty and he was a trash magician who came from a mountain village. Because of their identities and misunderstandings, the two of them had separated several times. However, in the end, the two of them still walked together. However, at that time, her imperial husband, Gufeng's body was already very weak. Even the medical Buddha Yunxing at that time said that her imperial husband might not live for more than a year. However, even if that was the case, Donghuang Empress still rejected the opinions of everyone and got married to Gufeng. On the second day after the Donghuang Empress got married, the Donghuang Empress became old overnight. Some people said that she did it because of her imperial husband, Gufeng's illness, and some people said that she did it because of the busy imperial court. However, no matter how many rumors and public opinions were spread outside, the Donghuang Empress and her imperial husband were very loving. The Donghuang Empress ascended the throne when she was 17 years old and passed away when she was 47 years old. On the same night after she passed away, her imperial husband, Gufeng, also passed away beside the Donghuang Empress. Even when the two of them died, their hands were still tightly held together. The two of them didn't have any children. In the end, the Donghuang dynasty was inherited by the medical Buddha Yunxing's third son, Yi Lingguang. There is a kind of happiness called holding your hand and growing old together with you. There is also a kind of happiness called, for you, I am willing to grow gray hair early and grow old overnight. That was the love legend that belonged to Donghuang Ling and Gufeng. To the young magicians on the continent, there were two sacred places in their hearts. One was the temple, and the other was the continent's magic elite camp. Of these two places, the temple had once produced the number one light magician, Ji Rumo. The continent's magic elite camp had once produced the legendary magician, Yun Xing, who was proficient in magic and medicine. Therefore, in the hearts of all the young magicians, these two places were the palaces of magic. However, compared to the temple that was built in the cities of various large countries, the continent's magic elite camp, which was the other sacred place for magicians, was much more mysterious. Every year, in the boundless continent, only a very small number of young magicians would receive a notice from the continent's magic elite camp. Note that even if you were lucky enough to receive a notice, it didn't mean that you had already become a member of the continent's magic elite camp. Only those who passed the test could finally become a member of the continent's magic elite camp. Every autumn was the busiest time for the continent's magic elite camp. This was because it was the time for new students to enter the camp. There would always be all kinds of young magicians who had all kinds of fantasies about the continent's magic elite camp. Look, that senior brother is so handsome. A few young female magicians who had just arrived at the continent's magic elite camp saw a male magician walking in front of them. He wore a green magician's robe and held a snake-shaped magic scepter in his hand. His entire person seemed to have walked out of a painting. I don't know his name, but he must be on the primrose list. A few young female magicians chattered away. One of the braver ones even ran up to stop that green-cloaked magician. Senior brother, I am the new water magician this year, and I. Can I be your? Before that female magician could finish her words, the green-cloaked magician glanced at her. A terrifying scene happened. The female magician was instantly petrified from the top of her head to the bottom of her feet. Ah! The faces of those new female magicians turned pale, not knowing what had happened. When the continent's magic elite camp's great elder sister Lan rushed over, she hurriedly comforted these new female magicians. "Don't worry, this is just a joke from Elder Abandoned of the magic camp. This is the most basic petrification magic. It can only last for 1 hour before it will automatically lose its effect," Sister Lan comforted them while cursing in her mind. That damned Abandoned, he still had his old temper. Every year, there would always be a few infatuated female magicians who would be affected by the petrification magic. Because of this, the parents of these new students had complained about the Continental Magic Elite Camp. Only then did the new female magicians know that the young male magician was actually an elder of the continent's Magic Elite Camp. Legend had it that he was the only abandoned elder on the continent who practiced poison magic. Previously, there was a rumor that the Great Elder Blue and the second elder of the Mage Elite Camp were a couple. From the looks of it now, that was definitely the biggest mistake. Chi was already used to Blue's scolding. To Chi, in this world, there were only 3 people who could treat him as equals. They were his friends, Yunxing, Gufeng, and Donghuang Ling. After the 3 of them left the Continental Magic Elite Camp one after another, Chi became even quieter. The only thing that accompanied him every day was his little green snake. "Abandoned, come out." Outside the house, Sister Lan rushed in angrily. Abandoned had an expressionless face as he was experimenting with a new poison magic. When Senior Sister Lan saw the ball of poisonous magic mist in Abandoned's hand, even the fearless Senior Sister Lan couldn't help but shudder. "Sister Lan, what's the matter?" Abandoned still had an expressionless face. "2 things. Firstly, you are not allowed to use petrification magic on new students next time. Another person was scared by you and dropped out of school. Secondly, Yunxing sent you a letter." Sister Lan paid attention to Abandoned's expression. When Sister Lan mentioned the first thing, Abandoned continued to have an expressionless face. However, when Sister Lan mentioned Yunxing's name, Abandoned was slightly moved. Sure enough, in this world, only Yunxing could make this guy who was even more stony than a rock have a reaction. After leaving the letter, Sister Lan ran out of Abandoned's house with goosebumps all over her body. Opening the letter, the familiar handwriting on the letter made Abandoned's expression change slightly. Little Qing curled up her body and lay beside his hand. "Little Qing, Yunxing invited me to Taiyuan Mountain. Huxing's mother and curator Zhenli are getting married. She hopes that I can attend the wedding banquet." Abandoned very naturally read the letter to Little Qing. After Hu Rulan arrived at Taiyuan Mountain, she had been living with Hu Jiuxing and his wife. One time, Wuxian Wuji School's curator Zhenli came to Taiyuan Mountain and fell in love with Hu Rulan at first sight. At first, Hu Rulan was unwilling because she felt that she was not worthy of curator Zhenli because she was married and had a child. However, curator Zhenli was not discouraged. After a long chase, curator Zhenli finally moved Hu Rulan's heart. Curator Zhenli had just proposed a few days ago. "Since it's curator Zhenli's wedding banquet, I should attend," Abandoned said again. Little Qing flicked her tongue at Abandoned and made a hissing sound. Actually, Abandoned knew that Little Qing did not understand Abandoned's words at all. When Abandoned arrived at Taiyuan Mountain, Yunxing was already waiting for him outside Taiyuan Castle. At that time, Yunxing was pregnant. Although her body shape did not change, she looked very happy accompanied by Yi Baiming. "Abandoned, you're finally willing to come out of the elite camp. I almost thought that you were going to be like Master Shi Huang and become a little poisonous creature, hiding in the elite camp for the rest of your life." Similarly, the people who were waiting for Abandoned were his and Yunxing's mutual friends, Ling and Gufeng. That brat Gufeng was also someone that Abandoned envied the most. Back then, Gufeng also had a crush on Donghuang Ling, just like how he had a crush on Yunxing. However, in the end, Gufeng had relied on his own efforts to pursue Ling. Although there were some twists and turns, the two of them finally got together under the effect of the life-changing spring. Although the two of them were no longer youthful, they were still very loving. However, Abandoned could only watch as Yunxing and Yi Baiming got together in the end. This was Abandoned's biggest regret in his life. "Abandoned, you haven't met Madame Rulan yet, right? She has always wanted to meet you." Yunxing walked forward and brought Abandoned to meet Madame Rulan. Madame Rulan had always wanted to meet Abandoned ever since she found out that he was the only person her daughter had ever liked. When he heard that he wanted to meet Madame Rulin, Abandoned was a little hesitant because in his heart, he always felt that his rejection of Huxing back then was the main culprit behind Huxing's death. However, he still decided to meet Hu Rulin in the end. "You're Abandoned? You're indeed an outstanding child. No wonder Huxing took a fancy to you back then." When Hu Rulin saw Abandoned, she did not have any intention of reprimanding him. Instead, she looked at Abandoned with the gaze of a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. In addition, the curator of combat strength was standing beside her, which made Abandoned feel very awkward. Seeing Abandoned's uneasiness, the curator of combat strength laughed out loud. "Madam, you and Yunxing haven't seen each other in a long time. You two can chat first. I'll talk to Green about the upcoming exchange between magicians and warriors between the mainland's Magic Elite Camp and Wushuan Everlasting School." With that, he pulled Abandoned out of the room. After Abandoned left, Madame Hu Rulin and Yunxing looked at each other. "He's gone. Huxing, you can come out now," Yunxing said as she took out a beast language ring and released a wisp of spirit from it. If others were to see that strand of soul, they would definitely be shocked. That was because that strand of soul had an appearance that was 99% similar to Yunxing. Huxing was actually not dead, in fact, Huxing was indeed dead. However, Yunxing had found her spirit and brought it back. Back then, when Madame Rulin arrived at the boundless mainland, although she got along very well with Hu Jiuxing's family, every time she saw Yunxing and Hu Jiuxing together, she would force a smile and hide in a place where others could not see, secretly feeling sad. Hu Jiuxing and she were twins. Hu Jiuxing also saw Hu Rulin's sadness. Therefore, Hu Jiuxing suggested that Yunxing help find Huxing's spirit. Yunxing thought about it. In order not to upset Madame Rulin, she could only find Mingri again. At first, Mingri did not agree. After all, he was the world god of the underworld. Back then, Li Qingqing's incident was already a surprise to Mingri. If there was another Huxing, there would be no order in the underworld. However, once Yunxing mentioned Bo Bo, Mingri had no choice but to compromise. However, he had a condition. He would not take the initiative to hand over Huxing's spirit. If Yunxing wanted to find Huxing, she had to search in the underworld herself. The underworld was so big that it was even bigger than the mortal realm. It was very difficult to find a spirit. Mingri originally thought that Yunxing would retreat in the face of difficulties. However, he did not expect Yunxing to actually find Huxing. The specific reason was because of the beast language ring in Hu Rulin's hand. That beast language ring was used by Huxing in the past. Relying on the remnant aura in the beast language ring, Yunxing finally found Huxing in the ninefold ghost prison and brought her back. Although she brought her back, she could only be temporarily stored in the beast language ring in the form of a spirit. It was not good for Huxing if she stayed for too long. At this time, Huxing took the initiative to propose an idea that shocked everyone. She hoped that she could stay by Qi's side. Mother is now accompanied by Uncle Jean. Yunxing, you also have your own family. I can't always stay by your side. I want to stay by Qi's side. When Huxing first proposed this idea, Hu Rulin was not willing to. However, after Yunxing and Huxing's persuasion, Hu Rulin finally relented and agreed to meet Qi. This was the reason for this meeting. After seeing Qi in person, Madame Rulin finally believed in her daughter's foresight. But Xing'er, how are you going to stay by Qi's side? Are you going to continue existing as a spirit? Hu Rulin sighed. Madame Rulin, you don't have to worry about this. I already have a complete plan. As Yunxing spoke, a small green snake appeared in her hand. Xiaoqing looked at Yunxing in confusion. Just now, when Qi and the director of combat strength went out, Yunxing used the excuse that she wanted to repair Qi's magic scepter to make Xiaoqing and the magic scepter stay behind. You mean to let Xing'er attach herself to this snake? Hu Rulin was a little reluctant. Mother, I'm willing to do that. As long as I can silently accompany Qi, I'm willing to be a snake for the rest of my life. Huxing revealed a joyful smile. Hu Rulin's eyes warmed. This was one of the few times she had seen her daughter smile in all these years. This child was so silly. Huxing's spirit entered Xiaoqing's body. When Qi returned, Yunxing casually handed the magic scepter to Qi. After the wedding banquet, Qi prepared to leave Taiyuan Mountain. Xiaoqing, if Huxing's spirit could see Madame Roland's wedding, she would be very happy. The director of combat strength is a good person. Qi sighed. Hiss, hiss. Xiaoqing flicked her tongue. This time, she said, yes. I will. Being with you is the greatest happiness in my life. Normally, it would take about 3 to 4 years for a baby to have memories. However, it would take about 5 to 6 years for a baby to have complete memories. However, for Dugu Xiu, his memories started when he was 2 years old. Most of the children in the boundless world were just learning to walk at the age of 2. However, for the princes and princesses of the later Qin palace, 2 years old was the true beginning of their lives. The princes and princesses of the later Qin dynasty were forced to be separated from their mothers at birth. They grew up drinking the milk of wild beasts. Therefore, their physiques were much stronger than the princes and princesses of other countries. Dugu Xiu was undoubtedly the most muscular among the princes and princesses of the later Qin dynasty. He grew up drinking the milk of a lioness. There was no weakness in his personality. From the moment he started drinking milk, in order to eat more milk, he pushed away all the other cubs and monopolized the lionesses. There were already signs of it. The overbearing side of his personality was something that an emperor must have. It was also because of his personality that the later Qin emperor had always doted on Dugu Xiu. The other princes and princesses could only secretly envy Dugu Xiu. Everyone thought that it was because of Dugu Xiu's extraordinary talent and that he was favored by the heavens. Only Dugu Xiu and his mother knew that it was because of the black Qilin blood in Dugu Xiu's body. Dugu Xiu already knew that he wasn't the child of the later Qin emperor from the moment he could understand things. However, this didn't make him feel inferior because in Dugu Xiu's world, strength was everything. The leader of the Black Qilin clan, He Yao, was stronger than the later Qin emperor. Therefore, his father was He Yao. This was Dugu Xiu's way of dealing with people. He wanted the best in everything, whether it was his biological father, his woman, or anything else. This belief was firmly believed by Dugu Xiu for a very long time afterwards. That was until the first accident of his life. That accident was Yunxing. When Dugu Xiu first met Yunxing, he would never have thought that this little girl would be his destined jinx. Before meeting Yunxing, the women that Dugu Xiu liked were the women in his crown prince residence. They were almost the same type. They were either sexy and voluptuous, or good at dancing. They were also women who knew how to read people's expressions to please him. However, Yunxing was only a half-grown child at that time. She was still young and inexperienced, and her appearance was barely passable. The only thing that left a deep impression on Dugu Xiu was Yunxing's eyes. She had a pair of eyes that were clearer than any other woman's. But even so, Dugu Xiu still hated Yunxing more than he liked her. If he really had to describe her, she was like an immature green plum. If he ate her, it would be so sour that he would have a toothache. In any case, she was definitely not the type that Dugu Xiu liked. The reason why Dugu Xiu noticed Yunxing was because of another person. That person was the Immortal Residence's Divine Wind King. He was also one of the successors of the 5 great countries. The Divine Wind King was a rare opponent that Dugu Xiu liked. It was also because the Divine Wind King saw Yunxing in a different light that he racked his brains to capture Yunxing. He wanted to use her to restrict the Divine Wind King. However, Dugu Xiu did not expect that he would fall into the hands of Yunxing. He almost died in the beast tide. That cunning woman actually stripped him naked and hung him on the road. To the incomparably arrogant Dugu Xiu, this was a humiliation that could not be washed away. Later on, he found out about that woman's true identity. However, when he saw her, she was already a completely different person. She gradually grew up, her features becoming more and more exquisite. Her figure was like a willow tree in spring, transforming day by day. Dugu Xiu understood that this was a woman with limitless potential. There would be a day when she would grow into the most eye-catching woman on the continent. He wanted this kind of woman. Yunxing was the only woman who could be the mistress of the Crown Prince residence. She was a woman who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. However, when Dugu Xiu put down his pride and went to propose, a person that Dugu Xiu hated for his entire life appeared. That was Zhou State's dethroned crown prince, Yi Baiming. That man was even more cunning than a fox. He snatched Yunxing before him and set up an engagement with her. Du Guxiu would never forget this kind of humiliation of snatching food from the tiger's mouth. However, Du Guxiu was not someone who would give up so easily. He made use of Yunxing's sentimental nature and captured her to later Qin. Du Guxiu originally thought that as long as Yunxing fell into his hands, she would be like the other women in the crown prince residence and submit to him in the end. That damned Yunxing, however, proposed to be a pair for life. Du Guxiu only snorted at this. In Du Guxiu's world, the only thing a woman had to do was submit. Even if Yunxing was special to him, he would not agree to be a pair for life. At that time, Du Guxiu did not know that there would be a day when he would regret his decision. The matter of detaining Yunxing eventually became a prairie fire. At that time, Yi Baiming, who was already the regent of Great Zhou, sent his army north. He used the excuse of swearing to marry Yunxing to force later Qin to abdicate. When the Immortal Abode's very army and Zhou State's allied army charged into later Qin, Du Guxiu knew that he was a trapped beast. However, he was still unwilling. He gave up on later Qin and went to the Eight Wastelands. He swore to the heavens that he would take back everything that belonged to him. In the end, he did it. He fused with Black Qilin King Yexiu's flesh, blood, heart, and Black Qilin relic. He became the king who stood at the peak. However, why did he not feel any joy after becoming an omnipotent expert? There was only endless loneliness and pain. Many nights, he dreamed of He Linlin and He Yao. He dreamed of his mother, who was crying in the cold palace, and the people of the boundless world, who had been contaminated by the blood fog and were groaning in pain. Yunxing told him that it was because there was still a portion of human blood in his body. He was unwilling to believe it. This was because, from the moment he killed his biological father, He Yao, Du Guxiu had told him that the portion of human blood in his body had already died. This conflict between the human race and the beast race made Du Guxiu rather be devoured by Black Qilin King Yexiu. He would rather sleep in Yexiu's body forever. That way, he would not have to feel conflicted and would not have to face Yunxing's sad eyes. However, the moment Yexiu was about to kill Yunxing, Du Guxiu could not ignore it. He hesitated and stopped Yexiu from making a desperate attack. Yexiu was ultimately defeated. He was also defeated. Du Guxiu and Yexiu were also two disappointed people. They stood guard outside Celestial Fox's tomb together. To Yexiu, he was protecting his relationship with Hu Yin. As for Du Guxiu, he only hoped that he would be able to see that person again one day in the future. Before Yunxing arrived, he met the Elf King, Shen Feng. That man, who was like the wind, was all alone in his life. Du Guxiu knew that he was the same as him. Once someone entered his heart, there would be no room for anyone else. The two men, who had once fought to the death, looked at each other without any hatred in their eyes. Many years later, when he saw Yunxing and the man beside Celestial Fox's tomb again, he felt that there really was a pair in this world. Only then did Du Guxiu realize that it was not impossible. It was just that he could not do it. Sometimes, missing a moment was equivalent to missing a lifetime. If he could do it all over again, he just wanted to ask Yunxing to be with him for the rest of his life. What do you think? For thousands of years, the continent had been debating whether magicians or warriors were stronger. This debate was just like the battle between the human race and the beast race on the boundless continent. It was never-ending. In the westernmost part of the boundless continent, there was a huge desert. The desert was extremely hot all year round, and not a single blade of grass grew there. Legend had it that some people got lost in the desert and had no choice but to hunt their companions and drink the blood of living humans to walk out. Therefore, this desert was also known as the Bloodthirsty Desert. In the periphery of the desert, there were a few human villages. Relying on the sporadic water source and local farming, the humans in the villages had been living extremely hard lives. This year's summer was the driest season in the entire desert. Even the deepest well in the village could not produce a single drop of water. Beside the well, a woman with withered yellow hair was bending over, trying to get some water from the well. "Mother, Nyo is thirsty." Beside the woman, a 5 to 6-year-old girl was extremely thirsty. She hugged the woman's leg and cried, "Nyo, don't cry. There's no more water in the well. The woman's throat was already dry, but what could she do? The village had exhausted all methods, but she could not find a single drop of water. If this continued, not to mention the children and the elderly, even the adults would not be able to endure it. In the neighbor's house, there were already people who could not bear it any longer. They killed their livestock and relied on the livestock's blood to quench their thirst. The woman's eyes were filled with sorrow. "Little girl, don't cry. There's clear water here." A voice that was as sweet as spring water sounded out like the sound of nature. A hand that was so fair that almost no pores could be seen stretched out towards him. The woman looked over. Under the glaring sunlight, she saw two young girls. One of them was dressed in white, while the other was dressed in pink. The one who spoke was the young girl dressed in white with a dust-proof veil. She was holding a water bag in her hand. Due to the veil, the woman and Ñoño could not see the young girl's appearance clearly. However, the young girl had a pair of limpid eyes that were unforgettable. After seeing the water, Ñoño took it without hesitation. She had just taken a sip when she carefully stopped. "Big sister, can I give the water to other people to drink?" Ñoño licked the water droplets on her lips and resisted the urge to drink another mouthful. "Of course you can. The water I gave you is yours." The white-clothed girl saw Ñoño's appearance and felt both heartache and fondness. What a sensible child. "Thank you, pretty big sister." Little Ñoño sweetly shouted. "The little girl's mouth is quite sweet. You haven't even seen what we look like. How do you know we're beautiful?" The girl in pink raised her beautiful eyes. There was a hint of amusement in her eyes. "My mother said that kind-hearted people are good-looking," Ñoño said as she handed the water bag to her mother. The woman shook her head, indicating that she wasn't thirsty. "Madam, the wells in town have all dried up. Haven't you found a new water source?" The white-clothed girl frowned when she saw that the woman's lips were cracked, but she was still resisting the urge to drink water. "It's not that we don't want to, it's just that it's not easy to find outside. Recently, there happened to be." The woman looked at the two girls' attire. Although they were dressed as humans, their exquisite clothes and fair skin made it obvious that they weren't ordinary people. On the boundless continent, the only ones who could live such a luxurious life were the nobles of the human race or the beasts. What happened to be? "People are dying of thirst. Why aren't you looking for water? How stupid." The girl in pink curled her lips, looking down on these cowardly humans from the bottom of her heart. If not for her sister's insistence on finding a medicinal herb in the great blood-drinking desert, she wouldn't have bothered to interact with these humans. The woman opened her mouth, unsure if she should continue. At this moment, the sound of drums and gongs came from the village entrance. "Oh no, the beasts are here again. Everyone, run." Upon hearing that the beasts were here, the woman was so frightened that her face turned pale. She didn't dare to say anything more to the two girls. She pulled her daughter and fled towards the village entrance. All of a sudden, the village was in chaos. Every household was dragging the elderly and the young into the depths of the desert. Thud thud thud, flap flap, there were sounds of beast hooves and eagles chirping. In the northern side of the desert, there was a cloud of dust. Dozens of ferocious beasts appeared in front of them. They were all ferocious beasts, ranging from snow-white treading snow lions to ferocious black cloud leopards and red cloud eagles. Any one of these ferocious beasts could kill a strong warrior in an instant. Usually, it was rare to see one of these ferocious beasts, but today, dozens of them appeared all at once. At this moment, these ferocious beasts were very obedient. This was because the beasts sitting on them were youths from the beast clan who were 100 times more ferocious than the ferocious beasts. These youths weren't very old. They were only 15 or 16 years old. However, from their nimble movements and sparkling eyes, it wasn't hard to tell that they were all experts with unique skills. Looking at the leader of the group, the muscles all over his body bulged as if they would burst out of his clothes at any time. This person's cultivation was definitely not below the martial ancestor level. Looking at the other youths beside him, most of them had the same level of cultivation. Brothers and sisters, who do you think will be the winner this time? It was obvious that the youth in the warrior's clothes had a part of the wolf clan's bloodline. As he spoke, he raised his head and howled. "Let's compete and we'll know." The youth laughed loudly. The loser will each hand over 100 of their clansmen as slaves to the winner. These youths were all aristocrats or royalty of the Beast clan. Every summer, they would come to the blood-drinking desert for the purpose of hunting. The so-called hunting, as the name suggested, was to hunt and kill humans like prey. The more people they killed, the winner was considered. The lives of humans were nothing to them. However, the slaves of other beast clans were different. There were dozens of people here. If they won once, it would be no different from gaining tens of thousands of strong beast clan warriors. Haha, it's settled then. The youth in the warrior's clothes took the lead. He clamped his legs on the treading snow lion and rushed towards the human village. The other youths also rushed towards the village with lightning speed. Behind them, there was a black horse with a youth sitting on it. The youth had a sculpted face. He had a high-nosed bridge and deep eyes. His clothes were very ordinary and there weren't any excessive waves of fighting energy around him. Unlike the other youths from the Beast clan, the youth didn't immediately charge towards the village. Have you investigated the shadow? The youth suddenly asked. Young clan leader, I've investigated clearly. There are 2 small paths in the village. There was no trace of anyone around, but a voice suddenly answered. Shadow, I've told you many times. Don't call me young clan leader when we're outside. Just call me Xianxia. You don't have to hide anymore. Come out. There was some dissatisfaction on the youth's cool face. Young Lord Xianxia. Shadow's voice was a little excited and touched. He revealed himself and followed behind Xianxia like a shadow. The young clan leader was the only person in the entire Black Chelan tribe who did not look down on him because of his ugliness. Shadow would forever remember this kindness in his heart. He was willing to be loyal to young clan leader Xianxia for the rest of his life and not let anyone hurt him. That bunch of idiots. They come to hunt humans every year. The humans have long been on guard. Why would they wait in the village for them to capture us alive? We'll split into 2. You'll block the exit in front, and I'll block the back. Haha, this time, I'll add tens of thousands of beast warriors for my father. Xianxia laughed loudly. He and Shadow split into 2 and rushed toward the back of the village. In just 10 minutes, the village was empty. 2 young girls stood beside the well with different expressions. Sister, we encountered a predator. I heard that there's a popular gambling activity among the beast race nobles. It's called predator hunting. Whoever kills more people will get beast race slaves. There was some excitement on the pink-clothed girl's face. She and the white-clothed girl were also beast race nobles. However, the 2 of them had stayed in the tribe since they were young and rarely went out. This time, the 2 of them had sneaked out. Nonsense. How can human lives be trifled with? The white-clothed girl, who had studied medicine since she was young, blushed when she heard this. What human lives? They're just lowly humans. Sister, you're going to inherit the position of the Celestial Fox tribe leader in the future. You can't be so soft-hearted. When the pink-clothed girl said this, jealousy flashed in her eyes. Xianxia, you don't have to say any more. Even if I inherit the position of the Celestial Fox people's tribe leader, I will never kill humans. Humans and beasts are the same. They should all live and work in peace and contentment on the boundless continent. The white-clothed girl's voice was piercingly cold. She turned around and was about to walk out of the village. Elder sister, what are you doing? Aren't we going into the desert to look for herbs? Xianxia knew that her elder sister had always sympathized with the human race, so she did not dare to provoke her. Save them. After leaving behind these 2 words, the white-clothed girl's figure disappeared like a flash of light. Sigh, why is this person so stubborn? Xianxia stomped her feet in anger and had no choice but to run out after him. When they reached the entrance of the village, Xianxia followed them all the way. Suddenly, she heard the sound of horse hoofs behind her. Caught off guard, she fell to the ground. Where did this blind fool come from? Xianxia was about to curse, but when she saw who it was, her voice stopped abruptly. Under the sunlight, a young man rode on horseback. The young man's face was extremely handsome, like a god who had fallen into the mortal world. He was full of arrogance, as if he didn't care about anything in the world. With just a glance, Hu Yushang felt as if her heart was in her throat. You are a beast? Yi Xiu wanted to kill this girl who had suddenly barged in, but when he looked at her, he realized that she had the aura of a beast. Big brother, my name is Hu Yushang. I am a celestial fox. Yushang hurriedly stood up and smiled sweetly. She even took the initiative to remove the veil on her face. Hu Yushang had always been very confident in her appearance. Even in the celestial fox tribe, she was one of the top beauties. She thought that the man would be moved by her appearance, but to her surprise, Yi Xiu did not even look at her face. He turned his horse around and chased in another direction. Sigh, why did you leave? I still don't know your name. Hu Yushang looked disappointed. A top-notch 8 desolation horse. This young man had met this group of beast nobles along the way. He had kept a low profile along the way, and even the horse he rode was inconspicuous. But if a true expert were to take a look, they would definitely realize that the horse the young man was riding was no ordinary horse. It was an 8 wilderness Qilin horse that could only be bred by the Black Qilin tribe. The 8 wilderness Qilin horse was very fast. In less than half an hour, Yi Xiu saw a large group of fleeing human villagers ahead. Mother, Nyo can't run anymore. The mother and daughter who were running at the back were the pair that the girl in white had met by the well. The woman could only carry her child on her back, but when she heard the sound of hooves behind her, she turned around and saw Yi Xiu. She was so frightened that her legs gave way and she fell to the ground. Nyo was so frightened that she started crying. The woman knew that she could not escape today, so she hugged Nyo and trembled. Useless humans. Yi Xiu looked at these ant-like humans with disdain. If not for the bet, he would even think that killing these people would dirty his hands. Stop. Countless icicles fell from the sky. It was impossible to guard against, and they hit Yi Xiu's feet. Countless holes were formed in the sand. The icicles exploded, and the sharp ice shards pierced the 8 wilderness Qilin horse's body. The Qilin horse neighed, and a hurricane swept up from the ground. The hurricane swept up the mother and daughter who had fallen to the ground, and moved them dozens of feet away. A girl in white appeared in front of Yi Xiu in an instant. Even though they were dozens of feet apart, the anger in the girl's eyes was very clear. A mage? Yi Xiu stopped his horse with a look of surprise. To be able to use both water and wind magic at the same time, there was such a talent in the human race. After taking a closer look, Yi Xiu realized that she was a beast just like him. Celestial Fox? Yi Xiu had heard of the Celestial Fox tribe. It was rumored that the people of the Celestial Fox tribe were proficient in all kinds of magic and sorcery. He had fought with some Celestial Fox mages before, but none of them had such outstanding control of magic like the girl in front of him. I didn't expect the brave and warlike Black Qilin tribe to engage in such shady business. The girl in white looked at the pitiful mother and daughter and felt sad. These humans were not even comparable to magical beasts. Damn the nobles of the beast race. They were clearly disregarding human lives. How dare you insult the Black Qilin tribe? You're courting death. Yi Xiu stomped his foot, and with the force of the horse's back, he struck out with his palm. The girl in white didn't show any weakness. A silver light flashed on her magic scepter. It was like heavenly lightning clashing with earthly fire. With loud bangs, the two of them had already exchanged 2 moves in midair. When the two's combat energy and magic power collided, they were actually evenly matched. A trace of surprise flashed in each other's eyes. This person's strength was actually so strong. In addition to being surprised, they were also curious. Who exactly was the other party? Stop fighting. Yushang saw the two of them in midair and hurriedly ran over. Brother, we are nobles of the Celestial Fox tribe. My sister is rash and has offended you. Please don't take offense. Yushang, what nonsense are you talking about? The girl in white glared at Yushang. Her angry look fell into Yi Xiu's eyes, and his heart suddenly swayed. Since they are all from the beast race, I will let them off today. Yi Xiu glanced at the girl in white. Sister-in-law, come with me. The white-clothed girl no longer paid any attention to Yi Xiu. She led the group of fleeing villagers towards the desert. What's your name? Yi Xiu suddenly asked. I'm Yushang. Hu Yushang was overjoyed. I'm asking about her, your sister. Yi Xiao looked at the girl in white who was already far away. She's my sister, Hu Yan, Hu Yushang said jealously. Celestial Fox Tribe. Hu Yan. Ever since their encounter in the blood-drinking desert, Yi Xiao had never encountered the fox smoke of the Celestial Fox Tribe in the following 5 years. He gradually forgot about her. However, at certain times, he would think of that different Celestial Fox woman. Yi Xiao did not expect that they would meet again at the Bahuang clan competition. The Bahuang clan competition was a competition between the beast clans held under the call of the beast clans nobles on the continent. Other than training the young beast clans under the age of 30, it was also held to unite the beast clans and form the strongest beast clans alliance. The reason for it was that the beast clans discovered that in recent years, the human race, who had been oppressed and enslaved, had gradually united. Among the human race, there were also human experts who could contend against the beast clans. After realizing this, the Bahuang clan competition was born. The leaders of the beast clans all agreed that at the end of the competition, the 8 strongest beast clans would be chosen and become the first beast clans alliance on the continent, the Bakra Orcs. Due to the noble status of the Bakra Orcs, there were hundreds and thousands of beast clans on the continent. No matter how big or small they were, they all wanted to obtain the title of Bakra Orcs. Therefore, this time, they all sent out the best of the younger generation in their tribes. As the young leader and the number 1 young genius of the Black Chelan tribe, Yi Xiao naturally had to participate. At the beginning of Yi Xiao's participation, he was still in high spirits. However, after defeating 99 opponents in a row, he lost interest. These so-called geniuses of the other beast clans were all like soft-footed shrimps. They could not withstand a single blow. Just as Yi Xiao thought that he could enter the core competition in one fell swoop and obtain the final victory, an unexpected person appeared. On the arena, hundreds and thousands of gazes landed on that elegant and outstanding figure. A purple lightning flashed down from the clear sky and transformed into a 5-clawed purple flood dragon. In an instant, one of the challengers was charred black and fainted. The surroundings were filled with laughter. Yi Xiao focused his gaze and looked at the graceful figure on the arena. It was a young girl of 18 or 19 years old. Her white clothes were fluttering without a trace of dust. Her veil fluttered gently in the wind. Although it was just a glimpse, Yi Xiao recognized her at first glance. It was Hu Yan from the Celestial Fox Tribe. It had been 5 years since they last met. She had grown taller, but her temper was still the same. Didn't you say you wanted to see what I looked like? With such mediocre skills, it'll be impossible even after 100 years. The woman raised her head slightly. Under the veil was a small section of her chin that was whiter than ivory. The reason for this competition was that an orc aristocrat wanted to take liberties with a woman from the Celestial Fox Tribe. The Celestial Fox Tribe had always produced passionate and enchanting beauties since ancient times, but this woman from the Celestial Fox Tribe was very aloof. Previously, there were a few lecherous orc nobles who wanted to take a look at her beauty, but they were all taught a lesson by her. Every time, it was a clean and neat move. After a few days, this woman from the Celestial Fox Tribe had already won 99 matches in a row. With a sudden leap, Yi Xiao rushed out of the crowd and landed on the arena. His appearance caused an uproar in the surroundings. Both of them had won 99 matches, and both of them were outstanding youths of the younger generation. When this man and woman collided, it was likely that there would be a good show to watch. Why are you so angry just because I wanted to see your face? Could it be that you're a super ugly freak who's uglier than a sow, so you're afraid of being seen by others? Yi Xiao grinned. His youthful face had a teasing expression. You're the super ugly freak. Hu Yan was so angry that she stomped her foot. She narrowed her eyes and waved the magic scepter in her hand. Several wind blades attacked Yi Xiao. Whether I'm ugly or not, everyone has to say it. Today, I must remove your veil. If you're ugly, then this young patriarch's guess is right. But if you're not ugly, then this young patriarch will reluctantly marry you. Amidst bursts of laughter, Yi Xiao waved his palm and a majestic combat energy collided with the wind blades. Suddenly, the wind blades disappeared without a trace. Be **starred, go to hell. Hu Yan's pretty face turned pale as she shot out. In the arena, the two of them were as fast as lightning. They exchanged blows again and again, brushing past each other. Boom, it was another fierce confrontation. Yi Xiu's combat aura surged out in an overwhelming manner. Hu Yan's magic wave was earth-shattering, and the entire arena was blown to smithereens. Although the arena was destroyed, the battle between the two of them was not over. In the sky, the two figures in black and white were like a battle between light and darkness. They collided crazily, and even the heavens and earth were about to be overshadowed. Whoosh whoosh, almost at the same time, a sharp combat energy whizzed past Hu Yan's ear and her veil was cut in two. A wind blade brushed past Yi Xiu's cheek, leaving a bloody mark on his face. You. Yi Xiu held his breath. He was wrong. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains, her eyes were as clear as spring water, and her skin was as white as jade. Due to the fierce battle just now, Hu Yan's face was faintly pink, which made her look even more charming. She was a peerless beauty who would enter one's heart at a glance. The ground was silent for a while, but then there was a burst of cheers. The veil is gone. Marry her. Hearing these words, Hu Yan was angry and anxious. Her body staggered in midair, and she could not care less anymore. She turned and left. Before the outcome of this battle could be determined, it was forced to come to an end. After returning to the ground, Yi Xiu's cheek was bleeding. Young patriarch, that celestial fox is too presumptuous. I will go and teach her a lesson tonight. Seeing that his master was injured, Shadow could not help but hate Hu Yan as well. Yes, we must find her. Shadow, I order you to find out her address now, Yi Xiu said hurriedly as if he had just woken up from a dream. Find out her address? Shadow was puzzled. Cough. Of course, I will personally teach her a lesson. When Yi Xiu thought of that pair of eyes that were cooler than any stars and the blush on the woman's face, a special feeling that he had never felt before silently grew in his heart. Many years later, there would be rumors on the mainland that Yi Xiu and Hu Yan's relationship was not an ordinary one, but more of a mutual appreciation. When someone asked Yi Xiu about it, he could not explain it clearly. Perhaps, after the Bakra orcs were established in the future, the mutual appreciation between the two of them had quietly changed. Or perhaps, his heart had already fallen for the girl in white from the first time he saw her. After the Bahuang tribe competition, the strongest 8 beast tribes emerged. They were known as the Bakra orcs in history. Among them, Yi Xiu of the Black Qilan tribe and Hu Yan of the Celestial Fox tribe were undoubtedly the best. Because of their outstanding performance in the Bahuang tribe competition, the two of them were chosen as the new tribe leaders by their respective tribes. As the tribe leader, even though Hu Yan was unwilling, she and Yi Xiu had to meet from time to time. Hu Yan was very displeased with this, but it was useless. Compared to Hu Yan's anger, Yi Xiu's attitude was the opposite. He used all sorts of excuses to get close to Hu Yan. As long as Hu Yan was around, he would appear. As for the wild bees and butterflies who had feelings for Hu Yan, they were all stopped by Yi Xiu. As time passed, everyone in the Bahuang tribe knew that Hu Yan was Yi Xiu's woman. Yi Xiu, come out. Finally, Hu Yan could not hold it in any longer. She rushed to Yi Xiu's tent and instantly set it ablaze with a fireball. Hu Yan, it's the middle of the night. Why are you so angry? Yi Xiu walked out of the tent unhurriedly. He was wearing a golden robe and his hair was casually draped to the side. His body exuded a wild and unruly aura. You know best what you've done. From today onwards, you're not allowed to tell others that I'm your woman. Hu Yan glared at Yi Xiu hatefully. In the next few days, Hu Yan did not see Yi Xiu. She heaved a sigh of relief, but at the same time, she felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Sister, did you agree to Yi Xiu's confession? Just as Hu Yan was puzzled by her strange emotions, Hu Yushang came looking for Hu Yan angrily. What nonsense are you talking about? How could I fall in love with that murderous and arrogant fellow? Hu Yan snorted. But everyone outside says that you and Yi Xiu are engaged. Hu Yushang looked at Hu Yan unhappily. She was the one who met Yi Xiu first. Why would he take a fancy to her sister? What? That damned Yi Xiu. Hu Yan was furious, but when she found Yi Xiu, she realized that he was loitering in her tent. Why are you here? Hu Yan widened her eyes in disbelief as she watched Yi Xiu's maidservant move his things into the tent one by one. My tent was burned down by you and I have nowhere to sleep. Naturally, I have to move to your tent. Yi Xiu had an innocent look on his face. Yi Xiu, you're too shameless. Tell others that you and I. Hu Yan had never seen such a shameless person. What's wrong with you and me? You're talking about the marriage contract? This matter was personally agreed to by the old patriarch of Celestial Fox. Yi Xiu narrowed his eyes, admiring the change in Hu Yan's expression with a smug look on his face. It turned out that the reason why he hadn't done anything in the past few days wasn't because he had restrained himself, but because he had gone to propose. Yi Xiu, get out of here. Hu Yan's face was pale. What if I don't scram? Yi Xiu continued to be a rascal. If you don't scram, I'll beat you until you scram. Hu Yan gritted her teeth. Let's fight then. If I win, you'll marry me. If I lose, I'll reluctantly marry you. Yi Xiu's words almost made Hu Yan vomit blood. However, there was still no conclusion as to who won and who lost in this competition. The Bakra orcs only knew that ever since then, Yi Xiu stayed in Hu Yan's tent. Gradually, the two of them became lovers. Even though they had become each other's true love, Yi Xiu and Hu Yan had always had conflicts on certain points of view, especially on the handling of the relationship between the human race and the beast race. Patriarch, the war with the human race can't be dragged on any longer. A few powerful humans have joined forces to seize a piece of territory that belongs to our Black Qilin tribe, Shadow said beside Yi Xiu. Damn the human race. When Hu Yan and I return, I'll definitely wipe out the human race in one fell swoop. Yi Xiu and Hu Yan were going to Grand Emperor City. Hu Yan said that she had found an ancient tomb in Grand Emperor City. It was Hu Yan again. When Shadow heard Hu Yan's name, a trace of jealousy flashed across his eyes. Ever since he got together with Hu Yan, the patriarch only had Hu Yan in his heart. Shadow could only sow discord between the patriarch in the dark. He knew that Hu Yan hated killing. She had always hoped that the beast race and the human race could live in harmony. Shadow kept intensifying the patriarch's hatred for the human race. After returning from Grand Emperor City, Yi Xiu realized that there was an additional trace of sadness in Hu Yan's eyes that could not be resolved. In order to let Hu Yan relax, they went to Crimson Moon River hand in hand. Crimson Moon River was located at the border between the human and beast races' territories. The river water was so clear that one could see the bottom. Hu Yan had grown up beside Crimson Moon River since she was young. Every time she was unhappy, she would come to Crimson Moon River. Yener, what's wrong with you these few days? Or did something happen in Grand Emperor Tomb? Yi Xiu could not remember clearly. He only remembered that they entered Grand Emperor Tomb, but he could not remember what happened inside. It's nothing. Yi Xiu, if one day I do something that you can't forgive, will you hate me? Hu Yan looked at Yi Xiu. Of course I will. As long as it's Yan even if it's wrong, I will forgive you, Yi Xiu said with a smile, his eyes filled with tenderness. Then, it's a promise. I have a pair of marriage locks here. I asked for them from a human temple. Hu Yan took out a pair of locks. The locks were engraved with Hu Yan's and Yi Xiu's names. You still believe in these things? How good can something from the human race be? Yi Xiu said disdainfully. Since you don't like it, then forget it. Hu Yan was angry for some reason. She threw the pair of locks out in annoyance. The locks turned into an arc and fell into Crimson Moon River. Yener, what are you doing? Yi Xiu was also a little annoyed. Hu Yan did not say anything else. With a teleport, she disappeared. Looking at the rippling Crimson Moon River, Yi Xiu frowned. He had a very uncomfortable feeling in his heart. A few days later, Hu Yan asked to meet Yi Xiu. Yi Xiu, did you kill little Niu and the people in the village? Hu Yan's face was a little pale. It's just some humans. During this period of time, we are about to war with the human race. Why would we care about the human race's life and death? Yi Xiu frowned. He vaguely remembered that Shadow said that he was going to capture some human spies. As for whether he killed anyone, he did not know. Yi Xiu, don't deny it anymore. Someone saw it with their own eyes. Hu Yan's eyes were a little red. Everything that happened in the tomb seemed to have come true. Hu Yan, what nonsense are you talking about? What does your relationship with me have to do with the human race? Moreover, those people. Yi Xiu felt that something was wrong, but Hu Yan did not give him any more room to speak. Hu Yan left without hesitation, leaving Yi Xiu alone. From then on, until the moment of Yi Xiu's death, he did not see Hu Yan again. He only heard that Hu Yan had betrayed the Bakra orcs and stood on the side of the human race. His heart felt like it was being torn apart until the moment he fell to the ground. Shadow, dig out my heart. I, Yi Xiu, will not die so easily. Hu Yan, one day, I will make you pay the price. However, many years later, when Yi Xiu learned the truth, he realized that he had been the one in the wrong all along. Light and darkness vied after the battle between the nine-tailed celestial fox Xianxia and the black Qilin king Yi Xiu disappeared. No one knew where Yi Xiu went or whether he was dead or alive. After the humans and beasts signed a treaty of peace, the Dutian blood realm became a place for both humans and beasts to commemorate. The Dutian blood realm, which used to be barren, was gradually planted with vegetation. A small village was also gradually formed in the blood realm. Every year, there would be many young martial practitioners, as well as some citizens of the continent that would come to Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia to tour. However, the most popular places were the 8 tombs of the beasts. This was especially so for the Celestial Fox Tomb and the Qilin King Tomb. These 2 tombs were the cenotaphs of the Celestial Fox People's chief Hu Yan and the Black Qilin tribe's chief Yi Xiu. Therefore, there was an endless stream of people visiting them. Every person who visited the tombs of the Celestial Fox Tomb and the Qilin King Tomb would go to the front of the Celestial Fox Tomb and ask for a pair of marriage-fated locks. Legend had it that the marriage-fated locks sold in front of the Celestial Fox Tomb were spiritual. As long as a pair of marriage-fated locks were locked together and thrown into the Crimson Moon River, the lovers would be together forever. No one knew if this legend was true or not, but every year, there would be an endless stream of people coming to buy marriage-fated locks and throw them into the Crimson Moon River. Most of these people who lost their marriage-fated locks were young men and women. On this day, another pair of young lovers walked by. Buy a pair of marriage-fated locks. The lock seller in front of the Celestial Fox Tomb took out a pair of marriage-fated locks. He didn't say anything. I heard that he's mute. How pitiful. Everyone else is in pairs, but he's alone. I wonder if he has a family. The pair of young lovers glanced at him, whispered among themselves, and walked away. It was an old man whose age was unclear. The reason why he was called an old man was because of his tattered clothes and long hair. His eyes were hidden under his hair, and he looked very old. The old man never spoke. When he saw someone come to buy locks, he would hand over a pair. As for the rest, he didn't say much. Grandpa, is this the tomb of Celestial Fox? A young and adorable voice entered the old man's ears. The old man did not speak. There was no fluctuation in his eyes, as if he was deaf. Who would have thought that her hand would suddenly reach out and tug at the old man's beard? The old man finally reacted. For the first time in many years, there was a ripple in his emotionless eyes. He looked at the owner of the pair of hands. It was a little girl about 3 or 4 years old. She was pink and tender, with big eyes and a small oval face. The little fellow seemed to be very angry at this moment. He was looking at the old man angrily. She didn't know where this little fellow came from. Her parents were too careless. How could they allow a baby to run around, looking at the little fellow like this? The old man couldn't get angry for a while. He snorted and ignored the little fellow. Grandpa, are you angry? I didn't mean to. I was separated from mother and father. They said that if I got lost, I should wait for them outside the tomb of Celestial Fox. The little girl was very good at reading people's expressions. She pitifully circled to the front of the old man and softly said. The old man looked at the little fellow and his heart softened. This is the tomb of Celestial Fox. After a long silence, the old man's voice was a little hoarse. That's great, then I'll wait here for mother and father. Grandpa, do you want me to chat with you? The little girl seemed to like this strange old man. Chat with him? He should be the one chatting with her. this opinionated little fellow. The old man was annoyed in his heart. He humped noncommittally. Forget it, let her be. In any case, he won't answer. Grandpa, my name is Little You. What's your name? Grandpa, do you have a family? Although the old man didn't answer a word, the little girl was very interested and talked about a lot of things about her and her family. The old man already knew that there were 5 people in her family, including her parents, and a bunch of twin brothers who were about to be born. Hour passed, but the little girl's mouth was still chattering nonstop. The old man didn't notice that from the beginning, he completely ignored the little girl. Later, he gradually nodded and shook his head. Grandpa, you are alone outside the tomb of Celestial Fox. You don't even know GMO? The little girl's little mouth didn't stop. I am looking for something. His heart moved slightly, the old man's lips moved. This was the second time he spoke today, and also the second time he spoke in several years. Looking for something? What are you looking for? Little You will help you find it? Seeing the old man finally opened his mouth to chat, the little girl's big eyes sparkled. That thing has been lost for many years. It's been so long that I don't remember where it is. The old man shook his head. That won't happen. Little You will tell you. A little secret. After looking around and confirming that there was no one else around, the little girl said mysteriously in the old man's ear. Grandpa, I have a very magical power. As long as you tell me what that thing looks like, I can find it. The little girl's appearance made the old man feel a little amused. When this thought came to his mind, the old man was a little shocked. Laughing. This thing, how many years has it been since he had this kind of thing? Tell me, Grandpa. I will definitely help you find it. The little girl patted her chest. Looking at the little girl's confident eyes, the old man was momentarily dazed. There was once such a woman who also exuded such confidence. But unknowingly, he lost that person. That is, a pair of locks. 2 names are engraved on it. Yi Xiao. Hu Yan. When he said the last name, the old man's voice was indescribably sorrowful. Oh. Grandpa, wait for me here. Wait for me. The little girl didn't know if she heard the old man's words clearly. The little girl ran away like the wind. The old man didn't say anything. He seemed to have sunk into his deepest memories. Just as the old man thought that the little girl wouldn't return, she ran back after a while. However, unlike before, her hair and clothes were wet. From the looks of it, she seemed to have fallen into the river. There were small wounds on her chubby hands and feet. Grandpa, take a look. Is this it? The little girl looked very happy. She stuffed the thing in her hand into the old man's hand. What are you doing? The old man looked at the little girl's appearance and then looked at the thing in his hand. When he saw the pair of locks in his hand, the old man's eyes instantly blurred. It was a pair of locks. A pair of locks that had been left behind thousands of years ago. Yi Xiao, this pair of locks is like the 2 of us. Hu Yan and Yi Xiao will be together forever. We will never leave each other. The woman's clear voice sounded like it was by his ear. The locks were covered in rust and moss, but the 2 words Yi Xiao and Hu Yan on the locks were still vaguely visible. Thank you. Thank you. The old man couldn't help but cry bitterly. He thought that he would never have a chance to find this pair of locks again. Grandpa, this pair of locks fell into the Crimson Moon River. Don't be sad. Since the locks have been found, you should go home and reunite with your family. The little girl didn't expect the old man to be so sad. She hurriedly patted the old man's shoulder with her small hand. Child, I, Yi Xiao, will remember your kindness for the rest of my life. The old man looked at the little girl in front of him. His voice was full of sincerity. Grandpa, you're welcome. The little girl giggled. Ling Yu, not far away, a young man and woman were walking over. The little girl turned her head to look, and a bright smile immediately appeared on her small face. Mother, father, Little You is here. It was a pair of parents who were as dazzling as the sun and moon. The woman was dressed in white and had picturesque features. The man beside her was tall and handsome. At this moment, he was nervously supporting his big-bellied wife and kept telling her to slow down. When he saw the young man and woman, the old man's expression suddenly changed. It's them. This little girl was actually their daughter. The old man thought of the little girl's delicate face and her eyes that were exactly the same as her mother's. He sighed in his heart. Yi Lingyue, how many times have I told you not to run around? When Yunxing, who was close to giving birth, saw her daughter, she heaved a sigh of relief. Then, she pulled a long face and pulled little Lingyue back to give her a harsh scolding. Father, mother is angry. Little Lingyue hurriedly hid behind her father, Yi Baiming. Little wildcat, don't be angry. Lingyue has just returned to the human world and is a little playful. Be careful of your body so that the baby won't be affected. Yi Baiming hugged his wife dotingly and kissed her on the lips. After they went to the 8 desolate god realm, they were busy for several months. It was rare for the family to come to the human world. Yunxing suggested that they go to the Blood Dutian realm to take a look. After all, this place had a special meaning to him and Yunxing. Night Fox, there's a child here. Yunxing's face was red. Little, you can't see anything. I can't see father eating mother's mouth, little Lingyue said mischievously. Yunxing was angry and amused at the same time. Lingyue, where did you go just now? How did you end up like this? Yi Baiming saw that his daughter was injured and was a little worried. I went to help an old grandpa look for something. That old grandpa is very pitiful. He's just. Little Lingyue pointed behind her. There was no one outside Celestial Fox's tomb. He was just there. How strange. Little Lingyue was a little depressed. It wasn't easy for her to become friends with the old man. She's probably talking about the lock cellar outside Celestial Fox's tomb. Forget it, it's getting late. Let's go back. With that, Yi Baiming carried his daughter in his arms and hugged Yunxing. Father, tell little you about the story of Celestial Fox and the Qilin? The little girl's voice echoed in the wind. The family of 3 followed the setting sun and walked along the Crimson Moon River. Outside Celestial Fox's tomb, the lonely lock cellar was still lonely. The Crimson Moon River flowed forever. The story of the Celestial Fox people Chang Huyan and the ancient Qilin Wang Yexiu also continued to spread. If one were to ask which tribe had the most beautiful women among the Bakra orcs, all the beastmen would unanimously say that it was the Celestial Fox tribe. The women of the Celestial Fox tribe were famous for their beauty. Most of them were charming and graceful, with a beauty that could captivate one's soul. However, if one were to ask which tribe had the ugliest women among the beastmen, all the beastmen would unanimously say that it was the Behemoth tribe. Therefore, the women of the Celestial Fox tribe were often sought after, while the women of the Behemoth tribe were often looked down upon. The 10-year-old girl, Rita, was unfortunately a member of the Behemoth tribe. However, to Rita, she had never felt that she was ugly before the age of 10 because she had never stepped out of the Behemoth tribe. As for the people around her, including her mother, the chief of the Behemoth tribe, everyone would call her the most beautiful young chief in the history of the Behemoth tribe. Rita had never doubted this. She had never doubted the words of her mother and the others. This was because Rita was a very simple-minded person. She would never doubt others. With such a temper, it was only when she was betrayed by her first good friend that she realized that not everyone was as sincere as the behemoths. Furthermore, from her point of view, everyone looked similar to the behemoths. They were tall, had huge skeletons, didn't bathe all year round, had messy hair, and had a short pig nose that seemed to have been broken by someone. Therefore, in the first 10 years of Rita's life, she had always been carefree. She didn't understand beauty or ugliness, and at the same time, she didn't know what worry was. However, all of this was mercilessly broken when Rita went to the beast god altar to receive her baptism. Every Bakra orcs with noble blood had to go to the beast god altar after the age of 10 to undergo 3 years of education. When Rita arrived at the beast god altar on the first day, she realized that she was different from the others. Even though she was only 10 years old, she was taller than some 13-year-old beastmen. Needless to say, with her bucket-like figure and her clothes made of beast skin, she was simply a synonym for boorish and ugly in the eyes of other beastmen girls. Pfft, look, who is that ugly freak? It's the young matriarch of the Beaming clan. I have already heard that the women of the Beaming clan are all ugly. Look at her nose, why does it look like a pig's nose? Smell it. She has a strange smell on her body. It stinks, like cow dung. The words of the other girls made Rita realize for the first time that she was different from the others. She walked away with a blushing face until she found a small river. Rita cried as she wiped her face and body. She scrubbed herself over and over again until her skin turned red, but she still felt that there was a strange smell on her body. Water splashed and a brush appeared at Rita's feet. Rita was shocked. Only then did she notice that there were other people by the river. It was a youth of about 11 or 12 years of age, and he was leading a pure white unicorn on a leash. The moment Rita saw the young man, she only had a few words in her mind. What a beautiful person. Although Rita did not know the difference between beautiful and ugly in the first 10 years of her life, the moment she saw the young man, Rita instantly understood the meaning of the word beautiful. The young man had a head of light purple hair. He had a slender figure and long eyelashes that were like feathers. As he was scrubbing the unicorn, the clothes on his wrist were rolled up, revealing his fair skin. This was an overly beautiful young man. He was obviously impatient with Rita's cries and threw the brush that he used to clean the unicorn to her. Thank you. Rita's cries became softer. She picked up the brush and gently wiped her skin. The rough brush did not hurt at all when it touched her skin. As she scrubbed, Rita peeked at the young man who was washing the unicorn from the corner of her eyes. He was leading the unicorn to the river bank. Here's your brush. Rita quickly passed the brush over. The young man glanced at the brush with a cold gaze. Rita was so frightened that she quickly took back the brush. Purple, where did you run off to? A colorful swan bird flew across the sky and landed beside the young man on the unicorn, turning into a cute little boy. Washing the unicorn, let's go. The young man, Purple, ignored Rita. He would not take back something that had been used by others. Purple actually lent his things to an outsider. What a rare thing. I am Green from the 9-1 tribe and he is Purple from the D tribe. Nice to meet you. The little boy, Green, smiled at Rita. I am Rita from the Behemoth tribe. Rita looked at Purple shyly and realized that he had walked away without looking back. See you another day. Green quickly caught up with Purple. Rita looked at the brush in her hand. Although the bristles had fallen off, she could not bear to throw it away. After returning to the campsite, Rita was still in a daze. Is there anyone who is willing to sleep in the same room as young Chief Rita? The moment the priest of the beast god altar asked, the other beastmen girls retreated as if they had seen a poisonous snake. I am willing to stay with young Chief Rita. A sweet voice made Rita's spirits rise. My name is Hu Linglong. I will stay with you. The girl called Hu Linglong was from the Celestial Fox tribe. As she was the first girl to initiate a conversation with Rita, Rita quickly became friends with her. In the room, Hu Linglong curiously looked at Rita keeping an old brush. That brush was lent to me by Purple from the D tribe. Rita said embarrassedly. She roughly explained the situation of her meeting with Purple and Green earlier. Hearing that Purple and Green were actually talking to Rita, Hu Linglong was a little surprised. Her pair of charming and enchanting eyes had an additional tinge of jealousy. Purple and Green were the most outstanding beastmen in the beast god altar. Hu Linglong had used all kinds of methods but the two of them did not even bother to talk to her. She did not expect that the ugly Rita would actually talk to them. Hu Linglong decided to teach Rita a lesson and let her know that there were some people that she could not provoke. Hee, did you guys see the letter that Rita wrote to Purple? It's so funny. She actually likes Purple. Isn't that so? Linglong, you are too bad. You actually posted the letter. Who asked her to be so ugly? You guys think that I really want to be friends with her? I just want to use her ugliness to set off my beauty. Hu Linglong laughed. Hu Linglong, you are too much. Rita rushed out. Her eyes were red as she gave Hu Linglong a slap. Hu Linglong was stunned by the blow. Rita, you ugly monster. You actually dare to hit me. Hu Linglong also threw a tantrum and the two of them started fighting. What are you guys doing? Green and Purple walked in. When they saw Hu Linglong and Rita, they both frowned. Green, look, Rita is bullying me. Hu Linglong's face was covered in tears. Green shrugged his shoulders. He had never been interested in women fighting. Moreover, he also hated women like Hu Linglong who were pretentious. Rita looked like an idiot who was being bullied. It was good enough that Hu Linglong did not bully her. Seeing that Green ignored her, Hu Linglong looked at Z with tears in her eyes. Get lost, ugly. Z glared at Hu Linglong and moved her lips. When Hu Linglong heard the word ugly, she was stunned. Are you saying that I'm ugly? Rita is the real ugly freak. Hu Linglong had never been called an ugly freak to her face before. She's prettier than you. Z walked out with an indifferent face. I'm prettier than Hu Linglong? At that moment, Rita felt that her whole world was lit up. Many years later, Rita could still clearly remember Z's words at that time. She was prettier than Hu Linglong. Although Rita did not know why Z would lie through her teeth. Anyone with eyes would know that Hu Linglong was one of the top beauties in the celestial fox tribe. However, Rita did not expect to hear the same words many years later. However, the person who said it was not Z but another woman from the celestial fox tribe, Xianxia. That woman was one of the few women that Rita had seen who was prettier than Hu Linglong. Rita had learned her lesson from Hu Linglong, so she was naturally hostile to beautiful women. However, this celestial fox mixed blood woman named Xianxia made her have a good impression. Especially when she was willing to help her break the inheritance pillar and obtain the behemoth's inheritance. Rita, can you tell me why you must obtain this insignificant inheritance? Xianxia looked at Rita. Because I want to be as beautiful as Hu Linglong. Only then will I be qualified to stand beside Z, Rita told Xianxia frankly. You're prettier than Hu Linglong. Xianxia shrugged. Rita was stunned by her words. No, you're lying to me. I'm ugly. Rita smiled bitterly. Apart from that one time, Z never spoke to Rita again. Rita hoped she could change her appearance and find the courage to talk to Z. Fine, I'll help you obtain that inheritance. However, you have to remember that beauty and ugliness change according to the human heart. One day, you will understand what I mean. Xianxia helped Rita break the inheritance pillar and obtained a behemoth inheritance that could change one's appearance. The name of the inheritance was Mermaid's Tears. The Mermaid's Tears inheritance was a special kind of inheritance. Every time it was used, one would need to drink a drop of mermaid's tears before using the inheritance to transform into a beautiful mermaid. However, the mermaid's tears had its own taboo. It could not change a person's voice. At the same time, when using this inheritance, Rita would become like a mermaid. She could not use the behemoth's power. Once she used the behemoth's power, the mermaid's tears would lose its effect. Therefore, even though Rita obtained the mermaid's tears, her mother, Patriarch Rita, always objected to her using it. Just like that, Rita took the mermaid's tears inheritance to participate in the Bahuang clan competition. In the Bahuang clan competition, she met Z again. Z was the same as before. When he saw Rita, he was cold as if he did not know her at all. This made Rita a little sad. She wanted to use the mermaid's tears even more to change her appearance and try to get close to Z. Unfortunately, Z and Green had a good relationship. Even in the Bahuang clan competition, the two of them were often inseparable. Rita could not find an opportunity. However, during the challenge competition, Z and Green had a rare quarrel because of Xianxia. Z seemed to be very unhappy. After the challenge competition, Z rode on a unicorn and left Sky Harmony City alone. Rita was worried about Z and followed behind him secretly. Z went all the way to the lakeside outside the city. He looked at the lake surface with worry in his eyes. When Rita saw this, she struggled in her heart. She took out a drop of the mermaid's tears and drank it. Z was very frustrated. He did not understand why Green was like a completely different person. Could it be that a woman was more important than their friendship of more than 10 years? Who is it? Hearing the commotion, Z became alert. A woman walked out from the lake. She was wearing a wet blue gauze dress. She had almond eyes and willowy eyebrows. Droplets of water kept falling from her smooth face. Her eyes were very clear and filled with fear. This was a woman who looked like a fairy. You are the mermaid who lives in the lake? Z looked at the lake surface and then looked at the woman who was as fresh as the lake water. She nodded, then pointed to her throat and shook her head. Are you a mute? Z's expression softened. He sympathized with the woman. Z did not like women who talked too much. Since this woman was a mute, his ears would be quieter. The woman blinked her watery eyes and wrote a sentence on the ground. You think I'm unhappy? Z did not expect that his emotions would be seen through by an unfamiliar mermaid. Although you are a mute, you are quite sharp. That's right, I quarreled with my best friend. Unknowingly, Z told her about the conflict between him and Green. He did not know why he would say such things to someone he had just met. Maybe it was because he knew that the two of them had just met by chance. Or maybe it was because he knew that she was a mute. Even if he told her, she would not tell anyone else. Say, that brat Green, isn't he a little too focused on his lover? That celestial fox mixed blood called Xianxia is obviously fickle. She will break Green's heart sooner or later. Z snorted. You are wrong. Maybe in your friend's heart, even if the final result is a kind of hurt, he will gladly endure it. Besides, even if he hurts Green, it is his own choice. What does it have to do with you? The woman's words were completely different from her weak appearance. He had hit the nail on the head and pointed out Z's problem. Z was stunned. He had never thought of this point before. Just like what the woman said, Green was willing to do it. Why should he meddle in other people's business? Z could not help but smile bitterly. He did not expect that he would have to say such a simple truth through someone else's mouth. After talking with the mermaid for a while, Z felt much better. Thank you. It's all thanks to you tonight. After that, Z rode away on his unicorn. He did not tell the mermaid his name, nor did he ask her her name. Because in Z's opinion, the two of them just met by chance. They would not have the chance to meet again in the future. However, more than a month later, on the same moonlit night, Z came to the lakeside again as if she was possessed by gods and devils. Compared to before, Purple was in a worse mood. Thankfully, not long after Z came, the mysterious mermaid showed up again. You seem to be in a worse mood. Have you reconciled with your friend? The mermaid asked. We have reconciled. I am not worried about my friend in the future, but about someone else. Purple hesitated for a moment and said what was in his heart. I participated in a competition. That competition was very important and related to the glory of my tribe. My opponent won, but in the end, she gave me the most important prize. Purple's voice was filled with unwillingness and confusion. The prize that Purple mentioned was the dark summoning demon hand that he obtained from the Bahuang Tower. Although it was Purple who handed over the dark summoning demon hand when they left the Bahuang Tower, it was Rita who was sent to the same floor as Purple. However, Rita gave the glory that she obtained to Purple with her own hands. Aren't you happy? Rita, who had transformed into a mermaid, felt sweet when she heard Purple talking about her. In the Bahuang Tower, she was willing to give the dark summoning demon hand to Purple. She knew that Purple was a very proud person. It was hard for him to accept failure. I am not happy. I hate Rita. I am not willing to accept her charity. Purple always knew that Rita had a crush on him, but he did not like Rita. From the first time he saw Rita, he did not like her. He also hated the way Rita looked at him with adoration. Crack. The branch in the mermaid's hand that she used to write broke. Her body trembled. Hate. Purple hated her. Even if she changed her appearance, Purple would never like her. An ugly person would always be an ugly person. She would never be with Purple. The reason why Purple was willing to talk to her was because she changed her appearance. As expected, Purple also hated ugly people. Violet said something else, but Rita could not hear any more. Oh right, what is your name? Purple suddenly asked before he left. He found that he was in a much better mood after talking to the mermaid twice. Rita lifted her head and looked at Z. She noticed a hint of gentleness in Z's eyes. That trace of gentleness was not for her, but for the mermaid. She felt slightly bitter in her heart. Tears. The mermaid wrote a word on the ground and jumped into the lake. Since that day, Z returned to the lake from time to cry. Slowly, he got used to the existence of the mermaid. Z was also surprised by this change. After chatting with Green, Z realized that this special change was because he had fallen in love with the woman named Lei. Violet pondered for an entire night and decided that before he left Sky Harmony City, he would make his intentions clear to Lei. He wanted to bring Lei back to the D clan. Z thought that Lei would agree. This was because Violet had long heard from Lei that she was an orphan. Her parents had long since passed away, and she had always been living in this lake outside of Sky Harmony City. However, he didn't expect that Lei would refuse. Why? Z was very surprised. Could it be that Lei didn't like him? If she didn't like him, why was she able to be patient and listen to him talk for several long nights? Rita's eyes were filled with tears. She tried very hard to stop herself from crying. She still remembered that Z hated it when others cried loudly in front of him. If she cried, then all his efforts would be wasted. Being rejected for the first time, Z was in a bad mood. He was angry and rode his unicorn away. Z, I'm sorry. Rita finally cried out loud. She finally got Z's attention, but she wasn't happy at all. Z liked the mermaid who was considerate and as gentle as the moonlight. Rita decided that she would never see Z again, but she couldn't resist the desire in her heart. On the day when the D clan left Sky Harmony City, Z couldn't help but listen to the conversation at the lake. He looked at the calm surface of the lake and couldn't see the figure of Lei. Z could only leave dejectedly. Behind him, Rita and the behemoth tribe stood together. Seeing Z leave in disappointment, she felt a dull pain in her heart. Rita, don't be sad anymore. Z is like the moon in the water. Although it's beautiful, it's not suitable for you. Listen to me, after returning to the behemoth tribe, find a suitable behemoth warrior for you. Patriarch leaped aside. Rita gradually accepted this reality. She decided to listen to her mother and give up on Z. She would never use the mermaid's tears again. However, what happened later was far beyond Rita's expectations. Xilan King Xianxia was reborn. Patriarch Rita, D-Clan and 9 Phoenix Clans Patriarch were all captured because they were unwilling to follow Xianxia's orders to attack the Boundless Land. On the way to save the few patriarchs, Green, Z and Rita met again. What surprised Rita the most was that Z, who had always been fastidious, had changed quite a bit in just a few months. He had lost a lot of weight and his eye sockets were sunken. He looked gloomy. When Rita saw this, her heart ached. She realized that she was still deeply in love with Z. Even if she saw his haggard appearance, she couldn't bear it. Z is the same as me. He fell in love with someone he shouldn't have. It's a mermaid whose whereabouts are unknown. After Z confessed to her, she rejected him. That brat looked indifferent on the surface, but he was hurt in his heart. After asking Green, Rita knew the truth. Rita didn't expect that Z would really fall in love with her. Rita didn't know what to do, but she was determined. No matter what, she couldn't let Z know about her identity. After cooperating with Xianxia from the Boundless Land, the situation in the 8 Desolates continent became even more tense. Xianxia even killed the 9 Phoenix Clans Patriarch. The death of the 9 Phoenix Clans Patriarch threw the 9 Phoenix Clan into chaos. Green went missing. There were rumors that Xianxia was going to hang the corpse of the 9 Phoenix Clans Patriarch outside Sky Harmony City for 3 days. As Z was worried about Green's safety, he decided to sneak into the Qilan Palace to retrieve the 9 Phoenix Clans Patriarch's corpse. Under Rita's insistence, the two of them entered the Qilan Palace together. However, they didn't expect that Yushang would appear just as they found the 9 Phoenix Clans Patriarch's corpse. It turned out that this was just a trap set up by Yushang to lure the few young patriarchs out. Hee, young clan leaders, it's been a while. I didn't expect to see you again. Yushang laughed and winked at Violet. However, Violet was completely indifferent to her, which made Yushang very uncomfortable. Old witch, hand over the old clan leader's body. Rita already knew Yushang's identity. They had fought a few times and had a bad impression of her. This woman was eccentric and had used many dirty tricks to harm others. Ugly demon woman, how dare you call me an old witch? Yushang hated it when people called her an old witch in front of her. Rita's words just happened to touch her scar. Rita, step back. Leave this woman to me. You go and get the old clan leader's body, Purple said in a deep voice. No, this old witch is not simple. She has many tricks up her sleeve. Be careful not to fall into her trap. Let's go together. Rita was worried about letting Purple face Yusheng alone. Yusheng saw the two of them pushing each other around as if there was no one else around. Especially Purple. He didn't know how to be gentle with women and kept protecting that ugly demon woman. This made Yusheng even more unhappy. You two reckless juniors. You don't have to push it back and forth. Ugly, you like the man beside you, right? Yusheng's eyes flashed. She could see Rita's feelings for Purple. Purple's expression changed slightly. Rita's heart raced. Hee, interesting. However, this man will never like you. But I can help you. I'll let you die in his hands. I'll let you have a taste of our celestial fox's illusory formation. As soon as Hu Linglong finished speaking, pink smoke filled the air. Celestial fox illusory formation, Rita knew something was wrong. She and Purple had fallen into the illusory formation that Hu Yusheng had set up. It was too late to back out now. In the pink smoke, Purple saw a figure that he had been thinking about day and night. Lei, is that you? Purple was in a daze. He saw Lei slowly walking toward him. Purple, don't go over. Rita looked over. There was only a ball of pink smoke. There was no one at all. She threw a punch, and the pink smoke suddenly dispersed. What are you doing? Z's eyes were bloodshot. He saw Rita and wanted to kill Lei. Hee, young patriarch, do you even need to say it? That woman has always been in love with you. She can't bear to see you fall in love with another woman. She wants to kill your sweetheart. Hu Yusheng's voice echoed from all directions of the illusion array. No, it's not like that. Z, she's not here at all. That's an illusion created by an illusion. Rita noticed that something was wrong with Yukari and wanted to bring her away from this place as soon as possible. Get lost. No one can separate my tears. Z shook off Rita's hand and retreated back into the illusory array. He had been searching for Lei for so long and had finally found her. How could he allow anyone to stop him? From his point of view, Rita was trying to break him in tears apart. Purple snorted coldly, and countless bright electric arcs burst out from the magic scepter in his hand. Rita was anxious. She grabbed Z's magic scepter with both hands. Although her punches were fast and fierce, she did not use too much strength. She knew that Z was just temporarily blinded. Light magic was very powerful. Even with the behemoth's strong physique, the electric arc struck Rita's hand. There was a burnt smell, and Purple's breath was slightly disturbed. He did not expect Rita to actually attack him without any regard for her own life. Back off. Z waved his long sword. Rays of light forced Rita to take a few steps back. The armor on her body was also broken. I won't back off unless you come with me. The ground under Rita's feet was broken. Her tall body did not move an inch. Are you not afraid of death? Z's voice was trembling. Rita's skin was already broken. Blood was spilling on the ground. It was a ghastly sight. He felt that the magic scepter in his hand was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. He could not lift it up no matter how hard he tried. Didn't he always hate Rita? Why, young clan leader, what are you hesitating for? Kill her and you can be with your beloved forever. Hu Yusheng did not expect the two of them to be in a stalemate in Celestial Fox's magic circle. A few puffs of pink smoke spurted out. 4 to 5 tears appeared at the same time. Each of the tears looked at Z with a pitiful expression. Z's eyes were in a daze. He felt that his head was hurting. He raised the magic scepter in his hand and put it down again. Z, wake up. They are not tears. I am tears. Rita did not want to see Z in such pain. She held back her tears and used the tears of the mermaid inheritance. A mermaid who was like a goddess of moonlight appeared in front of Z. Rita was as gentle as water. Rita had the same weak figure. Yet, she had turned into tears. No. Impossible. How can you be tears? Z staggered and took a few steps back. He did not expect that the person he had been looking for had been by his side all along. Do you know why I am called Tears? Because mermaids do not have tears. If a mermaid tears, she will turn into bubbles and disappear into the sea. Tears are the same. There are no tears in this world. There is only Rita. Don't worry. I will never appear in front of you again. Rita felt as if her heart was being pierced by a knife. She released the energy of King Behemoth Saraira from her body. The celestial fox's magic circle dissipated under the effect of the Saraira. Hu Yusheng, hand over my grandfather's corpse. With a furious roar, Green descended from the sky. When Zi saw Green, he joined forces with him. The two of them snatched the corpse of the 9 Phoenix clan leader. Unfortunately, when Zi and Green escaped from the Qilin Palace, Rita was already gone. Green, tears is actually Rita. Sigh. Zi felt that he had been cheated. You only realized now? Actually, I suspected it long ago. Green saw that his old friend was trapped by love and shook his head. Everyone in the Bakra orcs knew about Rita's infatuation with Zi. Only Zi was kept in the dark. This brat always said that he was obsessed with Yunsheng. Wasn't he the same? But she is a behemoth. Zi's expression changed. So what if she is a behemoth? If you want a pretty one, you can go look for a celestial fox. Green pursed his lips. However, Green could understand Zi's feelings. Zi had always been arrogant. To let him be together with a behemoth girl who was taller than him and had terrifying strength, Zi might not be able to accept it. Just as Rita had said, she never appeared in front of Zi again. Zi felt as if something was missing from her heart, and it was empty. Not long after the incident at the Qilin Palace, the most serious conflict in history between the 8 Desolates continent and the Boundless continent broke out. The 8 great blood stars appeared. In the end, under the joint efforts of the celestial fox Yunsheng and the holy infant Yi, the Boundless continent won the war against the 8 Desolates continent. The Black Qilin Wangye's cultivation became a mystery. Yunsheng and Yi also retired to their fields. Between the 2 continents, the Dutian blood seal was broken. From then on, a rare period of peaceful coexistence in history began. Zi also took over the position of the clan leader from the D clan and officially became the clan leader of the D clan. After becoming the clan leader, Zi had been reorganizing the D clan for a long time. The old clan leader kept urging him to get married quickly. That kid Green hasn't gotten married yet. I'm not in a hurry. Zi always laughed it off. Green didn't get married because of the medical Buddha Yunsheng. Who are you doing it for? The old clan leader was pushed to the edge and threw out a sentence. That's right. Green didn't get married because of Yunsheng. What about him? Who was he doing it for? Zi was speechless. Countless nights, he would stand under the night sky and recall those few nights in the Sky Harmony City. Again and again, he asked himself whether he was thinking about Tears or Rita. The new 8 Desolates meeting was about to start. After the fall of the Black Qilin tribe, the 8 Desolates meeting was jointly organized by the 9 Phoenix tribe and the Chinese. Zi also received an invitation. He went to the Luochuan city of the Chinese. The moment he entered the Luochuan city, Zi still had some hope that he would meet Rita again. However, until the day before the meeting, he still didn't see Rita. This made Zi a little disappointed in his heart. One night, Zi was standing alone in the guest house when he heard a rustling sound. He saw 2 sneaky little figures sneaking in from the dog hole at the side. The 2 little boys looked exactly the same. They had big round eyes, thick eyebrows, and a red cinnabar mole on their forehead. They looked like a pair of twins. Big brother, why do I feel scared? Little boy 2 looked at the dark courtyard and was a little scared. Don't be so long-winded. Do you still want to see the legendary unicorn? The little boy was more courageous. He carefully looked around. It wasn't easy for him to beg his mother and father to bring them to Luochuan City. He heard that there was a very beautiful unicorn in this courtyard, so he sneaked out with his brother. The little boy suddenly felt that a big dark cloud floated over his head. Why did the surrounding light suddenly dim so much? He looked up. Ah, there's a ghost. What a beautiful ghost. Little boy 1 and little boy 2 said in unison. Purple felt powerless. He picked up a little boy with one hand. Which clan head's children are you? This is the D clan's guest house. You can't just barge in. The two boys looked very spirited. Although they were young, one of them had a very strong magical wave, while the other had a lot of fighting aura. It was obvious that they were not from an ordinary family. Big brother, what should we do? Little boy 2 looked scared. What else can we do? The little boy curled his lips. Big sister, help. His voice was 8 octaves high, and the entire D clan's mansion was buzzing. Ling Ri, Ling Guang, you two idiots have caused trouble again. At the other end of the wall, a little girl climbed in. The little girl was about 8 or 9 years old. She had a jade face and beautiful eyebrows and eyes. She looked somewhat similar to the two little boys. To be able to give birth to 3 good-looking children, it could be seen that the children's parents must be dragons and phoenixes among men. The little girl saw her 2 troublemaker brothers, one on the left and one on the right. She was not afraid. She rolled her big black eyes. This good-looking uncle, are you the leader of the D clan? My name is Yi Lingyu. These 2 are my younger brothers. They broke in because they were curious to see the unicorn. I hope you can let them go this time. The little girl didn't have any magical or fighting aura, but she was very young. Her speech and words were unusually calm. Yi. Z immediately understood. It turned out that these 3 people were the children of that couple. No wonder the 3 children were so different. Yunxing and Yi Baiming. Z had heard that the 2 of them had a daughter and a pair of twin sons. Since they were the children of an old friend, Z naturally wouldn't make things difficult for them. He put down Yi Ling Ri and Yi Ling Guang. The 8 Wastelands convention has already ended. Why haven't you left yet? These 3 children, especially the older girl, gave Z a good impression of them. We are waiting to attend Aunt Rita's wedding. Yi Lingyu glanced at Z. She found that the legendary leader of the D clan was indeed very good-looking. However, compared to her father, he was still a little lacking. Rita's wedding? Z's expression changed slightly when he heard the news. Are you talking about the leader of the Beaming clan, Rita? Z's voice was a little strange. Yes, Rita and my mother are good friends. In a few days, she will marry a warrior of the Beaming clan. Little Lingyu blinked her eyes. How could it be? Z felt his heart sink. Good-looking uncle, you know my Aunt Rita? Little Lingyu was curious. We are old friends. Z said with difficulty. Then why didn't she inform you about her wedding? Little Lingyu was even more curious. Because of some misunderstanding, she didn't want to see me. Z laughed bitterly in his heart. Rita didn't even want to attend the Bahuang convention because she wanted to avoid him. If she doesn't want to see you, you can go see her. Why are you adults so rigid? Little Lingyu pouted. Yes, if she didn't want to see him, he could go see her. Thank you, little girl, for reminding me. Z felt enlightened. He suddenly understood something that he couldn't understand. Rita's wedding made him understand that the person he liked in his heart was Rita. After Z left, Yi Ling Ri and Yi Ling Guang said weakly. Sister, why did you lie to good-looking uncle? Aunt Rita couldn't attend the Bahuang convention because of the plastic surgery that mother did for her. She didn't want to marry anyone either. They wanted to say it just now, but the consequences of offending their sister were very serious, so they didn't say anything. TSK, what do you know? Mother asked me to do it. Little Lingyu laughed slyly. Mother said that this was called reverse psychology. Under the lush moonlight, Rita sat alone in the guest house. If it wasn't for Yunxing's persuasion, she wouldn't have come to the Bahuang convention this time. She wanted to see that man, but she didn't dare to. But in the end, she couldn't hold it in and came. Under Yunxing's suggestion, she had a type of plastic surgery. Yunxing said that she was actually not ugly. As long as her nose was slightly modified, it would be fine. Sigh. Rita sighed. Rita. The voice behind her made Rita's body tremble. She hesitated, not daring to turn around. Rita, I'm sorry. It took me so long to understand everything. Z walked forward. I like you, not tears. Can you be with me forever? Rita still didn't turn around. She couldn't believe her ears. You said that mermaids can't cry, because once they cry, they will disappear. I swear, I won't regret making you cry again in this life. No matter how beautiful or ugly you are, I only love your heart. When Z said this, Rita couldn't hold it in anymore. She cried and threw herself into Z's arms. After so many years, Rita finally understood Yunxing's words. Beauty and ugliness were nothing more than a person's heart. If he loved you, so what? The mermaid stopped crying, not because she was afraid of dying, but because she found a man who would never make her cry. Recently, Supreme God 8 Baron's eldest daughter, little Lingyu, had been a little depressed. Because she realized that everyone had secrets, but she didn't. For example, there were many secrets between her father and mother that couldn't be told. Secret number 1, the mystery of the little brothers. Every night, her father would coax and persuade her to leave her room. Not long after, her mother's stomach had 2 little brothers. Regarding this secret, little Lingyu only understood it when she grew up. Secret number 2, the mystery of the mirror. Her mother had a mysterious mirror, but she didn't use it to dress herself up. She would only talk to the mirror occasionally. Her mother liked that mirror a lot, but her father didn't like it. He would always hide the mirror when her mother wasn't paying attention. Every time, her mother would be very angry. In order to figure out this secret, little Lingyu decided to steal the mirror when her parents weren't paying attention. As a result, the mirror fell into her hands. Little Lingyu turned the mirror over and over again and carefully looked at it. She didn't find anything special about it. It seemed to be no different from the small bronze mirror in her room. Little fella, are you looking for me? But at this moment, a pleasant voice suddenly came from the mirror. Little Lingyu was so shocked that she smashed the mirror on the ground. When the mirror fell, little Lingyu jumped in fright. She was afraid that she would break the mirror. No matter how she looked at it, her mother cherished this mirror very much. Even her father wouldn't touch it easily. A person appeared in the mirror. When she saw that person, little Lingyu's eyes widened. The person in the mirror was dressed in a snow-white robe. His robe was wide and there was only a white jade belt around his waist. His long hair was like snow and his entire face was almost transparent. His body seemed to be surrounded by a layer of faint light that enveloped him. Hey, why are you living in a mirror? Are you a ghost? Little Lingyu had seen ghosts before. Her adoptive father was the god of the underworld. In the underworld that her adoptive father controlled, she had seen many ghosts. Do you think I'm a ghost? The person in the mirror laughed. You don't look like one. You're prettier than the average ghost. No, you're prettier than humans, ghosts, and even the main gods of the god realm. If you really want to compare, you're the second most handsome man in the world. You're only slightly uglier than my father. Little Lingyu thought about it and said frankly. The ghosts of the underworld were not that good looking. They were all green-faced and fanged, or they were filled with resentment. The ghost in front of him was not only good-looking, but there was not a trace of resentment on him. He gave people the feeling that he was like the warm sunshine in winter. In fact, the man in the mirror really looked the same as his father. It was just that the two of them had different temperaments. If his father was the night, then the person in the mirror was the day. Yunxing, I've taught you very well. Looking at the beautiful girl in front of her, the person in the mirror smiled. This sentence was half praise and half derogatory. Because everyone knew that although the medical Buddha Yunxing practiced medicine to help the world, she was never a kind person. As for the Supreme God 8 Barons, there was no need to talk about him. He was the man who killed the leader of the Shi clan in one night and exiled hundreds of thousands of Shi clan members. He was never a kind person. However, the daughter they raised after going through so many hardships was as clean as the moonlight. They hoped that she would always be this clean. You know my mother. Ah, then you're the man my mother raised. Little Lingyu suddenly realized a problem. This was a big problem. Little Lingyu often heard the other main gods in the 8 Barons god realm say that some main god raised a demon concubine somewhere, and some main god kept a mistress in a golden house. She didn't expect her mother to be so daring as to raise a living, handsome man in the mirror. No wonder her father was always unhappy with this mirror. Little Lingyu was conflicted. Should she tell her father this secret? However, her father was very scary when he was angry. He would definitely smash this mirror. The person in the mirror was silent for a moment. Alright, he took back his words. This Moonlight's logic was really different. If he hadn't seen this little girl being born with his own eyes, he would have suspected that this wasn't the daughter of Xianxia and Yi Baiming. She looked more like the daughter of that muddle-headed world deity Bo AI, I won't tell daddy. After an intense struggle, little Lingyu decided to give up on telling him. The person in the mirror was inexplicably touched by little Lingyu's kindness. He smiled. However, you have to tell me why you live in the mirror. Little Lingyu carefully placed the mirror beside her. She looked like she was chatting with a good friend. Because only by doing so can I protect the most important person in my life. The person in the mirror answered honestly. He was a mirror spirit. In this world, other than the Heaven's Mandate mirror, he had no other place to go. Wherever Xianxia was, that was where he lived. However, he wouldn't tell anyone about this except for this little girl in front of him. Even so, you can't leave the mirror. If you can leave the mirror, then you can play with me. As she spoke, a hint of loneliness that didn't match her age appeared in little Lingyu's eyes. Her father had to manage the 8 barren god world. Her mother often took care of patients in the human world and god world. Her younger brothers, Ling Ri and Ling Guang, one was learning magic and the other was learning Do Qi. They didn't have time to play with her. She was the only one who didn't know magic or Do Qi. Because of her body, the people in the god palace didn't dare to play with her too crazily. She could only play by herself. Little Lingyu had never told anyone about this because she wanted everyone to see the cheerful and optimistic little Lingyu. The person in the mirror sighed. The mirror floated up and the person in the mirror walked out. Ah! It's alive. Little Lingyu carefully touched the person in the mirror and realized that she could really touch his hand. Just like that, little Lingyu and the person in the mirror became good friends. Lingyu, why are you sweating so much? Yi Baiming and Xianxia walked over. The two of them stood together and looked so compatible. Little Lingyu flew towards her mother like a little bird. Xianxia ruffled her daughter's hair with a doting look on her face. Recently, you haven't pestered your parents to play with you. Could it be that you found a new playmate? Xianxia always felt guilty towards this daughter of hers. She always wanted to find a way to remove the life and death talisman in her daughter's body. Before she found the life and death talisman, she could only give her daughter the cold shoulder. Haha, I won't tell you guys. That's Lingyu's little secret. Little Lingyu raised her head proudly. She finally had a secret of her own. That was, she had a good friend in the mirror. His name was Ji Rumo. He would always silently protect her and her mother. The question of who was the senior brother and who was the senior sister between the underworld god and the human world god had always been controversial. According to the underworld god's own memories, he was at least a few thousand years older than the human world god. When the underworld god said this, the human world god strongly objected. Damn Ming Ri, you have to take into account the age of your egg. When I found you, you were still a baby who couldn't cry, the world god Bo said angrily. That's right, she was the one who found Ming Ri. However, to be exact, it was the mother of both Ming Ri and Bo, Supreme God 4 Directions, who found Ming Ri. At that time, Bo was just an egg, and she happened to be beside Supreme God 4 Directions. However, there was one thing that Bo said that was true. Ming Ri was indeed a baby who couldn't cry at that time. Everyone in the god world knew that before Supreme God 4 Directions became a supreme god, she was the #1 general under Emperor Huiyan. Although she was a woman, she was a famous god of war in the god world. There was a saying in the god world that it was better to suffer the wrath of Emperor Huiyan than to provoke Supreme God 4 Directions. That was because any battle that Supreme God 4 Directions participated in, no matter how strong the opponent was, they would all be killed. However, Supreme God 4 Directions was a very benevolent god. After she became a supreme god, she adopted many orphans in the god world. Popo and Ming Ri were one of them. To be exact, Bo wasn't an orphan. She was just an egg that popped out of an ancient magic array one day when Supreme God 4 Directions accidentally broke it. When Supreme God 4 Directions saw that she was all alone, she raised her by her side. But for ordinary eggs, after a few months or even 10 months, they would break out of the shell and take shape. But Bobo was different. From the moment she came out of the magic array, she started to learn how to talk and jump. The only thing she didn't learn was how to break out of her shell. Moreover, she was very strong, loved to cry, and loved to cause trouble. Helpless, Supreme God Four Directions had to bring Bobo along no matter where she went. Even on the battlefield, she was no exception. When Supreme God Four Directions heard that the underworld had the most serious rebellion in history, she brought the puffed egg to the underworld to quell the rebellion. Unfortunately, by the time Divine Venerable Four Directions arrived, the underworld had already turned into a sea of blood. The world deity of the underworld had died in battle, and even his pregnant wife had perished. The supreme gods of the Four Directions were enraged and started a massacre. They defeated the rebels of the underworld and sent their leaders to the 9 layers of hell so that they could never be reincarnated. Just as Supreme Divinity Four Directions was erecting tombstones for the underworld god and his wife, the puffed egg suddenly jumped in front of the wife. Mother Goddess, her stomach is moving. Puffed egg pointed at the stomach of the god of the underworld's wife curiously. Only then did Divine Venerable Four Directions notice that there was a faint fetal movement in the belly of the god of the underworld's pregnant wife. Could it be that the child inside was still alive? With the help of the 4 cardinal divinities, a baby was carried out of the belly of the dead underworld god's wife. It was a very thin baby. Due to the lack of oxygen and nutrients, its body was much smaller than an ordinary baby. Its skin had already turned purple. The baby was so weak that it couldn't even cry. It looked like it could die at any moment. Divine Venerable Four Directions lifted the baby up and slapped it a few times, but there was still no reaction. What a pity, the baby couldn't be saved. Divine Venerable Four Directions shook his head inwardly. Mother Goddess, why is it so ugly? Bobo, who was still ignorant of the world, didn't know the pitiful condition of the baby. It's the ugliest baby I've ever seen. It hopped on the side, full of disdain. Bobo, don't say that. I'm afraid this baby won't survive. Divine Venerable Four Directions said regretfully. Wah wah, the baby's throat, which had already stopped breathing, suddenly let out a loud cry. Look, Mother Goddess, it's so ugly that it's crying. Bobo was instantly amused by the baby. Divine Venerable Four Directions was dumbfounded. He looked at the crying baby, then at Bobo, who was beside it, laughing so happily that it forgot itself. He made a very helpless expression. Just like that, Divine Venerable Four Directions brought the only bloodline of the underworld god back to the god realm. She named him Ming Ri and began to carefully raise him, hoping that one day, he would inherit the position of underworld god. Slowly, the baby that Bobo despised for being ugly to the point of crying grew up day by day. After he turned 3 years old, little Ming's son transformed at an astonishing speed. His appearance was just like his strength. He became more and more outstanding day by day. On the other hand, Bobo, who grew up together with Ming Ri, was still an egg, unchanged for many years. Later, Cardinal Divinity Four-Way received orders from Monarch Inferno to head to the divine world to suppress a few traitorous gods. After some consideration, Cardinal Divinity Four-Way wasn't sure how long it would take to quell the rebellion. For the sake of Abyssal Sun and Popo's growth, she decided to leave the 2 behind in Cardinal Divinity Four-Way. Before leaving, Divine Venerable Four Directions repeatedly reminded Bobo to take good care of her junior brother, Ming Ri. He agreed with a loud bop. At that time, Puffed Egg was 10 years old and Ming Ri was 5 years old. But what happened next was completely out of Divine Venerable Four Directions' expectations. Ming Ri was a very hard-working child. Every day, after he finished his cultivation, he would obediently prepare the food. When he finished preparing the food, Bobo, who had played outside for a day, would rush in like the wind and eat all of Ming Ri's food. Ming Ri silently cleaned up the leftovers and began to prepare the food again. When Ming Ri finished his meal, he prepared a moderately hot water to take a bath to get rid of his fatigue. After playing outside for a day, Bobo, whose egg was full of mud, rushed in like the wind and took a bath comfortably, leaving behind a wooden bucket of muddy water. Ming Ri silently poured away the bathwater and boiled a new bucket. The only thing that Ming Ri didn't need to do was wash Bobo's clothes. That was because Bobo was an egg and didn't need to wear clothes. 3 years later, when Divine Venerable Four Directions quelled the rebellion and returned to the Four Directions world, she suddenly found that her little disciple, Ming Ri, had suddenly become an omnipotent little cook. He was proficient in cooking, boiling water, and cleaning. In this way, Bobo and Ming Ri spent more than 10 spring and autumn together. Ming Ri had grown into a handsome young man who made the goddesses of the heavenly realm scream endlessly, and Bobo was still an egg. Ming Ri's talent in magic and dochi was amazing. He had long become a famous young genius in the heavenly realm. And Bobo, who knew nothing about magic and dochi and had poor talent, had long become a famous weak egg in the heavenly realm. These things, when Bobo was young, he didn't know. When he grew up a little, he found that he was often bullied. Everyone called him a weak egg. Being called a weak egg, even if Bobo was not sensible, he understood that this was definitely not a compliment. Although Bobo was weak, her self-esteem was extremely strong. In order not to make things difficult for Mother Goddess, Bobo could only hide and cry every time he was bullied. On this day, Four Directions happened to meet Bobo, who was secretly crying. Bobo had no choice but to tell all his grievances to Four Directions. So that's how it is. Bobo, do you want no one to bully you in the future? Four Directions laughed twice. Mother Goddess, do you have any ideas? Hearing this, Bobo even forgot to be sad. It's simple. Although you are weak, you have a strong junior brother. Go find Ming Ri and ask him to protect you from now on. That way, no one will dare to bully you. Reverend Four-Way's rotten idea struck a chord in Bobo's heart. Bobo was overjoyed on the spot. Why didn't he think of Ming Ri? In any case, he and Ming Ri also had a strong revolutionary friendship. He immediately went to find Ming Ri. In any case, he and Ming Ri had eaten the same rice bowl and bathed in the same bathtub. They grew up as childhood sweethearts. The strong Ming Ri would definitely promise to protect him. Worthy of being childhood sweethearts, Bobo found Ming Ri very smoothly. After growing up, Ming Ri was no longer the boy who could be easily bullied like when he was young. He did not speak much and was cold. Every time Bobo approached him, he would glare at Bobo with a gaze that could freeze people to death. It was as if Bobo owed him 100,000 yuan. Usually, Bobo would not be willing to get close to Ming Ri, but for his lifelong happiness in the future, Bobo decided to communicate with the iceberg Ming Ri. Ming Ri, can I discuss something with you? Bobo asked weakly. Ming Ri did not answer, but raised his eyelids. Bobo immediately understood. This kid wanted him to say something quickly. In the future, can you protect me? Those gods outside bully me. They call me a weak egg. Bobo was very sad when he said this. It was really to hurt his self-esteem. If he could hatch, he would not be worse than those gods. Pop. Pop. He felt as if he had heard a mosquito bite-like response. Ming Ri, are you really willing to protect me? Bobo didn't expect that things would go so smoothly. Ming Ri, the big iceberg, actually agreed to protect it. Who calls you a weak egg? I will explode his eggs. Ming Ri replied unhurriedly. This sentence made Popo instantly smile, although it didn't know how Underworld Sun was going to explode. But Ming Ri's next words made Bobo instantly depressed. In the future, only I can call you a weak egg. Ming Ri continued to speak calmly. In the end, it was still a weak egg. However, being criticized by one person was better than being criticized by countless people. Bobo could only reluctantly accept this reality. However, Bobo immediately thought that since Ming Ri had agreed to help it, it should return the favor and repay Ming Ri. Ming Ri, you helped me. How should I repay you? Bobo thought secretly. Anyway, it had no money, and it didn't know how to cook, clean, or boil bath water. There was nothing to repay him. Then pay with your body. Ming Ri's lips pursed into a raised arc. Bobo was suddenly scared out of his wits. He took a few steps back, looking as if he cherished his flesh more than his life. Ming Ri actually said that he wanted to eat him. He knew that this bad boy was definitely not so kind. It was too terrible. This was 100 times more abominable and terrible than those gods who bullied eggs. Bobo no longer cared about Mingri's protection and escaped like the wind. Looking at Bobo's escape, Mingri's cool face showed a meaningful smile. Since that day, every time Bobo saw Mingri, he would definitely hide far away. However, what surprised it was that from then on, no god dared to bully it anymore. Those gods who had mocked it were all beaten black and blue. It was said that a few of them had to lie in bed for several years. After Bobo heard this news, he was even more certain that Mingri was coveting his meat. After thinking hard for a while, in order to protect its meat, Bobo decided to stay far away from the underworld sun. The best way to avoid the underworld sun was to leave the god realm. Not long after, a very good opportunity really appeared. That was the vacancy of the god world and the human world. The god world needed a master god to inherit the position of world god. After Bobo heard this, he shamelessly begged 4 directions. He played the trick of crying, and crying, making 4 directions restless day and night. In desperation, 4 directions had to agree to let Bobo go to the human world as a world god. If Bobo passed the trial, he could officially become a world god in the human world. After Mingri heard this news, he was the first to go to 4 directions. Mother God, Bobo is not suitable to go to the human world to be a world god. There is a war between the human clan and the beast clan in the human world. With Bobo's current strength, he can't suppress the human clan and the beast clan. Mingri's concern for Bobo was overflowing. 4 directions had long seen this. It was a pity that Bobo, that simple-minded fellow, didn't notice it at all. Mingri, I understand your painstaking efforts. You want to protect Bobo. But soon, you will go to the underworld and inherit the position of underworld god. At that time, who will protect Bobo? 4 directions sighed. Mingri didn't let her tell Bobo this news. Mingri was silent. Mingri, you and Bobo are still too young. When you grow up, you will understand that true love is not for restraint, but for growth. The underworld is your battlefield, and the human world is Bobo's battlefield. 4 directions said earnestly. 4 directions was experienced. She knew very well that if Bobo and Mingri wanted to be together, it would take a long time. Most importantly, Bobo didn't have any feelings for Mingri. Just like this, Mingri and Bobo separated. It was just that 4 directions and Mingri didn't expect that after Bobo entered the human world, the war between the Bakra orcs and the human race would erupt. Bobo, who had a terrible sense of direction, got lost in the Dutian blood realm of the boundless continent. She was even unlucky enough to be injured by the powerful energy waves produced by the 8 Barons' divine weapon. Her fate was unknown. After hearing the news, Mingri didn't care about being stopped and wanted to go to the human world to find Bobo. But in the end, because the underworld god was busy and couldn't break the rules, he lost contact with Bobo. In the blink of an eye, more than 3,000 years had passed. Everyone knew that the underworld god was famous for being cold. Whether it was in the underworld or the god world, he never smiled. But recently, the underworld god had a rare smile on his face. That was because he found a treasure that he had lost for many years. When Mingri found Bobo again, Bo had already signed a contract with the human race and became the contract beast of a female human race summoner. When Mingri first found out about this, he wanted to kill that human race summoner on the spot. But this time, Bobo, who had always been timid, refused to let Mingri hurt her master no matter what. This was the first time Mingri saw a different side of Bobo. In order to let Bobo grow faster, Mingri had no choice but to let Bobo stay by the human race summoner's side temporarily. But even so, he was still very worried. He secretly followed Bobo. Even though Bobo herself didn't realize it, the people around Bobo seemed to already know. At first, Mingri was a little embarrassed. But slowly, he became good friends with those human race people in the human world. Among them was Baiming, who later became the supreme god of the 8 Barons. Speaking of which, the 2 of them could be considered brothers in distress. Not long after meeting Mingri, Baiming had a bellyful of bitter water with him. It turned out that Bobo's problem of being slow in relationships was completely learned from her master, Xianxia. Bobo, I don't have any feelings for you. Poor brother Mingri, your road to chasing your wife is very long. But as long as you follow the method I taught you, the day will be near. Yi Baiming gave Mingri an idea. This idea was called the 36 Stratagems of Mingri. As for the specific steps of the 36 Stratagems of Mingri, it was a long story. Mingri really didn't want to go into detail one by one. In summary, it was nothing more than the following points. Thick skin, big courage, careful thinking, kiss if you can, hug if you can, make the rice that can be cooked is the way of the king. Mingri didn't believe it at first, but after experimenting a few times, he found that Bobo seemed to have started to change. Every time Bobo saw him, her face would turn red and she would run away shyly. This was a good sign. But just when Mingri thought that victory was in sight, a piece of bad news came. Bobo went to the god world to accept the conferment of the human world's world god, but halfway, she was kidnapped by the sinister Shi clan leader and locked in the Shi clan's forbidden area. He reported this matter to Emperor Huiyan, but because of the Wind King's obstruction, Emperor Huiyan had been unable to send troops to suppress the Shi clan. Emperor Huiyan and the Four Directions Divine Venerable never thought that the desperate Mingri would actually kill the Shi clan with the help of Yunxing and Yi Baiming. Hundreds of thousands of Shi clan members were exiled, and the Shi clan leader was beheaded. These had become facts. For this reason, Mingri was punished by the Four Directions Divine Venerable to stay in the underworld. Within 100 years, he was not allowed to enter the human world or the god world. When Mingri saw Bobo again, she still rushed in like the wind like when she was a child. Mingri. I don't want to not see you for 100 years. I told Mother Goddess. Bobo's eyes were red, and she still looked like a little lowly. What did you say? Mingri looked at Bobo lovingly. How could he be willing to not see her for 100 years? Bobo hesitated. Finally, regardless of the eyes of the underworld god palace guards, she hugged Mingri. Mother Goddess said that in the god world, only husband and wife can be together forever. Mingri, are you willing to marry me? Fearing that Mingri would not be willing, Bobo stood on tiptoe and bit Mingri's lips like what he did to her countless times. Marry her? There seemed to be something wrong. Mingri was a little surprised by Bobo's reaction, but at that moment, he was dizzy with sweetness and responded to Bobo. After thousands of years of waiting, he had finally married his little egg-shaped wife and won their happy days. End of chapter 1443. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.